Age of Elves opening Paluchia Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151 _ Skunks Gas 10th update. Thank you. Zhang Ya is still in a state of fright. At this moment, she can fully express her position by saying thank you. Although Zhang Ziying was carefree, she was actually the most kind-hearted one, but perhaps it was Chu Bufan's behavior that she hated so much that she didn't speak. However, Brother Lin, you must not reveal the fact that you killed Chu Bufan this time, because although Chu Bufan is a sideline, he is still a member of the Chu family in the capital. Zhang Zihao reminded after a moment of silence. Chu family. Since Lin Cheng came to this world, apart from studying the world's ferocious beast Pokemon system, other famous families have not paid much attention to it. Is it famous? When Lin Cheng asked this, everyone present was a little surprised. In this day and age, there are still people who don't know the Chu family in the capital. Brother Lin, don't you know the four great families in the capital, Zhao, Chu Tan, and Tian? There are thousands of years of inheritance behind these families, and each generation is said to have at least one 5-star peak powerhouse. Even in its heyday, there have been 6-star national-level powerhouses. Zhou told the situation that he knew one by one. Although the Chu family won't make a big move on Jay for a side disciple, but it will save face, we will investigate. Brother Lin, today's matter, Zhou will be rotten in my stomach. Even if something happens, I will be with you. You're a stick. Zhou Shi, like his appearance, is a very responsible person. Zhang Zihao and others also vowed to make it clear every day, and that this matter would never be revealed. In this wild place, it is quite normal for one or two people to die. In the face of the cautious appearance of several people, Lin Cheng's performance was very indifferent, and he really didn't pay attention to the 5-star strength. Don't worry, everyone, take a good rest. After tonight, I will send you back to the base, Lin Cheng said in a very calm tone. This calm tone made everyone stunned again. Brother Lin, if we can go back, we naturally want to go back. But if you are not familiar with everything in life, it is better to be careful. Brother, maybe there is something I should tell you. This guy is actually very powerful. To put it simply, it is estimated that we are not necessarily opponents when we are together. Zhang Ziying blinked her beautiful big eyes and said. Road. Zhang Zihao obviously doesn't know why. Zhang Ziying explained in the simplest and clearest words. He is the second-ranked existence on the Galaxy Academy's top student Xinghai Tianzhao list. God horse. Everyone present was shocked. Those who can become the top 3 in colleges and universities, their strength is at least 4-star middle level, and there are many outstanding people, and they have 4-star high-level strength. Fritters. Even more powerful. At first, I thought that Lin Cheng could easily kill Chu Bufan by sneaking a sneak attack. Now, he realized that the opponent can be completely crushed by strength. Okay, anyway, let's solve the trouble in front of us first. Lin Qiaguang swept over the tank skunk curled up on the ground. Regretted the moment the tank skunk released the gas. He would rather go to fight the bayonet with the 5-star beast, and he didn't want this smell, it was so refreshing and refined. For example, I felt like I was near the cesspool, washing 300 pairs of stinky socks, eating the Terminator in the history of smell, canned herring. That feeling, really for a moment, made people see the kingdom of heaven. With Zhang Zihao and others leading the way, Lin Cgad City quickly sent people back to the base. Even if the beasts around saw them, they just pretended not to see them, and some even ran away in a panic. The magic in the middle even made Zhang Zihao and others think that Lin Cheng used some kind of magic. I really thank Brother Lin for taking care of me along the way. If there is anything that needs our help in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water. Returning to the base after many days, Zhang Zihao and several people have a kind of rebirth after disaster. Feel that although I don't show it when I'm outside, those days when I don't have security in the future really destroys people's spirit. If Lin Cheng sends them back, in a sense, it almost gives them a new life. How? Why not let them be grateful to Dade? Lin Cheng smiled and didn't appreciate it. just asked casually, "Do you have a place similar to a trading center here?" The place where Zhang Zihao and the others were located already belonged to the city-level base. Compared with Lin Cheng's hometown, they were two completely different places. Some of Lin Cheng's materials are in the Shaoxiang base and cannot be traded at all. Although Song Feng, the head of the local Pokemon Center branch, said that he can buy it in his own name, Lin Cheng is also embarrassed to let others suffer too much, so there will always be some were placed beside them. After coming to this big city, Lin Cheng immediately asked if there was a place similar to the Chamber of Commerce. And finally Zhang Ziying smiled and said, "I thought you wanted something. How could this Pingzhong city base lack a trading center?" Zhang Ziying pointed to a building in a certain direction. Looking at Lin Cheng along what he was looking for, he saw a prosperous trading street, and in one part of the trading street, there was a row upon row of extremely prosperous chambers of commerce. This is the most prosperous pedestrian street in Pingzhong City. You can go to the stalls to sell and buy, or you can go directly to the largest exchange on the trading street, the merchant exchange. The prices here are generally the most reasonable. Don't be afraid of being fooled. Cheat. Because Zhang Ziying and the others just came back, they still need to report a lot of things to the above, so they can't accompany Lin Cheng. And Lin Cheng himself also had many secrets, and he couldn't let it go when someone was with him, so the two sides simply left a contact information and then separated. "Lin Cheng, I've finished dealing with things here. If you are still at the base in Pingzhong City, I will come to you," Zhang Ziying called as she walked. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 152 Pingzhong Base, First Update. Walking on this huge city-level base street, Lin Cheng looked up at the densely packed shops on both sides of the street with different shapes and features, as well as the flow of people coming and going, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. City base. The township-level base where Lin Cheng grew up is really two worlds. Walk slowly along the flow of people. The way, after looking at the dazzling street shops around, Lin Cheng snorted but didn't act much, because most of these shops were small private shops. Not a problem, but if they want to sell things like the crystal core of a 4-star beast material rock centipede to Lin Cheng's side, they may not be able to afford it, and even if they can, the price may not be fair. So Lin Cheng finally decided to go to the Mo's Chamber of Commerce mentioned by Zhang Ziying, and see. Entering this luxurious Chamber of Commerce, Lin Cheng found that most of the people who came here were either rich or expensive. Just listening to what the people around me said, I knew that this Chamber of Commerce seemed to be holding an auction recently. Lin Cheng was thinking about whether to put some things up for auction himself. Lin Cheng kept the materials for the 5-star beasts for himself, but he was not stingy with the materials for the 4-star beasts. Of the hidden shadow serpent before, and the needles of the giant palm caster, they are actually good materials for making equipment. Lin Cheng found a special salesperson and wanted to ask how to participate in the auction. The pretty maid looked at the appearance of Shilincheng, and replied sweetly, "I'm sorry, sir, the items participating in the auction need at least 3 stars. Lin Cheng disapproved and took out what he wanted to auction. 3 stars giant palm, caster needles, hidden shadow ice snake's fangs, scales, and the rock centipede crystal core killed before, killing all kinds of useless 3 or 4-star beast crystal core materials in the beast tide. This pile of things was spread out, and the staff maid of the sales staff was dumbfounded, and her face stiffened for a moment before she calmed down. That gentleman has a lot of things, so I want to ask the inspection master to verify, please. Wait. This is the first time since she started to work, seeing someone who can take out so many ferocious beast materials and sell them all at once. Even if it happened to be a 5-star ferocious beast frenzy a while ago, it is impossible for ordinary people to come down with so many materials. In short, this is a big customer, and she can't be a small customer service staff, so she has to call out the manager. The maid hurried into the back room. Yugan was too nervous, but left Lin Cheng there. Simply Lin Cheng's mentality is good, he is not in a hurry, he stands at the front desk slowly, waiting for the Lord to come forward. The fact that Keelan City is patient does not mean that the people below are patient. No, there was a dissatisfied voice of a woman behind her. Where is the bastard from? Is there a team blocking people's way? The voice fell, only to hear the sound of breaking wind coming from behind. Lin Cheng frowned. He didn't expect that in such a large chamber of commerce, there would be someone who would act so domineeringly. Electric Beast. The electric shock beast waved. It was a move thunder and lightning fist, which easily shattered the oncoming silver whirlwind. Huh. Seeing this, the woman who suddenly appeared was also surprised. 5. Dissatisfaction flashed in Lin Cheng's eyes. He turned around slowly, and looked at a group of young people not far behind him. Snow White. Long legs made people haul and the people behind her covet. His eyes swept across the woman as if waiting for her explanation. But the girl didn't seem to make an explanation at all. Instead she said arrogantly, I can't see, you hillbilly still has 2 brushes, but this is the Merchant Chamber of Commerce, not the third-rate exchange you went to. If don't have anything to trade, just obediently sidestep and don't disturb this lady. It's unreasonable. Lin Cheng didn't bother to talk to the woman, he did his own thing and stood in line, which seemed to have completely angered the woman. The woman who has always been a star-holding moon suddenly raised her eyebrows and directed her elf Poison Pink Butterfly. Attack Lin Cheng again. Poison Pink Butterfly, as a middle attribute elf, has a faster evolution mode than most elves. At 2 stars, there is a chance to evolve into a shield cocoon, and at 3 stars, it can evolve into Poison Pink Butterfly. Poison Pink Butterfly used the invisible mind power, but just as the edge of the mind was about to cover Lin Cheng's body, the electric shock beast burst out with a strong bright yellow current. Beep beep. The electric shock wave not only pierced through the psychic power, but also shot straight towards the woman. This move, many people in the hall were surprised. This Poison Pink Butterfly's strength is at the peak of 3 stars. The opponent can easily attack it and explain that this young man's electric shock beast has at least 4 stars. The Poison Pink Butterfly has the Chinese-Canadian flying attribute, so it couldn't stand the shock of the electric beast and flew out and smashed directly towards the owner. The electrical attribute attack is a very penetrating attack. The magical Zongbei may be able to catch it, but the physical fitness of the trainer is impossible. The purple-clothed woman's beautiful eyes flashed with panic, and she wanted to dodge, but how could a normal human body react at such a short distance? Come. Swish. Just as the poisonous pink butterfly was about to hit the purple-clothed woman, there was a shadow passing by. It has golden hair all over its body, and the mane on its head stands up. It looks like a dog and has good teeth. Thunder Beast. At the critical moment, the poison pink butterfly was blocked. For it of the same electrical system, it should not be difficult to make this move, because it also has 4-star strength. But after the hit, it still staggers. Hush, everyone's expressions became even more frightened. This young man who looks only 15 or 16 years old, what is the origin? It seems that this electric shock beast is not only a 4-star, but also a 4-star middle-level existence. In fact, this is also correct. Although the electric shock beast currently only has 3-star strength, it has the qualifications of a quasi-god, and can leapfrog battles compared to ordinary Pokemon. This little brother, please stop. Soon after the appearance of the Thunder and Lightning Beast, a middle-aged man 3 walked out of the hall. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 153_auction, second update. This middle-aged man was obviously the one who had just rescued the woman in red. Looking at the middle-aged man Lin Cheng lightly, he didn't mean to give up. The tentacles above the electric shock beast's head surged, as if preparing for a battle with the electric shock beast. The middle-aged man stayed in a cold sweat, and said with a smile and clasped his fists, "This little brother, please look at the face of our merchant chamber of commerce, let's just leave it alone. Previously, I was the one who neglected the little brother, meow meow, and apologized to the little brother for not being so quick to greet him." The purple-clothed woman named Meow Meow also knew that she had caused a lot of trouble and opened her mouth to apologize. "This guest, you will post the materials for auction with us later. 123, the Chamber of Commerce will do our best to publicize and win the guests and your Dongliang to get the most at the auction house transaction office." Nodded slowly when he heard the middle-aged man say this. Aged man was relieved and finally satisfied with the master. At such a young age, he had a 4-star level of strength. It would be unbelievable to say that this kid has no identity background. Hee, little brother, if you see no problem, come in with me to discuss in detail. The middle-aged man said with a smile. There's no need to talk about it in detail, just finish some of the things on the identity card for me earlier. Also, although I don't know who this woman is from your Chamber of Commerce, but she is so unscrupulous, if anyone provokes it, she shouldn't provoke it. People. It is also unlucky. What the little brother taught me is that after today, I will let the head of the family punish Meow Meow for the identity card and so on. I have already prepared it here, little brother, please accept it. Do things very well. Round can be called watertight, and he is indeed a good hand in business. Lin Cheng glanced at the middle-aged man, and Guang looked at the previous purple-clothed woman again. He seemed to sense Lin Cheng's light. The woman who was so high just now is now pale and shrinks her head back. Don't pay attention to this woman, take back the ID card. Lin Cheng is about to leave. The businessman stepped forward again and said politely, little brother looked at me and Sheng, it must have come from another base, right? Our recent giant auction is estimated that the surrounding hotels are a bit tight, if you don't dislike my side. I ordered you to leave a luxurious room exclusively for the Mo family, is your little brother satisfied? Lin Cheng touched Xiaoba, but did not refuse, let's lead the way. Please. The middle-aged man personally led the way for Lin Cheng. It was not until the two left that the atmosphere of the Mo's Chamber of Commerce eased down, and the woman in purple, with a pretty face full of grievances, wiped the mist in her beautiful eyes with the back of her hand, and she has been the eldest miss of the Mo family for so many years. This is the first time. Kind of grievance. The young people who followed behind the woman hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Meow meow, don't be sad, this kid is abominable, don't worry, if you have time, I will convene someone to help you fix that bastard. Although those young people said so, they really wanted them to make estimates. Run better than. Everyone is fast, haven't you seen them frightened like quails just now? The auction started on the second day, and the scale was not small. It was the largest auction that Lin Cheng had ever seen. Standing in the VIP box, Lin Cheng looked at the countless crystal counters on the counter below. There were all kinds of strange things in the counter, and there were countless people in front of the counter. Lin Cheng browsed through the items that appeared in this auction: weapons, various materials, 3-star beast life source, 4-star crystal core, and even 5-star dual attribute crystal cores. Oh, this is. Lin Cheng finally saw an elf egg. According to the explanation, it was the elf egg of the little Kirby beast. Little Kirby is a rather peculiar magical treasure. It does not have an exact evolution level. It is set as intimacy in the game, but in reality, the reason for its evolution is still unknown. Lin Cheng has no interest in these things. However, in the back, the appearance of the same 5-star beast material called steel shell made his eyes bright. This thing is one of the raw materials needed by Huxian when the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus evolved. This steel shell cannot be regarded as the material of the 5-star beast, but a kind of elves called steel-bone dragons that live in a high-temperature and high-pressure environment. Shape. The acquired equipment. This thing is placed on top of the protective gear, and it is pure natural and the second-best material. However, because it is also considered a 5-star beast material, its price is also quite high and requires 2 million contribution points. However, this number is completely within the range that Lin Cheng can afford. Even if there is no income from this sale, Lin Cheng still has nearly 4 million contribution points. The steel bone shell, at a price of 2 million. His Q3 materials, especially the crystal core, were sold at a good price. The beak crystal nucleus is widely used, not to mention that the major bases need to open the protective cover to use, and the crystal nucleus is also an indispensable thing in the cultivation of elves. Therefore, under the advantage of quantity, Lin Cheng benefited instead of losing. At present, he went out and bought the steel skeleton shell, but the money has increased to nearly 450. Let Lin Cheng be a small tyrant. After that, Lin Cheng thought that it was almost time for the academy meeting. Otherwise, let's rush over to have a look. After all, in the academy, he still has many acquaintances. Example, Bai Xinyu, Shengguan Luyu, and Luo Qingya. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 154_Deadwood Demon, Pumpkin Monster 3rd Update. Just when Lin Cheng was about to leave here, something sensational happened. It is said that during this time, there were always people who disappeared inexplicably at night, and the number was not small. However, most of the missing are homeless people who didn't pay attention at first, but when the number reached a certain level, the city guards of the Pingjiang base began to act. Among them, there is a group of Zheng Zihao that Lin Cheng knew. Before that, Lin Cheng didn't know that Zheng Zihao and the others were actually members of the city guards, and they all seemed to have official positions. If you think about it carefully, even if they were low-level 4 stars, they were still 4 stars. As city face, it is a very powerful existence. In an accidental encounter, the two sides talked about this topic. Lin Cheng asked subconsciously, "Do you need my help?" Hearing that Lin Cheng intended to help Zheng Zihao and Zhou Shi, he was overjoyed. Is it really possible? If we have Brother Lin's help, then we will have 100 manpower. Then it's not too late. Brother Lin Cheng, let Ling Yi go with us to investigate. Zhou Shi suggested. Lin Cheng didn't expect these people to be so resolute. Smile, then patrol with them. Night, the Pingjiang base is shrouded in a bustling night scene. Different from the small township-level bases such as the Shaoxiang base, Pingjiang night is like a city that never sleeps. However, behind this city that never sleeps, there are also dangers hidden in it. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, an accident happened suddenly in the final jet lag phase of the day and night alternation. An office worker in his 40s and 50s was drinking a little wine with his friends and was about to go back. Suddenly, 2 shadows jumped out very fast, and before the office worker could react, he covered the latter's mouth and nose with the hair in his hand. After that, the office worker was silent, letting the 2 black clothes pull on him. Shady place. Hey, it's really hard to find experimental materials these days. Some time ago, there were homeless people. I heard about this happening at the Pingjiang base, and I don't know where they went. Shish, say it in a low voice. We can't eat and walk around because of the delay in the affairs of the owner. The 2 were very keen to avoid all kinds of probes on the road, as if they had already explored the way. Then, just as I was about to infiltrate a facility, I just heard a voice behind. Where are you going to go? Lin Cheng stood near these 2 and asked lightly. The 2 of them were startled immediately. They didn't do this for 1 or 2 times, but they were familiar with it. Although it was not that they had never met someone, they would at least feel it every time they met someone. But this person is different. From the beginning to the end, they didn't notice it at all, as if this person appeared beside them out of thin air. Is this a ghost? The two men in black looked at each other, stunned for a moment, and then their faces turned fierce. Since it's been discovered, let's add a county of experimental subjects. Hey, are you alright? This guy is wearing a city guard uniform. One of them said with some fear. So what? The experiment is coming to an end. As long as the head of the family has achieved results, then the whole family will usher in spring. By then, let alone Yipingjiang City, even Jiangnan Province will not be able to help us. Soon the two of them reached an agreement. Chi Chao Lin Cheng shot. Come out, rotten wood. Pumpkin freak, you two. Both are grass and ghost-type elves. The dead wood demon is a strange tree with human eyes, with a hand ring on its head, connected by sections of bark, and its moving feet are tree whiskers. Among the Pokemon, it is also a very dangerous existence. It is said that it will eat all the creatures that destroy the forest, whether it is a beast, a Pokemon or a human. Pumpkin Monster and Deadwood are both ghosts, but compared to Deadwood, Pumpkin Monster is much cuter. Its head is covered with similar red hair, and two hand-like organs are also composed of this red hair. The lower body is a black grinning pumpkin, which often flickers like a lit candle flame. Gia Gia Gia. It is said that the pumpkin monster will roam the streets on the night of the new moon while singing strange songs with the lower body. If anyone or creatures hear this song, they will be cursed. Both sprites are 4-star sprites. If an ordinary person encounters even a city guard, it is estimated that they will be unlucky. Destroy him in one go. The dead wood demon sold me to use the shadow melon. Melon marks came from the void, and it was about to be caught, and suddenly there was a wave of space in front of Lin Cheng, and a ghost was also drawn from the air. Boom! The two ghost melons collided, causing a gloomy wind. This kid also has a ghost-type magical treasure, and it seems that the level is not low, so come and help. The more powerful man in black said anxiously. Oh, oh! Pumpkin freak with flying leaf knife. Pumpkin monster turned around and threw green sharp knives one by one. Flying leaf knife is the most common move in grass attribute skills, and its power and speed are widely recognized. Ghost fire. However, I met Lin Cheng and Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone is good at diversifying attribute skills, and under the scorching fire of ghosts, the pumpkin monster runs around in fear. Your elf is as cowardly as you are. The strong man in black patted his forehead for a while in distress. The weak man in black felt aggrieved. Deadwood demon uses this character. The rotten wood demon slammed over, and the head that was originally a blade of grass suddenly grew a sharp horn. He stabbed violently into the void. This wooden horn skill is more fierce than the shadow melon. Can't help but possess superb power, and at the same time, after attacking the opponent with the horn, it can also absorb the nutrients of the opponent to restore its own health, which is the same effect as absorbing super absorb. Seeing that his opponent was desperate, Lin Cheng also flashed a bright light in his eyes. Use the flame fist. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 155 _ I just want to hear your screams. Fourth more. Ghost Stone came out of the shadows, and the ghost melon was dyed with energy flames, which is different from the ordinary upper flame fist one. Ghost Stone's flame fist is covered with fruit, which is also the unique ghost fire of its ghost. Originally, the dead wood demon is afraid of the flame fist, plus the ghost fire skill with the ghost attribute, the damage is quadrupled. It's just damage to the dead wood demon. On the spot, the dead wood demon let out a whimper and stepped back. Deadwood demon, cheer up. The powerful man in black gritted his teeth with an unwilling expression on his face, but he quickly resolutely said to the weak and angry man in black beside him, "Hey, the task is completed, you put this people carry it back to the owner of the house. This kid, I'm here to entangle me. But you." The weak black-clothed man was worried at first, and then he stopped talking when he saw his companion's resolute eyes, and the drunk middle-aged man on his back just ran away. "Oh, I didn't expect you to know how to protect the handsome after losing the car." Lin Cheng was on the side, and he didn't seem to be too proud to stop him, he just said indifferently. "Hee hee," the man in black said disdainfully, "Little devil, you really take yourself seriously. I just think that a person will be more open. Let him go first, but it is only to defeat the mission with a higher success rate. After you. I'll run away immediately." After speaking, the man in black began to chant a spell, and his second Pokemon appeared soon. Ow! Seeing that appearance, it is actually a thunder and lightning beast. Lin Cheng frowned at first, then quickly thought of yesterday's picture. "It was you." "Hey," the man in black no longer hid his voice, and said frankly, "So what if you know, you're going to die anyway?" After all, the Thunder Beast turned into a yellow flash and charged directly towards Lin Cheng. Lightning teeth. Self-fixing method. Quote. The Thunder Beast was originally going to charge aggressively, but when it was halfway through, its body was fixed in place, and it looked very funny. However, the man in black did not immediately give an order to, surprisingly strike L. The surprise attack is a move that the opponent is unprepared for and uses secretly. Now Ghost Stone is using the immobilization method, which is just the perfect opportunity for his sneak attack. But will Lin Cheng put up such a big gap? Obviously not. Thunder Beast, Flame Fist. Bang. Originally, the imposing manner of the dead wood demon was interrupted by the same move. Flying out, two flaming fists are completely enough to exhaust the rotten wood demon. Damn it. At this moment, the man in black finally knew that he was not Lin Cheng's opponent. Although he was very shocked by where Lin Cheng came from, he didn't dare to think about it now. He jumped onto the Thunder Beast and ran away at an accelerated rate. Can you run? Electrical Beast, use the wall of light. Gah! Suddenly, a high wall was erected in front of the Thunder Beast. The Electric Shock Beast fell headfirst. Tyrannosaurus shot down. The last blow was from Lin Cheng, who let the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus hide in the dark. The broad arms slammed down, and the Electric Shock Beast and the man in black didn't resist at all and were directly slapped to death. Under the veil of the man in black, two mouthfuls of blood came out of his fiercest leaf. Damn! Lin Cheng had already arrived at his side. Powerless. The man in black was finally captured by Lin Cheng. After pulling the mask off, Lin Cheng saw a familiar face unexpectedly. The housekeeper of the Mo family, I didn't expect to see you here again. Lin Cheng's faint voice sounded in his ears. The latter is no longer the round and approachable character that he used to have before. His appearance is cold and light, just like a poisonous snake, and his face is equally gloomy. If the little brother knows each other, let me go, and leave the city. Don't meddle in your own business, this is my advice to you. Unexpectedly, the other party fell into his hands and dared to be so stubborn. Lin Cheng also laughed. Well, although I also want to capture the other guy as soon as possible, but, Butler Mose, do you think I really won't do anything to you? What you do is useless. Butler Mose is still stubborn. Lin Cheng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Ghost Stone walked over with a strange smile. It is too simple for a ghost-type elves to torture people. Its existence alone can arouse people's deepest fears, and with the addition of skills such as resentment talking, strange light hypnosis, scare, it can definitely stage a wonderful performance. The trial room. Can. Butler Mose persisted for less than 5 minutes, and then screamed and continued, I'll tell you what you want to ask, don't torture me. I said it. Lin Cheng smiled at an angel, but what he said was the devil. Actually, I don't need you to say anything. Butler Mo's eyes widened in horror, as if asking, "Why do you want to interrogate me?" "Just wanted to see how you were struggling." The Mo's housekeeper thought that he had encountered a pervert today, and continued to beg for mercy. "I can tell you the secret of the Mo's family. Why are there missing people this time, and where are the missing people?" Lin Cheng shook his head and said, "I don't need to know about these, Got Zhao, because I'm already investigating." As long as the weak man in black left Lin Cheng, he had already sent Paluchia to follow him. As long as one. There is news that, as the Elf of Life, Paluchia can instantly transmit information to Lin Cheng. All you have to do is let me hear more and better screams. Still. The screams are endless. The time the city guards arrived, Butler Mo's had fallen to the ground, twitching continuously. "Brother Lin, this is..." Zhang Zihao couldn't help but twitch when he saw the miserable state of the Mo's housekeeper. He is one of the perpetrators of this incident. Of course, there is also the mastermind behind the scenes. "My side seems to have information already," Lin Cheng said slowly after sensing the spiritual notification from Paluchia. "If you want to know the truth, come with me. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading." Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 156 Stepping into the Ink House, 6th more. Including Zihao and others, everyone heard the words, "Gudu swallowed." Lin Cheng's appearance is so breezy, and the tragic situation of the Mo's housekeeper, all made them feel inexplicably trembling. "Follow." Lin Cheng led the way. Along the way, they turned around several streets and alleys, and everyone was shocked to find that the place where Lin Cheng took them to was the base of Pingjiang City. Apart from the city owner, the largest family, the Mo family. "Brother Lin, are you sure that this missing person has something to do with the Mo's?" When Zhang Zihao saw the Mo's housekeeper wearing black, he realized that this matter might have something to do with the Mo's, but because the Mo's family exist. The prestige of the Pingjiang City base is too great, and the foundation is even more unfathomable. He has always been reluctant to think about this aspect. Lin Cheng turned around, and Guang and Zhang Zihao looked directly at him. "Whether what is in front of you is the truth, just use your own eyes to confirm it. Or is it that you don't even have the courage to confirm?" Lin Cheng's indifferent words made Zhang Zihao's heart tremble. Zhang and Wen, in order to promote the right path, his wish to become an excellent trainer who made outstanding contributions to the world was wiped out. 17 left behind as a compromise for life. Able to avoid the sight of the city guards countless times, and regard the supervision of Pingjiang City as nothing that can do this. In the entire Pingjiang City base, there are very few but the largest family in the Pingjiang City base, the most, in fact, the most powerful. At the beginning, it can be said to be the first object of suspicion, but no one dared to touch them. Who would dare to touch the beard of a tiger? Even this tiger is suspected of cannibalism. Were several thoughts in his mind, and finally, under the impetus of his nature, Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth and said decisively, "If someone can do something wrong because of the land, then what's the use of asking me to wait for the city guard who maintains order?" "Brother Lin, thank you for your reminder." Zhang Zihao's eyes were full of determination when he said this. Lin Cheng shrugged and said that he didn't care, but in his heart, he had a high opinion of Zhang Zihao. You can wake up a sleeping person, but you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Even if Zhang Zihao pretends to be asleep. Sleep and wake up easily. In the daytime, the voices of people are full of people, and the magnificent CGAD Mo family lives in the treasure. At this time, looking at it late at night, it is pitch black and silent, as if it is merged with the night, and even the sound of insects cannot be heard. Gives a strange desolate feeling. In the entire compound, there were only 2 dark red lanterns hanging in front of the gate. Although there was no wind around, the 2 lanterns swayed gently. The red lacquered door of the compound, under the 2 lanterns, reflected the gate of hell that was stained with scarlet blood. This scene changed the expressions of Zheng Zihao, Joshi and the others, and every piece of flesh and blood in their body was warning and screaming to their master. Zijianline's city art master was bold, but his expression didn't change much. He could clearly perceive that Paluchia was hiding inside, and there was no sign of the mark at all. "Captain, do we really want to go in?" one of the city guards asked sternly. "There's something wrong. But the Mo's is a big family anyway, there should be someone in there, don't worry about it." Although Zheng Zihao also has it in his heart, as a captain, it is naturally impossible to be in front of the team members. Timid before. Thousands of steps to the door, dong dong dong, knocked on the door a few times. Suddenly, the bousy door slowly opened with a quack. A gust of gloomy wind blew out, and vaguely, an old figure appeared silently inside. At the moment when the door of the house opened, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the door vigilantly. Where did the figure appear? Mao Zhang was carrying a lantern that did not match the era, with a hunched body, standing behind the threshold, revealing half of his body. The front half of his body looked like a dying old man, but the back half was for man feels fused with darkness. His eyes dimly looked at everyone. "I don't know why the city guards came to my Mo's in the middle of the night. This seems to have a 7-point strange appearance," which really shocked everyone. However, when they saw that it was a person, and the identity of the old man was not unfamiliar, and it was the old housekeeper of Mo's family, everyone was relieved. Zheng Zihao and Joshi looked at each other, as if they had made a decision. They stepped forward and asked, "I have seen the old butler, and I am here because I have caught the principal of the Mo's business in your house, Mo Keidong." Mo Keidong was dressed in black in the middle of the night and acted suspiciously, and someone witnessed that this person and another co-conspirator jointly kidnapped a middle-aged man in his 40s, so I came to your residence to inquire about it. The second suspect. It is also to choose the prestige and reputation of Qing Guifu. Zheng Zihao's remarks are well-founded, and he can advance and retreat freely. The expression of the old butler of the Mo's family didn't change, so he calmly said, "There is probably some misunderstanding in this. Since it's a misunderstanding, the old housekeeper has to be solved. Can we go in and talk in detail?" Joshi also said uncompromisingly. "Then, please come in and take a seat." The old butler's figure was still calm, and although the expression on his face in the dim light still looked calm, it gave people a feeling of uncertainty. After speaking, the butler took a few steps back and turned towards the back room. Zi's door was wide open, and he seemed to be waiting for Lin Cheng and the others to enter without any precautions. Zheng Zihao and the others hesitated for a while, but Lin Cheng walked in first, and between the two Lin Cheng was the first to walk in, so he could only grit his teeth and carefully followed behind to enter the treasure together. When they were the last person, when they just stepped into the door on the back foot, they only heard a bang, and the door closed tightly. The last person was so frightened that he hurriedly followed the pace of the person in front and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it. No one knew. The scarlet door in between suddenly appeared a patch of red blood plasma around it. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 157_Human Face Fruit, 6th more. After Lin Cheng and others entered, they found that there was a bluestone path in the house, surrounded by many flowers and plants, rockeries and rivers. It seems to be very gorgeous and elegant, but at this time, I feel that these are all hypocritical. The water does not move at all, and the flowers and plants are dim like black and gray. The only light here is the lantern in the old housekeeper's hand that does not conform to the hydrogen circle of the era. Although it was a group of people walking together, everyone still felt that the surrounding was cold and quiet, as if it was two worlds from outside the door. Everyone suddenly heard the sound of leaves shaking. If it was normal, everyone present would not have any reaction, but in this silent courtyard, this kind of slight wind and grass, but the horse aroused everyone's vigilance. Under everyone's attention, they quickly saw what the sounding object was. These were several fruit trees that seemed to be ordinary in appearance, and many red fruits could be vaguely seen on the trees. Seeing that there was nothing special about it, everyone just breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Cheng's brows are wrinkled. Lin Cheng has been dealing with beasts and slaughter all the year round. Lin Cheng is very sensitive to the smell of blood, but just now, he smelled a similar smell. Although it was very faint, it was inaudible, but it did exist. Lin Cheng's physique is extremely high, and his five senses are naturally far more sensitive than ordinary people. Although others may not smell it, they cannot escape his nose. According to the information of the smell, Lin Cheng quickly came to a conclusion that the source of the smell could not be clearly identified. Because this yard smells of blood everywhere. Lin Cheng was about to speak. Suddenly, the few fruit trees that everyone passed by just now, Putong, and Putong, dropped a few fruits. Red and bright, as if being soaked through donated blood. This is not the key. I saw that the fruit that fell on the ground actually rolled slowly without anyone moving. He. Who is laughing? A few city guards were startled and hurriedly looked around, and soon their moonlight was concentrated on the free-rolling fruit. In their horrified eyes, they found that on the surface side of the fruit, there were people's faces. How are you? Those individuals, including women, old and young, can speak with their mouths open. On the spot, a few city guards were frightened. After that, they even grew hands and feet, holding hands one by one, surrounded a few stunned city guard gates, circled in circles, and kept asking in a pretentious voice. Where are you going? What? Can we join in, or say? You can join us, too. He. With a childlike voice, he spoke very terrifying words. The few city guards whose scalps were numb with fright, one of them actually added in a daze, joining you. He. Yes, you can also turn into fruit. The circle surrounded by a few fruits slowly shrank, and as they approached, those fruits suddenly exuded a sweet and greasy smell that almost made people want to vomit leaves. Yuck. As city guards, they generally have the physique of ordinary people, but after smelling the smell of these fruits, they can't stop vomiting leaves and can't even summon the energy of Pokemon to resist. He. Just when these fruits were about to come into contact with these city guards at zero distance, Lin Cheng took action. Flying Mantis, Vacuum Wave. PFF'd. Those fruits that were close to the city guards were gone in an instant, and they were all cut into pieces and their bodies shattered. Flying Mantis kills the fruit of the face, and gains experience points of 30, 40, 55, 67, 55,441. Flying Mantis upgrades to level 5. Flying Mantis learns skills to gather chi. However, even after being cut into pieces, these fruits still had a weird smile, and they said vaguely, "Hey, do you want to join us?" Similar words, but the breath is getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, it was completely silent. Although those city guards were rescued at the moment, their physical and mental state was extremely poor. Saliva was dripping from their mouths and noses, their hands were pinching their necks, and their faces were terrified. Brother Lin, this is... Zhang Zihao asked with sweat on his forehead. Lin Cheng looked at the chopped fruit, and then looked at the fruit tree in front of him, but did not speak. What's the matter, old housekeeper? We are polite, and the Erwimo family treats us like this. Joshi has a relatively straight temper. He immediately stepped forward and asked the old housekeeper who was leading the way. The old housekeeper had not heard of it, he was still walking on the Bluestone Road on his own. Joshi got angry and his eyes showed a stern look. He stepped forward and grabbed the shoulder of the old housekeeper. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? How could he know that the old housekeeper disappeared out of thin air under this, leaving only a piece of rags and a lantern that did not match the era? What's going on? Zhou Shimao still had the old housekeeper's clothes, but he disappeared. Where are the people? Others are also surprised. How can you change a living person for no reason? With the disappearance of the old housekeeper, the wick of the lantern that fell to the ground was knocked over, and the flame soon ignited the lantern cover and the whole lantern was burning. But for a moment, the lantern went out, and the entire courtyard fell into an unprecedented dead silence. But in this era, who doesn't have a mobile phone? A few people immediately took out the mobile phone and flashlight they carried. Click. Click. Found that, whether it is a mobile phone or a flashlight, all objects that can emit light are completely unusable in this strange yard. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 158_Weird Ink House Open Black Lens Bracket 7th More Close Black Lens Bracket. Lin Zhang Zihao is the closest to Delan City, in this strange environment. Zhang Zihao felt that only by Lin Cheng's side was the safest. Brother Lin, what do you know? Lin Cheng took his head and said in a very calm tone, "Don't doubt, we are stepping into someone else's trap." Quote. Although he had expected it in his heart, he could not help but feel a little strange when he heard Lin Cheng state the facts in such a straightforward tone. Zhang Zihao continued to ask shamelessly, "Then, Brother Lin listens to your tone, you seem to be. Expect this outcome." Lin Cheng nodded. "Then why are you the first to enter so calmly?" Zhang Zihao couldn't help twitching. If one Lan 10 knew Lin Cheng's personality and had the adventure experience of life and death, Zhang Zihao even doubted. Lin Cheng is the inner response of the Mo people. Quote. Lin Cheng said nothing. He couldn't tell Zhang Zihao. It was just because he was in a hurry. The college competition was about to start. Besides, with his strength, this kind of trick is not afraid of whether it is open or secret. So it is natural to maintain an attitude of indifference. Skip this topic, Lin Cheng said casually. Pay more attention. These weeks fruit trees, rockeries, and even running water may be hiding synthetic beasts. Synthetic beasts. Several city guards around Lincheng said in unison. You can temporarily define these things as beasts. As for the meaning of synthetic beasts, you will soon be able to understand with your own eyes. Lin Cheng's tone was still in a hurry. Brother Lin Cheng, you are saying that these fruit trees and rockery are all beasts. How could it be possible? If these things are beasts, why would they only attack us and not the Mo family? You must know that beasts are different from Pokemon, and they are absolutely impossible to be domesticated by humans. This is an instinct written in DNA. It is impossible to reverse with humans. Shish tilde, Lin Cheng raised a finger at the crowd and said softly, the other party has started to do something, pay attention. Hearing this, all the hair on several people rose, even the most powerful of them, Zhou and Zhang Zihao, had the same expression. Crack, crack. This was the sound of stones hitting the ground, accompanied by a strange laugh. Hey, stay here. Boom. A huge palm like a boulder was patted down. Ah, what is this? Because the visibility of the line of sight is relatively low, only a limited number of people saw it, and the one who attacked them was a rockery with a rock body, but a middle-aged face with human hands and feet. Pulu puff tilde. This is a fish like a koi drilled out of the water. The body is a colorful fish body, but the head is also a human face. It's so cold in the water, why don't you come down and swim together? Gia. Many people in the city were so frightened by this scene that their pupils dilated, and then they ran around everywhere. Help. Don't run around. Come to me, it's dangerous to be alone. Zhang Zihao tried to gather everyone in one place. Lin Cheng also frowned slightly at the moment. I didn't expect that this family has fallen to such a level. It has hurt so many lives for the test. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Zhang Zihao communicated with Lin Cheng while managing the crowd running towards him. Suddenly, Lin Cheng's pupils shrank, looked in the direction of Zhang Zihao, and shouted, "Be careful." Quote? Zhang Zihao didn't react at first, but when he saw a red shadow floating in front of him, his heart skipped a beat. Along with these city guards, there is also a woman in red. The woman's red dress was fluttering, her long black hair was loosely scattered on her face, leaving only her scarlet lips. She seemed to be looking at Zhang Zihao, her lips moved slightly as if she was saying something. "Come on, accompany us, Tilda." Zhang Zihao jumped back abruptly, and at the same time, he let out a terrified scream, not because he was timid, but because of the situation. The appearance of this woman was really scary. Pan Mountain King. With Zhang Zihao's rapid incantation, one looks like a mountain, walking upright on both feet, with tough brown bristles on its back, and two sharp double melons, which are its main attack weapons. The King of Mountains uses random grabs. The King of Mountains rolled his body into a ball, then quickly bullied the red-clothed woman, waved his double melons, and grabbed the red-clothed woman abruptly. The woman in red did not panic when she saw this, her dark red lips revealed a playful smile. When the King of the Mountains approached, he instantly turned into a red shadow and caught the air. A straight face, the woman in red had already appeared behind the King of the Mountains, spreading her hands like a phantom and rushing towards the King of the Mountains. Pangshan Wang uses rounding in the back. The woman in red in Zhang Zihao instantly attacked from behind, and knew that it was too late to dodge. Because of the confidence in the defense of the Panshan King's armor, Zhang Zihao let Panshan directly use the rounding skill to turn the Panshan King into a round shape. The body has no dead ends at all. According to normal circumstances, no matter what kind of attack, Zheng 03 Zihao has the confidence to defend. Brush. The phantom of the woman in red swept across the mountain. I thought that the King of the Mountains was unscathed, but the next scene really shocked Zhang Zihao. Between the Kings of the Mountains, the original yellow-brown body turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a symptom of fading vitality. Zhang Zihao was traumatized due to the heavy damage to the natal elves, and he clearly felt that the vitality of the King of the Mountains was rapidly disappearing. If this continued, within a moment or three, the King of the Mountains would die directly. The red shadow seemed to be enjoying the life energy of the Mountain King, and his expression at the moment was very intoxicated. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 159_Synthetic Ferocious Beast Parade, 8th more. But this intoxicated look didn't last long, when it was interrupted by Lin Cheng forcefully. Do you want to make up for your own emptiness by hunting for the vitality of other elves? Then, how about letting you experience the taste of being plundered of vitality? That Hong Ying was enjoying the vitality from the Mountain King, and before he had time to take precautions, he saw a pair of black palms appearing on top of his head. Ghost Stone hands on. The Ghost Stone sleeping technique instantly activated that red cloth without any defenses, and instantly fell into sleep. In her sleep, she only felt that she had returned to the laboratory bug that changed the trajectory of her life and was full of fear. Ah, ah, ah. The shrill screams were endless, and the red-haired woman's screams echoed in the courtyard like she was going mad. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape the pair of ghosts of 26 Ghost Stone. Eat dreams, Lin Cheng commanded with bright eyes. Gauss. Ghost Stone also floated a soul-like phantom from his body. The phantom passed over the woman in red, and brought out a large swath of dazzling vitality. Ghost Stone did not stop and delivered the vitality to the King of the Mountains. The latter's body immediately recovered. Regained some vitality. Zhang Zihao was also mentally relieved. Of Zodiac to Pokemon trainers is self-evident. Lin Cheng's actions obviously saved King Xuanzhen's life, and Zheng Zihao was naturally grateful. Brother Lin, if it wasn't for you this time, my Mountain King would probably. Lin Cheng waved his hand and said, gossip will be discussed later. Now, concentrate on facing the danger in front of you. As Lin Cheng's voice fell, he saw everything around him, as if he had come to life. Those rockery monsters, fish beasts, and the few fruit trees just now rushed towards Lin Cheng and others with strange smiles. At this moment, everyone seems to be facing a parade of beasts. Damn, what the hell are these things? Zhou Shi scolded angrily. At this moment, he had already summoned the natal elf, a 4-star Rumblestone and the rockery monster, engaged in a fight. This Mo family is simply the base of a beast. Although everyone panicked, they recovered, and their level was remarkable. Bai Yi was both a trainer and one of the top guards in Pingjiang City, and they fought back and forth with those strange beasts. Of course, it was also due to Lin Cheng's credit, because he alone restrained the strongest beasts in the courtyard. At this time, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus really faced a stone lion alone. This stone lion was originally a treasure to ward off evil spirits, but in this Mo's mansion, it turned into a synthetic beast. Lion face _ replaced by the combined faces of, those individual faces were originally separate, but at this moment they were forcibly pinched into a ferocious face, constantly shouting, "It's so painful. Come join us," and so on, and every time one sentence is different, sometimes it will become the voice of a child, and sometimes it will become an elderly middle-aged child. Speaking in a mess, the attack is not ambiguous at all, and with the strength of the Tyrannosaurus, it can only be suppressed by touch. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus seized the opportunity and leapt while the stone lion leapt. A undead slamming was followed by a straight drill. Directly hit the stone lion's most vulnerable abdomen and solved the opponent. In addition, the electric shock beast is facing a strange creature in the water. This thing seems to be a hexagonal salamander from a previous life, but at this moment, its 6 tentacles have human faces and no faces, which represent the attacking abilities of different attributes. The young face represents the wind attribute and can release the first-class skills of Wind Blade. Young people represent fire attributes and can release attacks such as Fire Tornado. Women represent water attributes and can release attacks such as Water Bombs. By the elderly can create Earth Walls. Middle-aged people represent the poison attribute, and they can spit out venom when they open their mouths. The last beautiful woman's face represents the grass attribute, which can freely control the growth of the surrounding grass. The 6-horned salamander leaned on these 6 faces, and was actually fighting back and forth with the electric shock beast. However, in the end, the electric shock beast broke through 10 times with a single force and directly swung the exploding fist cross to smash the hexagonal salamander's head. Win the latter with strength. In the end, the result between Ghost Stone and the woman in red came out. The woman in red was directly drained of her soul power by Ghost Stone and turned into a gray fly. May you not suffer such a catastrophe in the next life. Lin Cheng solved all 3 things, and the other city guards were also in the final stage of suppression at this moment. Seeing that the time was almost up, they and Zhou Shi Zheng Zihao walked towards the dimly lit Mo's main hall. Wherever they went, no one was there, but after the catastrophe just now, Zhou Shi, Zheng Zihao and others also vaguely guessed what the Mo family was doing. Seeing no one at the moment, it is natural to know that these guys have ghosts in their hearts and hide. There were also some dangers during this period, but under the strength of Lin Cheng, they were all easily killed. Although Zhou Shi, Zheng Zihao and others had seen Lin Cheng's strength before, the hand that Lin Cheng showed them at close range shocked them even more. Lin Cheng, a 16-year-old boy, already has 3 4-star Pokemon. Ghost Stone Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus and the Electric Shock Beast, although the Electric Shock Beast has 3 stars, but the qualification of Quasi-God, can fight over the star level. They are all Pokemon that can easily work with the same star level and no pressure. The most important thing is that the two discovered that under such circumstances, Lin Cheng still had no sign of using the natal elves. Although there was no evidence, they could still vaguely guess that it was easy to cut off without shadow. A Pokemon without a head is Lin Cheng's natal Pokemon. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 160_Mo Tiancheng's Ambition Open Black Lens Bracket 9th Update Closed Black Lens Bracket. In the dimly lit secret room, there are countless cylindrical utensils, which contain all kinds of beast materials, body parts, or whole corpses. As I walked in, the light gradually became abundant, and the scene illuminated by the light was impressively the human corpses soaked in formalin in a county of men, women and children of all ages. Some of these people still maintain the appearance of human beings, while some of them have been transformed into beast melon legs and feet, or their bodies have been transformed into insects, which are more tragic. Its head is pieced together with beasts, half of which are human faces and the other half are animal faces. It's a hell on earth. Biochemical experiment. This is the biggest secret of the Mers family. Ferocious beasts have been uncontrollable objects since ancient times, but a certain generation of the Mo family suddenly thought, if you can control these strange beasts, wouldn't it form a force that is not lost to Pokemon? This idea was good at first, but in the next step, the secret cultivation and improvement of the Mo family from generation to generation gradually deviated from the original intention. Now, the contemporary Mo family head, Mo Tiancheng, has directly perverted and used living people to make real progress. Test. Patriarch, the old slave has already done the things you explained. The Mos, all of them, bent their bodies and stood in front of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, with a big back and a handsome physique. From the look of it, he can tell that he is a serious and dignified successful person. He is the contemporary patriarch of the Mo family in Pingjiang City, Mo Tiancheng. For the report of the old housekeeper, Mo Tiancheng just nodded lightly and hummed. These city guards really don't know how high the sky is, and they dare to trespass into the Mo mansion and disturb your plan, the owner. Gia, if you want to come, just rely on the pets in the yard, enough for them to drink a pot. Mo's housekeeper. All the while flattering middle-aged people. Those are only half-finished products, they never meet my requirements. Mo Tiancheng slowly turned his head and looked at the specially placed glassware not far away, with a frenzy in his eyes. It's just a little bit, as long as the DNA of this beast is thoroughly analyzed, human beings will truly have the power to control the beast. Congratulations to the Patriarch. Patriarch's plan is successful, and the Mo family's glory is in sight. At that time, this Pingjiang City, no, the entire Federation, will have a place for my Mo family. The old housekeeper also showed a bit of madness in his eyes. Hot. Well, by the way, what about today's test item? Mo Tiancheng turned to the most fundamental topic. Going home, because the mission of Makadung and the others failed, so today's test item, there is only one person. Well, the next thing is to just test the finished product. It's enough for one person. Mo Tiancheng waved his palm and ordered the old housekeeper, bring the test product, he will be honored to be the success of my Mo family. Last piece. Cornerstone. Yes, the big butler obeyed and was about to leave. Okay, Patriarch Mo, I think, you don't have time to carry out this experiment for the time being. In the quiet laboratory, a faint voice sounded out of time, and then the three of Lin Cheng slowly walked to the two of Mo Tiancheng. When Mo Tiancheng saw the three people coming, his face suddenly gloomy. Old butler, what's going on? After a while, Mo Kucheng asked back his most loyal old butler. The sudden appearance of the three of Lin Cheng also shocked the old housekeeper. Obviously, the old housekeeper did not expect that the three of Lin Cheng would be able to break through the courtyard and the main hall guarded by countless synthetic beasts. Patriarch, this is the negligence of the slave, the old slave will take them away now. Mo Tiancheng, you shouldn't explain, what kind of love is this? Friday asked angrily. Oh, the master's heroic talent is not something you can imagine, just give it to me if you know the way. Slow. The old housekeeper was interrupted by Mo Tiancheng halfway through his words, but he saw Mo Tiancheng said lightly, all of this is for the sake of righteousness and rareness. Someone will come here, and I'm still worried about this historic scene. Audience. It's too few, just come and watch this scene together. Butler, bring me the experimental agent, and I will do this final test myself. Housekeeper was also shocked when he heard the words, but the owner, the experimental agent has not been tested yet. No problem, I have confidence in the medicine I made. The so-called trial is just an optional step. The housekeeper knew that the head of the house had made up his mind, so he didn't say more, took out the test tube reagent in the vessel, and was about to hand it over to Mo Tiancheng. Next, Zhang Zihao and Zhou Shi shouted, do you think we will obediently watch and do nothing? The two instantly summoned the elf. But at the same time, Mo Tiancheng also snapped his fingers. Crackling. The crisp sound of glassware breaking. Those De Qianzhao who were originally sleeping in the vessel, the synthetic beasts that were half human and half beast, all woke up at this moment. As an audience, keeping quiet is the most basic etiquette, Mo Tiancheng said with a faint smile. The two captains of the city guard, you should learn from your friends. Mo Tiancheng was referring to Lin Cheng. From the first opening remarks to now, Lin Cheng has never said a word, his eyes are full of wisdom and silence. At this moment, being called by Mo Tiancheng, Lin Cheng also smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to express yourself, take advantage of my interest, do it as soon as possible, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. As the patriarch of the Mo family, Mo Tiancheng was used to winning, and Lin Cheng's calm expression made him frown very displeased, and it was inevitable that he had a bad premonition in his heart. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 161-Synthetic Ferocious Beast Mo Tiancheng 10th Update. However, this feeling was quickly regarded as an illusion by him, and Mo Tiancheng firmly believed that as long as he succeeded in his experiment, he would easily remove any obstacle under absolute power. It's really an impatient audience. As the star of this gorgeous show, I'm still more interested in your special guest. Can you tell me your name? Mo Tiancheng gracefully took the old butler and handed it over of. Experimenting with the beast potion, he asked. Lin Cheng. When Lin Cheng reported his name, Mo Tiancheng's pupils shrank a little, then he covered his face and laughed loudly. What an honor this is, I didn't expect, as the first witness of my successful invention of the beast potion. Will is known as the youngest 5-star trainer in history. As soon as these words came out, the old housekeeper, Zhang Zihao, and Zhou Shi were all shocked. The former did not expect that the assassin who sneaked in this time was so big, and the latter two had not had time to watch any news after they returned, and did not expect to have a friend with such a strong background by their side. But it's a pity that my tickets for this show are very expensive, 193. The price is your life. After that, Mo Tiancheng's eyes began to show a touch of madness. Lifting the test tube is a poke to your heart. Then he screamed out. Ah! Patriarch! The housekeeper was beside Mo Tiancheng, neither approaching nor stepping back. Mo Tiancheng's body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the clothes burst revealed was the limit of what non-human muscles could achieve. 2 horns were born on the top of the head, the eyes turned into narrow and long scarlet eyes, the fingers of the feet and fingers began to grow slowly and become pointed, and 2 slender tails like whips were born at the tail. Roots of red scales grow on the body. On those scales, there are vague signs of human beings. The sharp point is densely covered, and the sky is full of sighs and a white turbid air. Ha 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 ha. Family, patriarch. The Moe's big butler was also a little frightened when he looked at his master's hideous appearance. Are you all right? After a while, the gigantic, sturdy and weird patriarch Mo Tiancheng said in a rough voice, word by word, slowly, it's nothing, nothing, since I was born, I have never felt such a comfortable feeling. Ahahaha, the rude laughter was deafening. Everyone retreats. He slowly lowered his head, looked at Lin Cheng and said, let you all wait. Now we can start the real theme of this show. Speaking, a violent energy bullet condensed on the terrifying giant palm, gathered in the palm, and flashed with a scarlet light, shaking the entire space a little distorted. Lin Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and an imperceptible stream of data flashed in his eyes. 6 Fly. Synthetic Beast Mo Tiancheng. Level 48, 5-star Advanced. Using the DNA fusion of many beasts, combined with the soul blood of countless innocent people, although the strength has increased sharply and can be controlled, there are also hidden dangers because there is too much integration into the soul consciousness, and it is very easy to see blood at the head of the battle. Easy to lose sanity. What should I do, Brother Lin? The appearance of the Mo family's owner is obviously a huge increase in the surrounding synthetic beasts. This time, we are more fortunate than fortunate. Zhang Zihao said with some concern. Before Lin Cheng could speak, the patriarch Mo said, to solve problems, about this, don't worry, since the patriarch has already succeeded, these failed semi-finished products will naturally be gone. Necessary to exist. Let's all become the flesh and blood of the head of the family. The two tails behind Mo Tiancheng suddenly stretched, and then forked into several strips, each of which was extremely precise, pierced into the body of a synthetic beast extremely quickly, and then sucked it. Those synthetic beasts shriveled away at a speed visible to the naked eye, while Mo Tiancheng's body continued to expand and grow. Soon the huge body broke through the alloy steel ceiling of the laboratory and became a monster more than 10 meters in size. Is this still a human being? Zhou Shiguang looked at Mo Tiancheng in astonishment. Yes, I am no longer a man but a god. After Mo Tiancheng absorbed many synthetic beasts, his level increased again. At this time, he was already level 4 and only one step away from the quasi-6 star. Uptak congratulations to the head of the house and the head of the house. The old housekeeper was like a fanatical believer, madly worshipping Mo Tiancheng. Mo Tiancheng laughed loudly and his voice instantly spread throughout the Mo family compound. All synthetic beasts hide and tremble in fright after hearing the sound, which is an instinctive tremor from the human soul. Mo Tiancheng lowered his head slightly, looked at Lin Chengsen, who was as small as an ant, and jokingly said, how? Seeing me like a god, are you too scared to move? At this time, Lin Cheng finally took a step forward slowly, and said calmly, look, this is all your means. Hearing this, Mo Tiancheng's hideous face twitched slightly, and then a kind of anger came out from the bottom of his heart. Boy, don't you think that facing me like this, you still have hope of winning? It's a frog at the bottom of the well. The me now. Don't say those ruthless remarks. I'm tired of listening to it. Since you've already made a move, then I naturally won't hide it. Lin Cheng interrupted Mo Tiancheng's words and smiled lightly. Tone, casually speaking. Okay, haha, good boy, have the guts. After gnashing his teeth, Mo Tiancheng suddenly concentrated his strength on his fist and smashed it in the direction of Lin Cheng with a force of 10,000 tons. Boom. Under the oppression of this force, the ground is close to the fist wind, and the crushed earth is shattered. Zhang Zihao and Zhou Shi didn't have time to react at all, or in other words, even if they could react, they couldn't avoid the attack. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 162_Mo Tiancheng's Fear, First Update. Buzzing. The terrifying fist was crushed. Originally, Mo Tiancheng had expected the scene of Lin Cheng being crushed into meat pie. However, the next moment really shocked him. In front of his huge fist, there is a layer of invisible air barrier, although it seems weak and invisible, but it firmly picks up his fist. Afterwards, he was once again shocked to discover that his fist seemed to be slowly plunged into an invisible quagmire. There was only a few feet in front of him, which was where Lin Cheng and the others were, but half of his arm was caught in the invisible void. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. What's going on? Before he could come to a conclusion, he saw an arc of light flashing across the void. Mo Tiancheng didn't even have time to scream, and half of his arm disappeared. Zhang Zihao, all took a deep breath. Just now, what kind of magic did Lin Cheng use? He lowered one of Mo Tiancheng's arms without making a sound. Pain immediately came. Mo Tiancheng held his broken arm, kept rolling with blood and looked at Lin Cheng in shock, and muttered, "Impossible, how is it possible that I have resentment scales on my body to protect my body?" "That's what," Lin Cheng said with a sneer. Although Mo Tiancheng felt chills in his heart, his strength was not soaring in vain after all, so he didn't use all his strength to attack Lin Cheng. "Then, the chat is over. From now on, the head of the family will kill you with all his strength." After absorbing many synthetic beasts, Mo Tiancheng has mastered countless skills. After seriousness, there will naturally be a burst of attribute attacks, with flames, ice, storms, and thunder. However, no matter what kind of attack, you can't enter the deep forest city for half a minute, and when you reach a certain distance, it will disappear invisible. How is this possible? After a burst of attacks failed, Mo Tiancheng began to panic and blatantly. Nothing is impossible, Paluchia, to return his own attack to him. Space was distorted, surrounded by Mo Tiancheng, and with Lin Cheng's snap of his fingers, countless attacks poured out like Mo Tiancheng. Boom boom boom. Blasting sound reverberated, and a moment later, a huge figure emerged from the white in a daze, gushing out a mouthful of blood. His face was gray, and his body was also covered in blood by the fierce energy. Nearly 10 meters of scratches were poured out on the ground, and then it slowly stopped. Just to cover up the merits, Mo Tiancheng, who is well known in the base of Pingjiang City, has been slapped at will like a fly. This dramatic scene made Zhang Zihao and the others present dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lin Cheng was the so-called youngest 5-star powerhouse, everyone also knew that the strength of Mo Tiancheng's transformation into a synthetic beast was also a high-level 5-star, approaching a 6-star existence. But why is there still no power to fight back? Is the youngest 5-star powerhouse really only 5-star? Looking at the pale, bruised patriarch of the Mo family, Zhang Zihao and the others were also sighing. Patriarch Mo's last words, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Lin Cheng's indifferent voice came out. Ha, ha, Mo's patriarch kept panting, adjusting his state, using both feet and hands together, and finally got up from the ground. At this point, the Mo family's owner not only has no fear, but his eyes are full of hideous and crazy colors. There are only countless resentful voices echoing in my mind. Kill, kill, I hate it, why do I have to die? Among these consciousnesses, there are the patriarchs of the Mo family, there are beasts, and there are more victims. These consciousnesses are mixed together, making Mo Tiancheng even more mad. I want you to die. Mo Tiancheng let out a roar of resentment. The voice spread throughout the Mo family, and the synthetic beasts that were fighting against the city guards in the courtyard have long been scared away. And the expressions of the city guards at the moment are also frightened and fearful. From this sound, they can hear how big the difference in strength between the people who shouted these words and theirs was. My God, what kind of monster is this? Why does it sound like the voice of the patriarch of the Mo family? So, This incident is really the work of the Mo family. Hey, I don't know if the captain and the others are okay. This time the base in Pingjong is going to change. When everyone was talking about it, in the Mo family mansion, there was a huge monster that slowly climbed up from the ground. It will devour all the synthetic beasts that approach, no, all living things. Patriarch, I am your most loyal servant. Ah Chang, you won't kill me, you can't kill me. The old butler was also within Mo Tiancheng's hunting range. Flesh, I want more flesh and blood. Tiancheng is like a monster that has lost his mind at this moment. The old housekeeper was powerless to resist, and he stabbed the old body with his tail. With the tail sucking for a while, the body quickly became a layer of skin. This guy has completely lost his mind. Lin Chengyan Mo Tiancheng had already ignited the destructive impulse, and knew that this matter could no longer be delayed. With a wave of hands, tell Paluchia to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Roar. However, although Mo Tiancheng's consciousness is absent, his fighting instinct has not been lost. He seems to know that Paluchia is not to be messed with. Whenever there are spatial fluctuations, he will quickly dodge. Each. A synthetic beast. With the continuous absorption, Mo Tiancheng's body also continued to grow, and finally, which layer of the protective shield above the Mo family's head was also broken. And crazy roar suddenly spread throughout the entire Pingjong city base. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 163_Onion Ranger, second update. What the hell is this? When they saw Mo Tiancheng's ferocious, terrifying, and huge body, all the residents of Pingjong City were surprised. The city owner of Pingjong City immediately issued an order to let people quickly suppress the monsters that ran out of the Mo family. However, the effect is very limited, because the monster's strength is too strong. The strength of the city guards was ineffective at all, and some people even speculated that even if Wei Zhang, the owner of the base city of Pingjong, personally shot, he would not be the opponent of this monster. Ellipsis. In the Mo family, Lin Cheng asked Paluchia to use the space teleportation ability to save Zheng Zihao and some city guards in the courtyard. He also did not expect that Mo Tiancheng would become a monster after he became a monster. Actually, such a crazy, 203 inches, in order to give himself a first-line opportunity, he escaped from himself and even personally destroyed his own base camp. In order to save people, Lin Cheng had to leave it alone. This time, I really want to thank Brother Lin for causing trouble to Brother Lin. Zheng Zihao's faces were also bitter. In front of monsters like Mo Tiancheng, these city guards were no different from giving away their heads. If it wasn't for Lin Cheng this time, there would be no other way for them to end the game except for the destruction of the entire army. Lin Cheng waved his hand and said it didn't matter. Next, take care of yourselves, I will kill that damn thing. He is now outside Pingjong City. If he is allowed to absorb further energy, the situation will get out of hand. Mo Tiancheng is the gene that synthesizes the beast, and the others are not to be feared, but the only thing is that as long as it is absorbed, it can become infinitely stronger. If it is a little troublesome, if he is allowed to continue to absorb it, it is estimated that even Paluchia will feel it. Tricky. Okay, we will report to the city lord and evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Zheng Zihao and the others also understood the urgency of the situation, so they stopped talking too much, and hurried to get down to business. Then, Lin Cheng quickly found Mo Tiancheng, and this ghastly thing left the Mo family for a while, and it had already soared to a height of nearly 40 meters, a human-shaped monster. We must not let this monster hurt ordinary residents, we must stop him here. The lord of the Pingjong city base, Wei Zhang. At this moment, he personally led the troops and fought against Mo Tiancheng. As the lord of a city-level base, Wei Zhang is actually second to none, possessing a very special Pokemon Onion Ranger. It is estimated that many people will feel strange to hear this name. The appearance of this green onion soldier is very similar to the green onion duck, but the feathers are white, and there is a black eyebrow raised, which makes the whole duck face look serious. Its weapons are also very similar to those of the green onion duck, consisting of a spear made of green onion and a shield made of green onion leaves. Scallion duck was originally jokingly referred to as an ingredient wizard with its own condiments, and was once ridiculed. Many trainers who summoned scallion duck were so embarrassed that they dared not use their destiny to spoil them. But Wei Zhang is a strange man. He is proud of his scallion duck. After going through countless battles with his natal elves, one day, his scallion duck evolved. After the evolution of the onion troopers, the strength and attributes have been completely changed, from the general flight attribute of the green onion duck to the pure fighting attribute. Mo Tiancheng's pace was really stopped thanks to the efforts of the green soldiers and the city guard Pokemon. Soon, however, Mogosuk uses his trump card. Tail Absorption. Just when a Pokemon was about to suffer, Lin Cheng arrived. Dragon Gourd. The sharp double melon brought a dragon roar. Paluchia skipped it, and easily cut off Mo Tiancheng's tail. Mo Tiancheng suddenly let out a shrill roar. Lin Cheng appeared elegantly in front of everyone, and Wei Zhang was naturally puzzled. You are City Lord. At this time, Zhang Zihao and others also found Wei Zhang, and soon, they found that Lin Cheng was also here. Brother Lin, are you here too? He was surprised at first, and then quickly introduced Lin Cheng's origins to Wei Zhang. After hearing that Lin Cheng was a 5-star trainer, Wei Zhang immediately showed a respectful look. Even though he was also a 5-star trainer himself, he also knew very well what it meant that Lin Cheng had 5-star strength at his age. The future of the other party is limitless, such existences can only be good, not bad. It turned out to be Brother Lin. Why do you look up? In the first sentence, Wei Zhang brought Lin Cheng closer to him and became a brother. Originally, when Brother Lin came here, I should have hosted a banquet, but I didn't expect that Brother Lin would be very ashamed to see me such a catastrophe in Pinjiang City. City Lord Acropolis doesn't need to be too polite. When things like this happen, there are natural and man-made disasters that cannot be prevented by external forces. Since I am a trainer, I naturally have to do my best to pass by and take action without permission. I hope City Lord Acropolis will not take offense. What? Although Lin Cheng's remarks are a bit high-sounding, those who are officials love to listen to these kinds of words. What Lin Cheng said almost filled Wei Yang's heart, and he immediately felt good about Lin Cheng. It's a huge increase. Brother Lin is really a wonderful person, but unfortunately, now is not the time, otherwise, I have to drink a few drinks with my brother. Don't worry, it's time to get this shit sorted out. There's time. Wei Zhang listened to Lin Cheng and seemed to want to solve Mo Tiancheng by himself, and quickly reminded, Brother Lin, I have just speculated on the strength of this guy, and it is estimated that he is only one step away from the quasi-6-star. A person. The Acropolis Lord can rest assured and leave it to me to deal with it. Wei Zhang wanted to say something, but was discouraged by Zhang Zihao behind him. The backbone didn't say anything about Wei Yang's trust in his captain of the city guard. Lin Cheng looked at the huge Mo Tiancheng in front of him, and Mo Tiancheng also saw Lin Cheng. Moonlight's gaze instantly made Mo Tiancheng go berserk, roaring, Lin Cheng. Kill L. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 164_Chop the Air, third more. Want to kill me? First weigh your own abilities. Lin Chengguang summoned Paluchia to the front, and handed the latter a huge dragon gem. Paluchia took over the dragon's gem, and the strength of her body suddenly increased. Fight for one hit, and it will change later. Paluchia nodded. When the dragon gem was crushed, its one-handed phantom skyrocketed and gradually dyed a layer of dreamy void color for a while, and the entire space shook. What kind of skill is this? Wei Zhang, as a city lord, can be considered knowledgeable, but the skill that Lin Cheng ordered Paluchia to release at this moment shocked him. It was hard for him to imagine that there would be elf can use skills to the extent of affecting the space. Is this what Brother Lin relies on? Joshi and Zheng Zihao were also amazed, looking at Paluchia's attack, the corners of their mouths twitching constantly, the gap between them is too great. At the same time, Mo Tiancheng, whose eyes were bloodshot and flushed, didn't have any scruples. A huge mouth was suddenly torn open from the chest, and a terrifying destructive leaf breath was suddenly released during the breath of the huge mouth. That air is also in this terrifying breath, rubbing and making a harsh sonic boom. Hands on Paluchia. Paluchia and Mo Tiancheng shot at almost the same time. Breath of ashes. Asian slash. Breath burned everything, even Zhang He was burned at that moment, but the slashes that Paluchia unleashed were no waves. It just suddenly solidified when the leaf breath was about to overflow. Immediately afterwards, like a solid, it was chopped and destroyed, and then it was crushed and crushed. Mo Tiancheng was cut into pieces in an instant, like tofu. Then it is absorbed into nothingness, leaving no wreckage. Everyone's expressions were unbelievable. These city guards also had a good deal with Mo Tian. The opponent's strength was so strong that they didn't say anything, but Lin Cheng's elves were relying on their own strength to fight hard. Rivals. Crushed. This son will be a great talent in the future. Wei Zhang suddenly thought of this. What followed was a series of finishing touches. With such a big incident, the Mo family's industry was naturally completely suppressed by the Federation. In the past, the splendid Mo's in the Pingzhong base was defeated. Some people sighed, but absolutely no one regretted it, because after all, the former did such a thing that people and gods are angry with. You know, in this era of beasts rampant, it can be. Survival is not easy. Now it is necessary not only to guard against beasts, but also to guard against one's own kind. The human body is used for experiments. This is definitely a fatal blow to the development of mankind. And Guan Lincheng's deeds were also widely leaked. At the base in Pingzhong City, various news reports and personal information about Lin Cheng were endlessly heard. Looks like a savior. However, as a party, I didn't pay much attention to it. I just thought that it was time to leave. When he left the city gate, Lin Cheng suddenly realized that someone was following him. He pretended to be unaware and slowed down. The moment he left the city gate, a figure quickly attacked Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng didn't even need to turn around without the shadow behind him squirming for a while. Ghost Stone suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed the purple palm, immediately grabbing the knife used by the sneak attacker in his hand. Lin Cheng slowly turned his head and found a haggard and pretty face. This person was originally a beautiful embryo, but after experiencing the family mutation during this period, it was also a night where a phoenix on the branches turned into a chicken. Blue silk is a little messy, and the pretty face is also a lot thinner. Mo Meow Meow was holding the blade in her hand while tears flowed, and there was a complex resentment in Lin Cheng's eyes, father's enemy. Are you going to kill me with this little toy? Lin Cheng said calmly. It's just a try. If I kill you, I will kill myself. If I can't kill you, I will also be killed by you. I have no home, no family, and am I still afraid of dying? Hoarse shout. Do you know what your father did? Lin Chengguang looked at Mo Meow Meow. Silently shook his head in confusion. I don't know, but this doesn't prevent me from hating you and ruining my life. Naturally, it is impossible for the Federation to handle affairs as in ancient times. Those who are involved in the 9 clans are usually arrested and punished for those who are related to the matter. Although the family business will be taken away, the life of the unrelated people will be taken away. The face of it, I wouldn't interfere too much. After all, in this day and age, the population is too precious, especially the trainer with Pokemon. What your father has done has hurt more than one family. Those who are caught by his scourge to do experiments may also have a family, and they may also cherish and protect people. They may also be the backbone of the family. Only hope, but did your father ever think of that? Although it is too much for you to take on your father's personal crimes, but at least you, received Zhao, must face up to the crimes your father committed. If you can't do this, then your life, I will take it now, let's go. As a 5-star trainer, Lin Cheng's rights are not too big, and he is definitely not too small. In addition, the other party is a family member of the perpetrator, and he took the initiative to attack himself. If he was killed, he could only say that he deserved it. Under the command of Lin Cheng, Ghoststone approached Mo Miao Miao with a ghost hand, and the latter also looked like he was being disposed of by Jun. Seeing this, Lin Cheng also sighed slightly in his heart. For some reason, he felt a bit of pity, and then, with his eyes, he ordered Ghoststone to use some hypnosis skills. Hypnosis, its main effect can indeed make the enemy fall into a sleep state, but also, just like the name, it can hypnotize the enemy a little and evoke some memories of the opponent. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 165 _ I don't want to die, fourth more. In my memory, I remembered the pictures of my childhood playing with my father. I remembered that I grew up slowly, my mother died, my father was busy with work and neglected the interaction with me. I thought of myself. Longing for friends, longing for friendship, thinking that I once had a dream, to be a Pokemon protector, thinking that I also dream of having a boyfriend who loves me, loves myself, and takes care of myself, and thinks that I will. All possibilities. Silently, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down her pretty face, holding her head like a helpless child. But in the end, he was stubborn and didn't beg for mercy, didn't open his eyes. It was not a cold ghost melon, but a warm palm that landed on Meow's head. Quote. Mo Miao opened her pretty eyes in astonishment, and there were still tears in her eyes. So was Lin Cheng's calm and gentle expression. And, the fear of death made her shout out, I don't want to die, woo woo. The cry is the pear blossom with rain, and the cry is so relieved. Lin Cheng slowly raised his palm, and then, very naturally, he held 213 on his subtle hand. At this moment, Mo Miao stopped crying, like a child held by his father, staring at Lin Cheng with red eyes. Now, where do you live? Lin Cheng said softly. Silently, he pointed to Lin Cheng in the direction. Took Mo Miao back home so slowly. Since most of Mo's family property was expropriated, Mo Miao now lives in a rented house with her nurse who took care of her since childhood. At this time, because Mo Miao disappeared for no reason, the nurse was anxious to die. Seeing a young man, she brought Mo Miao back with her hand, and she was naturally very grateful. Thank you very much, little brother, thank you very much. While thanking Lin Cheng, the nurse expressed her condolences to see Meow with a crying voice. Miss, please don't scare me, now that something happened to the master, if you still. What happens, then I am really to blame. Listening to the nurse's sincere condolences, Mo Miao hugged Cad with the nurse, and cried at one time, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Look, isn't this still someone worried about you? Lin Cheng said with a smile, looking back and walking away slowly. After walking a few steps, I suddenly thought of something, stopped again, and said, oh, yes, if you want to kill me in the future, you can always accompany me, but it is best to weigh your strength. If you are caught by me, you will not be like today. I will forgive you so easily. Lin Cheng smiled when he said this, and if he didn't listen to the content, others even thought he was saying goodbye. When the voice fell, Lin Cheng was not staying, summoned burning, and asked him to attach electromagnetic float to himself. Shish, flew away. The nanny originally thought that Lin Cheng was a good person, but after hearing Lin Cheng say the last sentence, it didn't feel right. That eldest lady, who is that young man? Mo Meow Meow replied lightly, kill my father's enemy. The nurse was shocked when she heard this. But instead, he sighed with relief. The news is flying all over the sky these days. Even the unwitting servants like the nurse can easily know the truth. All this was done by Mr. Mo's own death, and he can't blame others. Hey, it's a pity that the good guy, if it wasn't for the matter of the master, the eldest lady would really be able to interact with others more, and at first glance, she is a promising child. As soon as the nurse said this, Mo Meow Meow immediately pushed her nurse away, fled from her embrace, and walked towards her bedroom. Even if the nurse called his name from behind, he would not stop. Jika. He locked himself in the door, covered his heart in a silent way, and found that because of what the nurse just said, his heart was beating so fast, and when he touched his cheek, it was also hot and hot. What happened to yourself? After Lin Cheng left Pingjiang City, he went straight to the 100 Schools conference and found a shuttle, taking a special express flight seat of the Eagle hunting team in the middle. Brave Eagle is a Pokemon of the flying type with a more pleasing shape and growth. A normal-sized Brave Eagle can grow to a height of about 15 and spread its wings, which is enough to have 3 meters, sufficient combat power and endurance. Yes, it is the mainstream flying artificial for transportation and transportation between big cities. Although Lin Cheng could use Paluchia to teleport directly, it was fine anyway, and he also wanted to see the special feeling of riding a flying Pokemon along the way. Dangers along the way, and Lin Cheng soon arrived at the destination, the center of the Jiangnan Province base. Jinling Base. Dream base in the eyes of trainers in Jiangnan Province. Only a few highly talented trainers in Jiangnan Province are qualified to come to this base. At the same time, the 4 major universities and hundreds of other large and medium-sized universities also use this light to visit the highest-level provincial bases that they may only visit once in a lifetime. And the place they are going to this time is the center of Jinling City. Jinling Castle. Countless students walked on the way to Jinling Castle, all gasping for breath and widening their eyes. The place is really too big, and there are bluestone paving all around. Every piece of bluestone seems to exude a warm energy. Siping simply walks on it, and he can upgrade his Pokemon directly. The buildings on both sides are even more incredible, magnificent and magnificent, with dragons and phoenixes carved. Of the jewels are on these buildings, and they are just simple decorations. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 166 _ The talents of the 4 major colleges and universities have come out, the 5th more. And the residence here is even more silk, walking with wind. No matter what position you are in, you are actually proud, even if it is an ordinary flat. It seems to be integrated with the Pokemon trainer. There is no other place like that. Reverence, not the slightest shyness. Countless students looked at the gorgeous surroundings, and the traffic at the moment was full of hustle and bustle, as if they had come to another world. There is no trouble with beasts, only the prosperity of human culture. Looking at some of the students' actions, the teachers and deans of some schools took the opportunity to brainwash them. If you want to live in this big city for a long time, you must first think about how to stand out in this conference. This time, the Governor-General of Jiangnan Province, Lord Shengguan, is also coming forward, leaving a good impression on her and guaranteeing a bright future for you. Such a stimulus, the boys and girls were even more excited. He calmed down immediately. It was so difficult to make it to the top of this conference. This conference not only gathered some famous schools and 4 universities in Jiangnan Province, but also some colleges and universities in other provincial capitals on the mainland. will also rush over to join in the fun. It is a top event between the colleges in the vicinity. I am afraid that the only ones who can really compete at the top are the top 3 talents among the 4 major universities. Most of the students looked at the top 4 colleges and universities who were at the forefront of the college. Liao Chuncho is now number 1 in Xingbo College's Tianzhou list. Xingbo College's Tianzhou list is number 2, and Lengyan is number 3 Guli. Now Xinghu College is the first on the Tianzhou list, Fengmiao Ocean. Xinghu College is second on the Tianzhou list, and Tonga has the third Situ, Cheng. Currently the first in the Tianzhou list of Galaxy College, the second in the Yangtsinghei College Tianzhou list. The third in the Galaxy College Tianzhou list, Yuan Haosheng, the fourth banquet month. Fengjuan, Xinjiang College, Tianzhou, Tianyu, Xinghai College, Tianzhou. Surprisingly, I didn't expect that the top 3 of the strongest star academies in Jiangnan province were all girls and they were all beautiful. Along the way, those male students, no matter which one, will consciously or unintentionally aim at the 3 graceful girls. The 3 have different temperaments. Tan Xiaoling gives people a sense of quirky and cute skin, while Tianyu has a feeling of tranquility and elegance, and the feeling of being a lady. In the end, the phoenix silk and satin attracts the moonlight to the audience. Figure is plump and exquisite, outlines the attractive arc, the blue silk is pouring out, wearing a golden battle, the phoenix is proud and the neck is as white as a swan. Wow! A lot of daring boys even burst out laughing and cheering, and Youngbai would not have the ability to resist this beautiful young woman like a flower. However, these noisy sounds were quickly stopped, because the boys who were making a fuss all fell asleep without warning the next moment. This scene terrified the people around them. Sister Satin, are you doing this too much? Others don't know who did it, but Tan Xiaoling, who knows Satin very well, reacted immediately, but he didn't feel much resentment. Instead, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. Huh, who told them that these stinky boys have such unruly eyes? Feng Shunan said without caring. It's no wonder who said that silk and satin are so beautiful. Another soft voice came out, and the speaker was Tianyu, who was the second in Xinjiang Academy. Tianyu, are you even teasing me? I hate it, you two are looking for it, said Feng Shunan, posing to chase the 2 daughters. The 2 women also immediately begged for mercy, and all kinds of coquettish voices came out. Hearing that the boys around were all ecstasy, but with the lessons learned, these boys didn't dare to make a fuss. As for the 2 women, Tan Xiaoling and Tianyu, who were the second and third in Guan Xinjiang College, if Lin Cheng was present, they would have recognized it immediately. They were the 2 women who had easygoing conversations with him and participated in the township-level test. Unexpectedly, it was only after entering the assigned school for 1 year, and these 2 women also became 5-star studded existences. Yahahaha, really, our school lacks the second place, and I feel like it's not popular enough. The most powerful Yan led the Galaxy Academy team, walking in the front, behind him was Yuan Haosheng, and the others Moon. This, a cross, sign appeared on Yuan Haosheng's forehead. Yan, are you looking for trouble with me? Although Yuan Haosheng voluntarily gave up his second position in the academy, he was not really convinced. As a real top talent, he naturally has his own arrogance. Losing to Lin Cheng was also a big blow to him. In the days that followed, he worked hard to hone his Pokemon skills and bond with Pokemon all the time. Don't be angry, don't be angry, Yan said with a ha-ha. It's not ashamed to tell that guy is a monster. Yuan Haosheng was puzzled. What do you mean? Yan Wenyan did not explain. Because of the family intelligence, Yan still knew something about Lin Cheng, and he was basically sure that the Lin Cheng in the news was the second in their academy. Of the youngest 5-star trainer before Lin Cheng is almost known to the whole world. After all, the media did not broadcast Guanqian Lin Cheng's portrait, which led to everyone who did not know the true face of Mount Lu and the trainees. Those who knew Lin Cheng at best knew that Lin Cheng's strength was extraordinary, but they did not involve him with the youngest 5-star trainer who was currently a smash hit. One was a student of the school and the other was currently national. The famous and popular young trainer. The gap between the two is too big to make people think. Yuan Haosheng, before the competition, you have to compete with me first. You don't want to sit in the second lady. The person who spoke was Yu, who was in the dormitory before, who was against Lin Cheng. The girl was wearing a dress at this time. A dark blue dress. The mysterious and sultry figure that sets off her appearance. Her face is not lost to the charming girls of Xinjiang Academy. Ming and she is now a little dissatisfied with her ranking being squeezed into 4th place. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 167 _ The 100 Courts Conference begins, 6th update. Yuan Haosheng didn't care about Xian Yu's provocation, whether it was a Pokemon star rating or a battle experience instruction. Yuan Haosheng was conceited and would not lose to Xian Yu's weight. Ha ha ha, alright. You all take a rest. This time our opponents are people from the other 3 universities, and guys from other provinces. Yan was a peacemaker in the middle, and at the same time, Qi Guang sweep the other 3 highs. The existence of the school's 1st place, and Tianzhao from other provincial schools. Brother Yan is very right, so, in order to lighten the burden, our 2 schools can consider an alliance. It was Liao Chuncho from Xingbo College who said this. This guy has always had a good relationship with Yan. On the side of Liao Chuncho, there is a graceful figure. Second 4, she is wearing a long white dress that she is accustomed to. She has a delicate appearance and is also a rare beauty. This person is the 2nd place in Xingbo College. Lang Yanqi. Lang Yan was silently looking at the team of Galaxy Academy along the way. She found that there was no Lin Cheng in the team of Galaxy Academy, and she couldn't help but look a little disappointed. And behind her, there was a man who looked at Lang Yanqi with a very obsessive gaze. He was covered in bronze complexion. This man was Ji Yu Li, the 3rd student of Xingbo Academy. Sister Yanqi, are you thirsty? I have some glacial water here. Drinking it will also benefit the ice-type elves. Sister Yanqi, it seems that your ivory pig has become stronger recently. I just got a ground-based skill book, do you want to read it? Sister Yanqi. Although Lang Yan is the 2nd on the Xingbo Tianzhao list, she belongs to the latter. So Ji Yu Li called her a junior girl, which is normal, but Ji Yu Li's actions made Lang Yan very unhappy. Ji Yu Li, please stay away from me, don't bother me with everything. Lang Yan snorted coldly, quickened her steps, and put Ji Yu Li behind her. Ji Yu Li stood on the spot with a gloomy expression. Originally, he thought he was a senior, and he was a little thin. He could still speak in front of Lang Yan. Changed after. No matter what he said, even if it was about Lang Yanqi's usual promotion of the elf level, Lang Yanqi expressed indifference. From that moment on, his sense of existence was reduced to the lowest level in history. Why is this? He asked himself more than once. It was not until he got drunk with Liao Chuncho that he learned a little bit of information. It turned out to be a student of Galaxy College, and he had lured junior sister Lang Yan's heart. In addition to Yan, the 2 men who were assigned to the Galaxy College mission were the mysterious 2nd place. Today, Junior Lang Yan is obviously not interested in Yan, so it means that Junior Lang Yan cares about that mysterious 2nd place. However, no matter who he is, Ji Yu Li is not afraid. Thinking of this fruit, Ji Yu Li's eyes burst into flames of fighting spirit. The 4 major colleges and universities and the last Xinghu College, the style of painting is a bit inconsistent, and the air is a bit frozen. The students of other colleges are full of youthful vigor, showing their youthful handsomeness and beauty to the fullest, but they are a row of monks, and most of the members are Feng Tian, who is led by boys. The name sounds very domineering, but he is a man with a shiny bald head. Although Situ Ching is not as wild as Feng Miao Ocean, he is similar, and he has a bald head. Inch hairstyle. The group of Tianzhou elites behind them are similar to the three leading ones. The second student of Xinghu College dared to say, "Boss, they are all laughing at your hairstyle." Feng Miao Ocean's unconscious mouth twitched with sweat and said, "Shut up, don't talk and don't think you are dumb." Yeah, there are many ways to beat people without slapping their faces, and scolding people without exposing their shortcomings. Although Situ Qingzeshui was so hungry, he was still quite proud in his heart. Compared with the boss, they still have hair. Who knew that was 50 steps to laugh at 100 steps? The end. There are several teams from other provincial bases. These people are few and far between, and they can't even form a team, but there are many strong people among them. The elves released by some people are obviously evolved 4-star elves. Spirit. This level, among the 4 major universities, is also in the top 10. Wait until all students are admitted. In the sky, the deans of the 4 major colleges and universities, as well as the deans of various famous colleges, all stood on the high platform, standing in 2 rows at the exit, watching the battle, obviously to welcome the appearance of a big man. As a space crack bloomed, a beautiful woman dressed in a black suit of women's style appeared gorgeously. This person is naturally the governor of the Jiangnan United Headquarters, Shengguan Luan. After Shengguan Luan walked out, there was an equally graceful and beautiful girl behind him. It was Shengguan Luyu who took off his male attire. After the two took the stage, the principals of the 4 major universities, co-authored by the principals of the famous universities, said in unison, "Welcome to the governor of Shangguan. Welcome to the governor of Shangguan." Sound spread over and over again, and finally, it resounded through the entire Jin 03 Mausoleum Castle. Shangguan Luan waved his hand, and the scene returned to silence. Now, the 100 Houses Conference, the official start On the high platform, Shangguan Luyu's voice sounded beautiful and serious. Of Jinlin Castle is a very strange and unique battlefield. Its shape is somewhat like a pyramid with clear steps, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, layer by layer. There are hundreds of huge battle arenas, and to open the platform to the upper floor, you need to defeat the corresponding enemy. The highest place is almost at the same level as the rooftops and the deans of famous colleges and universities. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 168_Pyramid Duel, 7th Update. All contestants must fight all the way to the bottom of the ring, and finally stand on the peak arena, and the final opponent, a male and a female. In order to prevent the students from their own schools from coming into contact with each other prematurely, the fighting usually confuses and disperses the forces of all parties. This not only ensures that the college's own combat power is not damaged, but also tests the students' adaptability. The Pokemon battles aren't just the star level, that's the key to the battle. Attributes, skills, characteristics, strategies, etc. are all key guiding indicators that control the battle situation. As the giants on the stage issued their orders, the game officially began. One after another, the shadows of Pokemon rushing and slashing staggered, and a wide variety of attributes attacking strange skills and moves exploded violently in this pyramid arena. Xinghei Tianzhou 4th Lu Zusheng. Xingbo Tianzhou's 2nd and 9th Kai Mingliang wins. The huge duel arena, the anger was already extremely hot at this time. Students from all over the Jiangnan province, as well as the local trainer residents, all gathered on these 26 young students. The resounding sound of victory and defeat resounded around the duel arena, and there would be a burst of cheers. At the same time, the faces of the players who won the game would be very glorious. Lao Lu, your granddaughter's strength has improved a lot. If you want to come to real strength, She will never stop at the 41st, right? On the vice president's seat of the level of the deans of the academy, many people agreed that Lu Shui is Lu Qing's grandson. Female, after winning a strong enemy, they immediately stepped forward to congratulate. Haha, I've won the prize. Although Lu Qing was modest on the surface with his old friends, he was just laughing, but he was also happy in his heart. Speaking of Lu, your granddaughter's flying mantis is fierce. Did you help it? Some people also found the key. Lu Shui's flying mantis is even stronger than her natal Pokemon, Snow Maiden. Something abnormal. The process of obtaining the flying mantis, the old man did not participate at all. Lu Qing stroked his beard and said lightly, and added a subsidy in his heart. This flying mantis comes from our school's hunting ground. When I got it, it was still an elf egg. It was obtained by my old granddaughter and a friend of hers, who worked hard to get it. Her friend also got a fly. Sky mantis elf egg. Oh, it's really good luck to dare to love. Everyone sighed and sighed. Races with extremely high birth strength like the flying mantis are also rare among all magical treasures. At the same time, someone caught the key point, too. Speaking of Lao Lu, you said that your granddaughter's friend has a flying mantis. How is the strength compared to your granddaughter? Ho ha ho tilde, said this. Lu Qing smiled without saying a word. The Ji Yuxing Academy had already instructed that he would not reveal half of the information without Lin Cheng's permission. Lu Qing still didn't take it to heart, but when he heard that Lin Cheng had fought against 3 5-star beasts by himself, he immediately adjusted his mentality. This former student had already stood up with them unknowingly. Equal. ... Not to the steps above them. If it still maintains the original state, it is very likely that the root of the disaster will be buried. Thinking of this, Lu Qing naturally wouldn't care about the contemptuous moonlight of those old friends, just pretending to be crazy and selling stupid. In this college competition, although there are many talents from famous schools who have come out to buy more outstanding roles, they are still from the 4 major colleges and universities, as well as colleges outside the province. Boom. In the field, the powerful elemental forces collided with each other, and then there was an explosion. 2 Pokemon silhouettes staggered and ejected one of the silhouettes. The wolf fox was shocked and flew out, and finally fell directly. When they arrived at the periphery of the Pyramid Duel Arena, they rolled all the way down. Super Power King, Tong Deo exclaimed in shock, and then, his other Pokemon, Howley, was also knocked off the duel field one after another. Victory and defeat at this moment. Xinghu College has the same great success, and loses. Hu City Colleges and Universities, Starlight Year, Win L. Hearing the referee's resounding shouts, there were bursts of astonished cries from the field, and there were also some mocking points from other colleges in other provinces. Crunchy Tongdeo clenched his teeth silently, although he usually behaved simple and honest, but at this time he lost so easily, and he was a little unwilling and regretful. He was also the 2nd place in Star Lake Academy. Now, even half the time of the game, he didn't even get to the end of the game, so he lost so easily. Hey, is this the strength of Tianzhou of the 4 major colleges and universities in Jiangnan province? It's really vulnerable. I heard that you are still the 2nd place in Xinghu College. You are still the 2nd place at this level, and 260 can imagine that the 1st place is nothing more than that. Span. Hey, I'll just say it here. This conference, the top 3 nouns, you don't even want to have any of the famous universities in Jiangnan province. All of them will be taken by the people from the universities in our city and stand next to the names on the venue. Only black. The young man in Luga looked at Tongdeo with a sneer, and laughed. Hee, on my own territory, I was deprived of the top spot by people from other provincial bases. Thinking about it, that kind of feeling should be very refreshing, right? Ha ha. Xing Guangnian's constant ridicule completely angered the simple and honest man. Chinese. Zidong Deu's eyes lit up, his body moved, not to mention taking advantage of Xing Guangnian's unpreparedness to punch him in the cheek. Suddenly Xing Guangnian flew out, and his cheeks were already swollen to the naked eye. After rolling 2 laps on the ground, finally trying to stabilize his body, Xing Guangnian puffed out his cheeks and said angrily, "What do you want to do, bastard?" Tong Dayu's eyes were blood red, and his face was full of anger. The real battle is always to fight until the last soldier. Laozi's Pokemon loses, but Laozi still has these fists. Saying that, Tong Dayu raised his fists and continued to pounce towards Xing Guangnian. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 169_strong. Open black lens bracket 8th more close black lens bracket. The bang bang ending was predictable. As a human, no matter how good your physical fitness is, you can't fight against Pokemon. Tong Dayu's actions, although relieved and bloody, but the price is also bruised and bruised. Keeming is obviously a waste, but it still made me spend so much time. Xing Guangnian was no longer the light-hearted at the beginning. After a series of crazy actions with Datong just now, he looked at him in a state of embarrassment at the moment. Since you said that you will fight to the last soldier, this young master will fulfill you and send you directly to hell. Xing Guangnian was also red-eyed at this moment, and he was directly driving the magic shell to do something to Tonga Dead Hand, Haruga. How sharp are the teeth? If the human body is slashed twice, although it will not be killed on the spot, the infection and injury will increase and the second half of life will likely be directly destroyed. Stop. At this time, the referee made his move, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a high-level sucker golem. Although the sucker golem is not outstanding in terms of superpower, its ability to create an air wall is well known to everyone. Brush brush. Minutes, in front of Tong Dayu, a series of transparent walls were erected, blocking all the attacks of Haluga. That Xing Guangnian glanced at the referee angrily. How could he not see the tricky behavior just now? Tong Dayu lost the game and came out again, but the referee didn't speak. When he fought back, the referee took action to protect him. But this is normal, after all, this is their territory. After he figured it out, Xing Guangnian didn't say anything, and looked indifferently at Tong Dayu, who had been reached by his own black lugar, and walked up the promotion stage with a sneer. The audience was stunned. As for the big guys on the high platform, their anger was a little weird. President of the city, the genius of your school is really good. Shangguan Luan praised in a calm tone. He, thanks to the director of Shangguan, I am ashamed to be a small courtyard. The dean of the city college is a chubby middle-aged man with small eyes and looks very smooth. Shangguan Luan nodded and continued, but your students, looking at Yazi who doesn't seem to be very smart, this is about the duty of a man. Your students don't study like the principal of Hushi College. Hearing this, the head of the city college did not get angry. He laughed and said, what the governor of Shangguan taught is that after the game, the small courtyard will talk to the children. Don't be too high profile about winning. Shangguan Luan heard the words and raised her eyebrows slightly, but in the end, she did not continue to speak. As Bai Yi, as a superintendent, she needs to maintain her own identity, and some words should not be too protective. Hao Shengdao, the dean of Xinghu College, doesn't care about this. Even if he said loudly to the dean of the city, he is not afraid of talking too much and flashing his tongue. Dean Hushi squinted his eyes slightly, and there was a bit of intriguing light in his eyes. Oh. What does Dean Xinghu mean? Hao Shengdao proudly said, our school students are not so vulnerable. The discussion of several college principals just fell, and at this moment in the duel arena, a voice resounded. Too fierce. Are those students from Xinghu College? Everyone suddenly discovered that all the students of Xinghu College burst into small universes one by one after seeing Tong Dayu being carried down on a stretcher. Especially as Feng Miao Ocean, who ranked first in the Star Lake College Tianzhou list. After that, he instantly defeated several Tianzhou trainers from the market. Afterwards, seeing his shining bald head glowing in the sun, his spleen eyes swept towards Xingguangnian, his thumb swiped towards his neck and made a provocative action. The meaning is obvious. Wash my neck and wait. Xingguangnian smiled coldly, disapprovingly. In addition, other students also showed their talents. Among them, the women of Xinjiang College have become a bright sight in this duel arena. They are not only slim, but also bright in strength. Among them, Feng Silk, leader, Tan Xiaoling and Tian Yuesan, the three women, killed the quartet, and no one was his opponent under the sweep. On the Tianzhou ranking also gradually showed their strength. Yan Liao Chuncho, Yuan Haosheng, Lang Yan Mingyu, Bai Xinyu, and others all rushed to the middle level of the dueling pyramid. Among them, there are naturally many dark horses. For example, there is a famous school called Shuiqi Academy, and there is a person nicknamed Shuiyu Gongzi. Although he is a boy, he looks very handsome. At the time, the elf in the hand is also very strong, and the natal elf used is a relatively rare water-flying elf dancing swans. The dancing swan is just like its name. It is an elegant elf like a swan. There are two feathers on its chest similar to the inner clothes of a woman, so it will be considered as a female Pokemon. The sex of swans is male and female, and the ratio of the two is very close. With the gorgeous water attribute attack and the convenience of flying attribute, the dancing swan has also come to the present relatively smoothly, by Wang Hao. Oh it's very interesting. Sister, can I try it too? The girl who had been staying obediently behind Shengguan Luan asked in the middle of the competition. When the question was asked, a playful look flashed in his eyes. From the time when Shengguan Luan came on stage with a young girl behind her, many of the academy leaders in the audience already knew the origin of this girl. Not only was it somewhat surprising when the young girl called Shengguan Luan her sister. I've never heard of it. The governor of Shengguan has a younger sister. Shengguan Luan heard her sister's request. She was a little helpless. What did you do for the Silk Family Academy competition? Well, sister, didn't you forget that I stayed at Galaxy Academy for a while? Speaking of which, I'm still a student of Galaxy Academy. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 170_Lincheng to Jinling first update. ? It was Ji Yuxingzu who made the voice of doubt. Ji Yuxing thought that he would not have noticed that a big guy like Shengguan Luan's sister came to his school. Many college principals focused on Ji Yuxing with strange eyes. Knowing that he had lost his way, Ji Yuxing coughed softly and said, "That little sister, please, when did you come to our school?" Although he knew it was a bit funny to say this at this time, Ji Yuxing still asked the question with a realistic attitude. The girl replied with a smile on her face, "Headmaster, it was you who put me in the dormitory 1 to 62. Quote? Ji Yuxingzu suddenly thought of something. Then the girl continued to laugh. "It's me, Shengguan Luyu." Ji Yuxing immediately remembered the fake little girl who was recruited because of the people above. Now I know that it was a pretty girl. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Shengguan Luyu smiled and said in the direction of Shengguan Luan, "Sister Ni, the principal of the 270-year-old school should also remember it. It doesn't matter if I appear on the stage now." Shengguan Luan shook his head helplessly and said lightly, Stop, it's up to you." Hearing this, Shengguan Luyu naturally excitedly summoned the evolved polygonal beast Il. As a family member of the superintendent, it is too simple for Shengguan Luyu to obtain the materials for strengthening the level of Pokemon. She is a rare magical candy here. She is almost piled up here. Second generation, as long as it is below 5 stars, it can be easily piled up with resources. to the evolution of polygonal beasts into polygonal beasts is to upgrade data. This upgrade data is not as simple as updating the software on the computer. The update data of Polygon 2 needs to be loaded with more information, and Polygon is the only Pokemon that can be accepted. Data Pokemon. When the data reaches a certain amount, the shape of the polygonal beast will change and evolve into a polygonal beastie. Compared with Polygon and Polygon E, the corners have become rounded, and its shape is similar to that of a duck. Although Shengguan Luyu had forcibly obtained a place to participate, she still climbed up from the bottom of the pyramid duel by relying on her own strength step by step. After the game is over, the loser cannot leave the field without any special reason, because each field represents its noun. Similarly, the loser can continue to challenge the person who is ahead of him. Fight until the challenge fails and is fixed in a certain field. In this way, Shengguan Luyu did not take advantage of it even if he participated in the middle. However, with Polygon's superb strength and peculiar skill characteristics, the challenge process was very smooth, and it soon caught up with the most advanced group of people. At the same time, in the light of everyone's astonishment, there was another group of seed players who met. Little College No 1 Fengjuan vs Xinghai College. The original number 2 is now NQ3 Yuan Haosheng. When the two played against each other, they played Quanju at the same time, and Yuan Haosheng summoned the night snail and the agile worm at the same time. The phoenix Saturn summoned a dream demon. The dream demon, which looks like a dream with a magician's hat, is more similar to the upright than the dream demon, and has a sense of stability. The beads that stimulated the mind during the original dream period are now inlaid in it. The body of the dream demon is like a cloak, which makes the mind power even more terrifying. In addition, the phoenix Saturn also summoned a beautiful flower. CGAD. After the beautiful flower Stinky Flower uses the sunstone, the branch evolution form formed has a cute and playful appearance that is completely different from the Overlord flower. It wears a green and yellow skirt. At the same time, this skirt hem. In fact, it is also the feet of beautiful flowers, and there are 2 red flowers on the head as hair accessories, which look a bit like a human little girl. The smellier the stinky flowers, the more beautiful the beautiful flowers that grow. Although the appearance is good, but if you look down on it, you will still taste a lot of pain. Although Beautiful Flower is a traditional grass-type Pokemon, in Feng Shuan's hands, she is also proficient in Poison-type skills, Fairy-type skills, and Mid-type skills. Combat is very strong. However, Yuan Haosheng is also not the same as before. Under the stimulation of Lin Cheng, he has been training hard during this period of time. At this moment, the results of the special training were also revealed. In the face of the existence of the number 1 talent in Xinjiang Academy, Yuan Haosheng did not fall behind. After a fight, Feng Shuduan nodded and said with a sense of approval, "I didn't expect that, Yuan Haosheng, you could increase your strength to such a level in just 1 semester." As one of the first few of the 4 academies, it was not the first time that Feng Shu had played against Yuan Haosheng, but compared to a year ago, Yuan Haosheng's strength had not improved by a single star. However, even so, can someone push you to 3rd place? Your 2nd place on the Tianzhao list really arouses my interest. Hearing what Feng Duan said, Yuan Haosheng's anger level rose again and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, Feng Duan, I know you haven't used all your strength to summon your mysterious natal elf. Let's have a good time." Quote. According to rumors, Feng Xuan's natal elf is also a special elf that has not been registered in the elf picture book. Heard that Silk and Satin rarely use it to fight, but if it is released one day, it will amaze the audience every time. Feng Shuduan heard the words, a gleam of light flashed in her pretty eyes, and said lightly, "Then it depends on your ability." Said the two of them fought again. At the same time, a certain existence who is now number 2 on the Xinghai Tianzhao list finally came to the Jinling base while driving while on the road. Arrived, this young man was also frightened by the prosperous appearance of Jinling base, and was often laughed at by passers-by. However, when passers-by swept towards the young man's chest, the 5-star trainer and the glittering medal, they suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and waited for the young man to say something, but he kept bowing and disrespectful. Even in the Jinling base, the existence of 5-star trainers is the top, and with the young man's appearance, it is easy to imagine who is coming. The youngest 5-star trainer in the country, Lin Cheng. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 171-Tan Xiaoling's Goal, second update. Compared with the Pingzhong base, the Jinling base was slightly higher than Lincheng, which was in the Pingzhong base and could not be touched. Helpless, he just summoned a passerby to ask for directions. When passersby saw the 5-star trainer medal on Lin Cheng's chest, they were so frightened that they knew everything and said nothing. After answering Lin Cheng's doubts, without waiting for Lin Cheng to thank him, he resigned in awe. Lin Cheng quickly discovered the problem and took off the 5-star trainer medal on his chest with a wry smile. That this medal enjoys many preferential privileges in the Federation. Even Lin Cheng's right to take the lead in purchasing tickets for the Warrior Eagle is also due to the relationship between the medal. However, this medal, in the eyes of ordinary people, is obviously a bit unfriendly. In the eyes of everyone, the B5-star trainer is really out of reach and the most expensive symbol. Packing up, Lin Cheng quickly came to the auditorium of the Pyramid Duel Arena. Naturally, Lin Cheng didn't want to participate in the competition this time. His strength to participate in the competition is too bullying. However, as soon as he stepped into the Pyramid Duel Arena, someone saw his second-place medal of Galaxy Academy. Rubbing their eyes, the enthusiastic people immediately surrounded Lin Cheng after they were sure that they were not mistaken. Lin Cheng. Have you lost your way, boy? Your school has started the competition, hurry up and go. Come on, we'll show you the way. Lin Cheng. You misunderstood, in fact, Enthusiastic people, oh, I don't have time to explain, hurry up and participate in the competition, you won't be able to get good results if it's too late. Then, Lin Cheng was so toughly brought to the fighting arena by a group of well-meaning people. Then at the door, the referee found that a student had missed the selection, and he dragged Lin Cheng to the duel without saying a word. Lin Cheng looked at the enthusiastic crowd looking at him with warm smiles at the door. All of them had the same expression on their faces. Don't thank us, we are all living Lei Feng. Lin Cheng sighed with a wry smile, what kind of thing is this? If you don't come here, then you can relax and play a little bit. At this moment, the most leading group of students have come to the 4th floor of the peak of the pyramid arena. Compared with the lower ones, the arena here is much smaller, which naturally means that there will not be too many players left. Who ranked first on the Tianzhou list of Xinghu College, has already played against Xingguang Nian of Hushi College. Xingguang Nian immediately found out after the fight that he was not Feng Miao Ocean's opponent at all. Feng Shen's natal elf is a wrestling eagle, and his secondary pet is a ghost and heroic. Starlight Year summoned Heluga, rushed towards the bear, and the big-billed sparrow to fight. As a result, whether it was the straight-up energy whose attributes were restrained, or the big-billed sparrow that restrained the opponent's attributes, they were ruthlessly crushed by the opponent. Miao Ocean's fight. The attribute elves are proficient in elemental boxing, thunder and lightning boxing, and the freezing boxing can make the big mouth speechless. The last Heluga, although he fought with the wrestling eagles for more than 10 rounds, he was still caught by the ladder machine and then shot AK on the ground. Feng Tian splendidly avenged Tong Daiyu, but the good times didn't last long. At the 4th level of the peak, Feng Tian was eliminated. This battle was very fierce. Feng Miao Ocean almost did everything he could. The tenacity of the eagle wrestling man, the speed and ruthlessness of fighting ghosts, and even in this game, stimulated by a special magnetic field, it evolved into a strange power. 4-handed and 4-attribute melee combat tactics. Open black lens bracket flame fist close black lens bracket open black lens bracket lightning fist close black lens bracket open black lens bracket freezing fist close black lens bracket, plus open black lens bracket empty hand jade close black lens bracket. Even so, Feng Miao Ocean still lost. Who defeated him was in Hushi High School. Rumors were that N1 existed, Erling Zuo was L. Use the elf's big north-facing nose. Sonic Dragon. And its natal elf, the Flaming Roaring Tiger. The Flaming Roaring Tiger is the final evolutionary form of the 3 Pokémon of the royal family, Huoban Miao. All know, this kind of elf needs to evolve twice before it can change into the strongest form of the Flaming Roaring Tiger, and the first evolution requires 3 stars, and the second evolution requires 5 stars. And this Ling Zuowei has a Flaming Roaring Tiger. Isn't this a side note? This guy is already a 5-star trainer. For such doubts, Ling Zuowei smiled sternly, and said without explanation, "You are really amazing, you can force me to use the fiery roaring tiger, but it's over, you wait for Xinghu College. Just stop there." Then, ignoring Feng Miao Ocean's anger, he slowly walked up the stairs. On the other side, Mingyu met Tan Xiaoling from Xinjiang College. Tan Xiaoling's elf at this time is completely incomparable with the original one. Ibrahimovic, who was originally an elite talent, has evolved into a fairy elf. At the same time, he does not know what kind of heavenly and earthly treasures he has given to Ibrahimovic. Fairy elf qualification has been promoted to rare. Mingyu is also a good man who uses Ibrahimovic, and in the battle between the two, the degree of danger is even worse than that of the male students. However, as the two fought, they suddenly talked about the name, and in the name, they talked about the second person on the Tianzhou ranking of Galaxy Academy. Afterwards, the atmosphere of the battle changed. Tan Xiaoling even had no intention of fighting, thinking back to the promising young man she and Tianyu met in the car. The expression on Luo Qingya's original face when she contacted her. Really? Is it that little boy? Well, it's interesting. Tan Xiaoling said to the referee directly after thinking of this, and gave up the game. Ming and Winning had a confused look, and Tianyu, who was also Tan Xiaoling's best friend, didn't know what her little friend was thinking. After Tan Xiaoling gave up the game, she directly watched other people's battles. After a while, she showed a smile. Because she found the target 3. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 172_Alola Coconut Egg Tree, 3rd update. Lin Cheng's first opponent was his old acquaintance, Wang Dao, the 9th name of Galaxy Academy. When Wang Dao saw Lin Cheng, there was a clear look of astonishment on his face. "When did you come here?" Unconsciously, someone brought me here. Lin Cheng looked around for a moment, then realized that his first enemy should be the guy in front of him. Speaking of which, aren't you the number 1 name in the academy? Why is it at the end? Lin Cheng asked with a seemingly indifferent expression. When Yan Wang Dao's old face turned red. "Hey, it's just that the strength has not been exerted well." Lin Cheng. "It doesn't matter. Since you are standing in front of me, then I will take action." Lin Cheng said lightly. 280 inches, wait. I'm not ready yet. Together with his natal elves, the cauliflower ape, they waved their hands in a panic. In the blink of an eye, Geng Lincheng easily defeated the first opponent. Only Wang Yi and his cauliflower ape were left messed up in the wind. All the way, all the opponents were easily solved, and Lin Cheng soon reached the center of the dueling arena. However, because the battle at the peak dueling platform was too intense at this time, few people noticed the situation on his side at this moment. The battle between Feng Xuan and Yuan Haosheng has already been decided. Yuan Haosheng was 1 move short of chess. After forcing out Feng Xuan's last natal Pokemon, he failed helplessly. But at this moment, Feng Shuduan is not happy at all, because at this moment, standing on the second step, there are only a few students who represent colleges and universities in Jiangnan Province. Galaxy College Yan, Moon. Langyan Juguju. Star Lake College, Annihilated. Xinjiang College Phoenix Satin, TNU. Although the top combat power of the four major academies still exists, the other members of the Tianzhou ranking are almost destroyed. Reason, of course, is because of the Hushi College. The strongest Ling Zuowei is currently fighting against the number 1 Liao Chuncho of Xingbo College. Liao Chuncho used the penguin monster, the dumb hippo, the cold turtle, and the cunning tengu. That's right, Liao Chuncho is the first student at the current conference to show that he can directly control 4 Pokemon. Of Pokemon controlled by the trainer is related to its own talent, acquired speciality and Pokemon level. However, in the current situation where most of the students are 4-star trainers, being able to control 3 Pokemon is already the pinnacle. Few have heard of the existence of 4 Pokemon. The most important thing is that these 4 Pokemon exist. You can see the level by looking at it, and it will not be lower than the 4-star intermediate level. The cunning Tengu is a very rare existence. It evolved from the second stage of acorn fruit. The first stage of evolution requires a 3-star level and the second stage of evolution requires a leaf stone, and such as the cunning Tengu is quite powerful. Of grass-type elves, if not for the high-quality leaf stone, the probability of successful evolution is very low. When the cunning Tengu just appeared in front of people's eyes, because of its power and wisdom, people thought it was a symbol of the god of the forest. However, even so, Liao Chuncho still lost. Lost in the level gap. At the moment Ling Zuo was victorious, his reputation was pushed to an unparalleled level, and even some people even directly identified him as the champion candidate of this 100-court conference. This scene made the deans of the 4 major colleges and universities look dull and ordinary. No matter who is the first among the 4 colleges, it is a matter of the provincial base. At this time, being overtaken by a student from a base in another province made the deans of Jiangnan Province feel unhappy. At present, there is hope to defeat Ling Zuowei, only the Yan of Xinghai Academy, and the Phoenix Satin of Xinjiang Academy. But both Liao Chuncho and Feng Miao Ocean have lost. Will Yan and him really be Ling Zuowei's opponents? Such doubts spread among the school principals, and then it turned into a deep unease. If that guy Lin Cheng was there, Lolita Dean Ji Yuxing was biting his pink lips at this moment, and couldn't help but think of the second place on his own arrogant list. However, even if that guy is here, he probably won't be willing to shoot. Bai Yi, with his current status, is too deceiving to appear in this kind of game. At the end of Ji Yuzing's words, Chao Mu suddenly freezes. On a certain arena in the Pyramid Duel Arena, because here, she vaguely saw the figure of the person she just thought of, wasn't she blinded? Ji Yu Xingzu rubbed his eyes with his small hands, and then fixed his eyes. Then, the expression on his little face turned from confusion to ecstasy. Really that guy? At this moment, Lin Cheng is facing an old friend, Tan Xiaoling. The girl smiled and looked at the young man in front of her. Looking at the appearance, she didn't mean to do anything at all. Lin Cheng blinked his eyes, smiled and said, "Long time no see, Sister Tan." "Yeah, I didn't expect my junior to still know me tilde well. No, I said that junior is now the second in the Galaxy College Tianzhou list. In terms of ranking, he is above the little girl. Maybe we should change the name. Depend on. I call you senior." Tan Xiaoling usually speaks with a touch of playfulness and agility, but at this moment, it adds a touch of charm to ordinary people. It is really hard to wait. Unexpectedly, Lin 03 Cheng rubbed his cheeks with a look of nothing on his face. When Liang respectfully said, "What is the name of the junior girl?" I will naturally answer. "Calling you fat. You are really out of breath." Tan Xiaoling's tone was just joking just now. I didn't expect this junior to be so rude. The pretty Lu Mei trembled inadvertently, but she still said with a smile on her face, "Okay, Then Xiaoling will ask the teacher to make a great move if you accidentally win the senior's trick and a half. This title will still have to be called back. Yo! But the kung fu is not merciful. An instant, the three main battle elves were all summoned. They are the fairy elf, the cool leopard. There is also an elf coconut egg tree that was not released during the battle with the bright moon, the Alola dragon attribute type. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 173_1 Move to win or lose, fourth more. In the eyes of most people, although a normal coconut egg tree is 2 meters high, it is a squat and stocky shape compared to a normal tree. The 3 to 6 coconut-like heads on the tree, and the attribute is grass plus superpower. However, the coconut egg tree summoned by Tan Xiaoling this time was a surprise. Its height is nearly 10 meters long, with a long neck, almost towering, and in addition to having a head on the top of its head, it also has a head on its tail. Press it. Coconut egg tree roared cutely. What kind of monster is this? It's an egg tree, but isn't it too big? Suddenly, there were countless discussions in this square. In the face of Tan Xiaoling's super-class coconut egg tree, most of the audience in Jiangnan province were shocked. Only on the high platform did a few deans who had seen and heard it reacted, and the popular science said, I have heard that it is said that if the coconut palm tree evolves in a special environment, it will evolve into a tree 5 times higher than the ordinary coconut egg tree. Special size. In fact, it is recorded in ancient documents that this is the correct evolutionary form of the coconut palm tree. Speaking of which, Tan Xiaoling's previous competition, how come she has never seen her use this elf? Facing the question, the principal of Xinjiang also looked at a loss. Obviously this is the real killer hidden by Tan Xiaoling, but it is strange. Why is it used at this time? Who is the young man who is fighting against this Tan Xiaoling? The one on his chest seems to be the emblem of Galaxy Academy. Everyone's moonlight looked strangely at Ji Xingqing, who was unusually calm. President Ji, aren't you in a hurry with this peculiar coconut egg tree across from your students? Asked one of the deans. No, only that guy, I'm not worried at all. Ji Xingzu Kongrong calmly took a sip of the tea in front of him and smiled. Quote. Everyone was puzzled. Only Shengguan Luan, who was in the center, looked in the direction of Lin Cheng with doubtful eyes. This child seems to be before I have met. How? After seeing my coconut egg tree, what else do you want to say? Tan Xiaoling said proudly. Lin Cheng smiled and clapped his hands, as expected of Tan Shuimei. Angry. Of a Alola coconut egg tree, he thought that Lin Cheng would still be motionless. The key is to call himself. Oh, are you still stubborn now? I hope that senior Lin Cheng will be able to perform as well as he is now. Coconut egg tree, dragon hammer. After giving the instructions, the slender body of the coconut palm tree was like a thunderbolt hammer, and it descended from the sky and smashed it in the direction of Lin Cheng. Tan Xiaoling was ready to solve the battle in one go, and didn't even plan to give Lin Cheng time to summon the elves. However, facing the sudden attack, Lin Cheng did not panic at all. The shadow behind him wriggled for a while, and then, a frozen fist shot out from the phantom. The dragon hammer collided with the frozen fist. Of pure skill power, dragon hammer is higher, but in terms of attribute restraint and combat awareness. At the end of the battle at the Pingzhong base, the ghost stone level is already 37, a 4-star high-level level. Then, under the command of Lin Cheng, it was easy to suppress the coconut egg tree ghost stone and crush the coconut egg tree. Kara. Hard ice spreads quickly on the coconut palm tree. What? Tan Xiaoling was shocked and then ordered Kumao to come forward to help. However, before getting close to the opponent, he was hit by the drill bit that was drilled out of the ground. Dig a hole that Lin Cheng purchased at the Pingjang base with his contribution point savings, and it would be better for Tyrannosaurus to use it. Fairy Elf. Ghost Stone, highly poisonous. The most feared attacks against the pure fairy-type elves and fairies are the Steel attribute skills and Poison attribute skills. Ghost Stone infiltrated the Violent skill into Frozen Fist, and used it in a joint exhibition to increase its lethality to a higher level. Though Tan Xiaoling's attack method was very sharp, before he knew it, Zan had already leaned towards Lin Cheng's side. Boom! As Coconut Egg Tree's huge body fell, this battle came to an end and the result was obvious. It was an overwhelming victory for Lin Cheng. Tan Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled and whispered to himself, "Sure enough, it's you." Quote. Lin Cheng thought that Tan Xiaoling would be very unwilling to lose the game, but it seemed that Ping was not like that. "Lin Cheng, in the next game, I have to win all the way. Otherwise, standing in front of that child, you won't be able to raise your head." If Tan Xiaoling was pointing at something, Lin Cheng didn't understand it, but he didn't mean to get to the bottom of it. He nodded at her and continued to walk upstairs. Uproar resounded, not only because of the battle between Lin Cheng and Tan Xiaoling, but also because another Tianzhao was defeated in the duel arena on the third floor of the peak. In the fourth month of Galaxy Academy, against Ling Zuowei of Zanyu City. Defeated and defeated. Lin Cheng frowned when he heard the referee's sentence. I still have an impression of this cold beauty Lin Cheng, who was in the same dormitory before. She is not weak. I didn't expect that she also lost to the people from Hushi. It's interesting. Lin Cheng looked at Tianzhao, Xingguangnian, who was also in Hushi in front of him, and muttered. Hey, boy, do you still have the heart to worry about others? Take good care of yourself. When you meet this young master, you will stop doing this. Xingguangnian looked at Lin Cheng with disdain. Although he was defeated by Feng Miao Ocean, he was not afraid of Lin Cheng at all. In his opinion, the top 4 colleges and universities, and the first place in the top rankings of each school, can compete on their own, and the others are just ants. Come on, Heluga. Tyrannosaurus, arm hammer. Boom. After the move, the winner will be determined. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 174_G Yuli's Madness, 5th more. Haiharuga loses combat ability. After an extremely powerful blast resounded, countless shocking lights were instantly attracted. One hit. Hiruga, who was a star year, was defeated by a single blow. This person is the second person in Galaxy Academy. How do you feel that the strength is more powerful than the number 1 Yan of Galaxy Academy? Defeated Xingguangnian's most proud of the natal elf, whispers suddenly erupted. Everyone's attention finally fell on Lin Cheng. In the auditorium, in the competition arena, at this moment, many students of Galaxy Academy looked at the figure walking on the next duel field with a bit of astonishment. The students who knew about Lin Cheng's deeds in the school, such as Lu Shui, Lei Yu and others, immediately showed shocked and happy expressions. Didn't know about Lin Cheng, such as Ling Zuowei, frowned. Trash, I thought that Xingguangnian would still be able to climb up, trying to get a spot, but unexpectedly, Kong climbed out of nowhere. Kid. Defeated. Don't underestimate the second place in my family. Well, next, your opponent is me. Yan did not know when he came to Ling Zuowei, and a distorted flame in the void around his body slowly condensed into a humanoid Pokemon. Although duck-billed flame dragons battle stand by Yan's tone as casual and lazy, there is already a faint startled fighting spirit in his eyes. Oh, Your number 1 at Galaxy Academy seems to be a little different from the number 1 in the previous 2 schools. Ling Zuo said indifferently as he greeted Yan Lin's light while being vigilant in his heart. Yan grinned. Don't look at me like this. Well, I was also the second at the last 100 Academy Congress. Second. Oh, what does this mean? You lost to one of the 2 people I defeated just now. Ling Zuo smiled indifferently. In his eyes, the first place in this 100 Courts General Assembly is the most powerful, it must be won. So, to Yanlu this. The second place can't help but show some contempt. Yan shook his head. No, their nouns are all under mine. After saying that, Yan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Behind him, the duck-billed Yanlong immediately swallowed the leaves and released billowing flames. Boom boom. ... Lin Cheng continued to climb the dueling tower. Everyone found that Lin Cheng's battles always remained in the category of winning and losing within 5 moves. So far, there are only 3 elves that have appeared: Ghost Stone, Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus, and Burning. Among them, the Burning insect is a wizard similar to Dry Support, while the Ghost Stone and the Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus are violent output. At this moment, Lin Cheng encountered another interesting opponent. You are Lin Cheng. Ji Yuli stared at Lin Cheng, with his rather handsome bronze face, his brows furrowed at the moment, and finally, the corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a stern smile, and said in a hoarse voice, "It looks like it should be you, right? Evening school. My sister participated in the mission together." Yan. Lin Cheng recalled, "Are you from Xinghu College?" That's right, although because of those guys in Hushi, the students of the 4 colleges should be united. But, I still have some grudges with you to solve. So, your steps, stop here, next. I will win the game for you." Lin Cheng looked at Ji Yuli very seriously, then shook his head and said solemnly, "No way, with your strength, you are not the opponent of the person above." Lin Cheng pointed at the 2nd floor of the peak, Ling Zuowei, who was fighting with Yan. Hearing this, Ji Yuli was slightly startled, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then the strange smile on his face became more diffuse. Who are familiar with Ji Yuli can clearly see that this is Ji Yuli's extremely angry expression. What an interesting guy. But unfortunately, the brain is not very good. The cruel smile in his eyes thickened, and the next moment, he summoned his 3 main battle Pokemon. Joe Eater _Sun Rock 3-in-1 Magneto. Call out. Of the 3 elves, there were also phantoms floating around Lin Cheng's body. Ghost Stone said nothing, his fists were covered with dual attributes of ice and fire. Frozen Fist blasted towards the Sun Rock, Flaming Fist blasted away at the 3-in-1 Magneto. At the same time, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus on the ground also used Drill to stab at the bottom of the devouring beast's feet. Stupid. I've seen your fighting style several times above, do you think the same move is still useful to me? Ji Yuli sarcastically smiled. He believes that his Pokemon level is similar to that of Lin Cheng, and he has seen Lin Cheng's fighting style before, and thinks that it is easy to avoid Lin Cheng's attack. However, he soon realized that there is a big difference between seen and experienced. The straight drill of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus changed into Dragon God Dive in the middle. And Ghost Stone's 2 fists seemed to be able to penetrate space. The moment before, and the next moment in front of him, he ran behind him. Ji Yuli's 3 elves were all hit at the key points in an instant, and they shot backwards while crawling. After several battles here, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and Ghost Stone inadvertently gained 2 levels. At present, the Ghost Stone level is already 39. It is the best among 4 stars. And the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is already level 38. The combination of the 2 is really below the 4-star level, and it is rare to encounter an opponent Qian Zhao. Look, you can't take my place. After Lin Cheng easily solved the 3 bands, he smiled faintly at Ji Yuli. At this moment, Ji Yuli didn't seem to be out of a state of panic. The whole person froze in place, his forehead was full of sweat, and his eyes were full of shock. He was beaten once, but he was the third in the Star Lake College Tianzhou list. No, even Ji Li was conceited. If he was serious, Leng Yan's second place was actually his own. But why is the gap between second place and second place so big? Looking at the back of Lin Cheng's departure, Ji Li couldn't hold back, and roared, "I don't agree with you, I must have cheated, otherwise how could I lose so easily? Also, with Yan Shuimei, you are sure also. What did you do? Tell me, what exactly did you do?" Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 175_Pacus, 6th more. Lin Cheng paused, looked back and asked, "Is it really incomprehensible?" The young man's eyes always maintained a calm color, and he slowly took 2 steps in the direction of Ji Li. Maybe he was frightened by the invisible momentum. Every time Lin Cheng took a step, Ji Li subconsciously took a step back. The reason is simple, because I am better than you. Lin Cheng's emotionless voice reached Ji Li's ears, as well as the ears of many academies. Second kill Xinghu College Tianzhou list third. What is this concept? Mention that the first place on the Tianzhou list can't be achieved. Even Ling Zuowei, who is known as the champion candidate of this conference, can't do it. Therefore, the existence of Lin Cheng was immediately taken seriously. Dean Ji, what's your background, student? Naturally, he is the second in my academy's arrogance list. Ji Xingzu replied with a smile. Ji Xingzu's answer, but she didn't say anything. HMPH, the dean of Ji Xing has hidden a good hand, but Ling Zuowei, our school's leader in the battle to the top, has already reached the last step. No matter how good the student is, if he fails to win the final victory, he will have nothing to do with it. Affect, the head of the city college, perhaps feeling some threats at this moment, said. Hey, don't forget, my school's Feng Su Duan is still there. Xinjiang, the principal, also interjected. In the last 100 Academy Conference, the champion was the first leader of this Xinjiang Academy. Ji Xing ignored the opinions and just smiled lightly. She said, "It's just a matter of reading the song book while riding a donkey." At this time, Lin Cheng, who was strolling in the courtyard, had already arrived at the top level of the pyramid duel, and it was coincidental that Lin Cheng's next opponent was actually from Xinghu College. The second cold face in the Star Lake College Tianzhou list. Compared with the previous Ji Li, Leng Yan obviously didn't have much fighting spirit against Lin Cheng, CGAD. As a discerning person can read a trace, an unusual taste. Today, the girl was wearing a long snow-white dress, her face was crimson, and she was silently looking at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng didn't know, so after saying hello, he signaled the other party to make a move first. Lin Cheng, what have you been doing all this time? Unexpectedly, the other party chatted with him directly. Quote. The girl asked suddenly, making Lin Cheng a little puzzled. The latter thought for a moment, then smiled lightly. I went to the Pingzhong base. Oh, thank you just now. Ah, Lin Cheng didn't respond. That Ji Li often haunts me. Quote. Lin Cheng's silence was just a matter of convenience. That, you can come to our Xinghu Academy to play when you are free, that's all, break it. After speaking, Leng Yan jumped off the ring and the referee directly announced his abstention. Lin Cheng was dumbfounded by this wave of operations. Heart to heart, a woman's heart is a needle in the sea. But in fact, it's not difficult to explain. The last time a few people went out to explore, Lin Cheng's figure of turning the tide was engraved in Leng Yan's mind. After a period of memory beautification, and Lin Cheng's appearance is not bad, this time, it is a low-key and luxurious appearance, and there is a kind of rush to FIMO, How could Leng Yan not be moved? After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. It's normal for a girl to be intoxicated by a strong man. Under the influence of these two games, Lin Cheng's next battle was much smoother. After seeing Lin Cheng, many people directly abstained. Under the attention of everyone present, Qian and Lin Cheng silently came to the second floor under the peak. At this stage, he is only one step away from the final battle, and he has finally met his opponent in the finals, Feng Xuan. There was jubilation in the square. If nothing else, the final winner of this pyramid duel will be Jungle City, Feng Xuan, Yan, and Ling Zuo. Ji Yuxing looked at Lin Cheng's back and his pink lips curved slightly and murmured with a smile, "This guy is really the same as Kaiheng, even if he doesn't need Paluchia, his strength has already reached this level." Others are still waiting, guessing the result of the competition, but Ji Yuxingzu, from the moment Lin Cheng participated in the competition, has already understood that the champion of this competition has been determined by default. "Before you came, I heard news about you from many people." Feng Xuan Meiyui looked at Lin Cheng with interest. Facing Silk Forest City is also a little surprised. The face of the other party, in his more than 10 years of life history, can be regarded as the top ranking. The leader of Xinjiang Academy has long heard of it. Lin Cheng also said with a faint smile. "I'm just curious, as strong as flames, Xiao Ling, Yuan Haosheng and the others all care about you, and even think that the outcome of this game is already determined by your presence. Isn't it true that your strength is really that strong? To be honest, I'm a little unconvinced, so." Feng Shuduan gave Lin Cheng a charming smile. After that, the slender eyebrows suddenly condensed, a spirit of heroism. "Release from the body. Are you really as powerful as they said?" Speaking of Kung Fu Phoenix Satin, the wind was blowing all over her body, and a phantom like a bird appeared behind her. "Be honored to deal with you. As soon as I come up, I will use all my strength." The words in Feng Xuan fell. A spleen-like aura overflowed downwards from the top of the pyramid. The Pokemon who felt this breath were faintly apprehensive and afraid. Yuan Haosheng looked down at the duel arena where the two were located, and his face was also solemn. "The messenger known as the symbol of peace, Pokerkus, are you going to do everything in your power? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading." Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 176 _ The Power of the Earth. Spike. Open black lens bracket 7th more close black lens bracket. Huh. The loud chirping of birds resounds in the sky. Then, people in the square saw a piece of pure white feathers falling from the sky, a bird-like Pokemon, with an egg-shaped body, broad triangular wings, and a white and furry abdomen with red and blue. The small colored triangle is the symbol of the poker family similar to the family emblem. Slowly landed from the sky, and finally floated beside Feng Silk Satin. Pacus blesses Pokemon, a symbol of peace, and it is said that wherever he appears, there will never be a quarrel. This is really an incredible Pokemon has appeared. Lin Cheng was also surprised by the appearance of Pacus. In the world of Pokemon, Pacus is well known for its power. Except for the Pokemon such as Wind Speed Dog, Vulcan Moth, Yed Eternal Flower Type, and Mrs. Wajia, it is the third level god. Down, most strong Pokemon. High stats and a variety of attack methods. It is a Pokemon with essence and flying attributes, but it can learn the Fire type, Big Character Blast, the Grass type, Sunshine Flame, and the Ghost type, Shadow Ball. Even it can learn everything from the most mysterious Wave Missile in the fighting department. Perhaps you haven't seen Pacus yet. But it doesn't matter. In the next battle, you will understand clearly and intuitively. Feng Shuduan said with a smile. Open black lens bracket Pacus. Level 40 quasi 5-star. Qualification: rare. Attributes: fairy, flying. Features: super lucky. No, I already understand something. Lin Chengdan, Tan said. The Phoenix Satin raised her eyebrows, not talking nonsense, and immediately called Pakis to attack. Pokokispo missiles. Ghoststone Shadow Ball. Boom. An instant, the blue sphere collided with the dark purple energy ball, and a violent wind raged. Hu was forced to retreat by the airwaves, and his eyes were also condensed. Sure enough, in terms of pure combat power, Pakis is stronger than Ghoststone. No wonder this Phoenix Satin can lead Xinjiang College to become the leader of the 100 academies in Jiangnan province. With such strength, it can easily defeat the chief of the other 3 schools in Jiangnan. The attack was blocked. Feng Xuan and Pakis did not hesitate at all, and the next fog was cut by several air slashes. Alas! Lin Cheng couldn't help but took a deep breath in his heart. He originally planned to come here for entertainment, but he didn't expect that he would be forced to use Paluchia. Chapter down. Feng Shuduan saw that Pakis released several air cuts, but Lin Cheng's side was completely unprepared. What's going on? Silk murmured dully. All the wind blades, when they approached Lin Cheng's surroundings, seemed to have been stopped by time and could not move at all. Lin Cheng seemed to be very helpless at the moment. He stepped on the ground, and gradually, the whole person stepped up to the top of the pyramid, looked at Feng Shunan from a bird's eye perspective, and said, "Please rate your efforts." I snapped my fingers. Boom. Suddenly, the entire pyramid dual field erupted with strong earth shaking. Is this an earthquake? Why is it so powerful? As a competition arena, the designer naturally considered the resistance of Pokemon to release ground-based skills. It can be said that as long as the power is within the 5-star level, no matter any attack, it is impossible to cause any damage to this dueling arena. However, this scene in front of me is obviously wrong. How come there are faint signs of cracking in the pyramid duel arena? Boom. The scorching air waves, mixed with the heavy and oppressive feeling unique to the earth, hit Pakis like a tidal wave. The power of the earth, Lin Cheng faintly told the name of the move. Pakis fly to dodge. Feng Xuan immediately realized the lethality of this skill and hurriedly urged Pakis to take off and dodge. Pakis, what's the matter with you? However, Feng Duan soon discovered that something was wrong. Pakis, who used to be very sensitive in the past, could not move at all at this moment, as if there was a layer of invisible energy. Wrap Pakis so it can't fly. Originally, it was impossible for ground-type skills to be effective against flying-type Pakis, but adding that gravity skill would be another way of saying it. Pounds of earth energy swept across, as if to tear the space apart. Lin Cheng stood floating in the air, looking at the ground with confused eyes, and a stubborn Phoenix Satin like a little mother, said lightly, "The outcome has been decided." Only at this moment did Silk realize how much difference there is between him and the seemingly equal young man in front of him. Pakis is very powerful, but to the current Paluchia, he is still like a child, not worth mentioning at all. It is true that she has other Pokemon with Battle 9, but the number of Pokemon hidden in the face of the teenager is definitely not enough to make up the gap. In fact, for the current Paluchia, only the existence of 6 stars can make it go all out. The face of Lin Cheng's calmness, the means to easily defeat the popular champion candidates, at this moment, whether it is the contestants, the audience in the square, or the high platform, many principals are stunned. Comparing their hearts, many principals felt that although they also had the strength to subdue Pakis, they were definitely not as relaxed as the young people on stage, let alone the premise that the elves did not appear. Could it be that the strength of this young man is already 5-star? Some people have even speculated whether it will be more than 5-star strength, but the moment after thinking about it, it is a self-hypnotic denial that it is impossible. How old is he? On the other side, Feng Shuduan was also stunned in the ring, then clenched her silver teeth tightly, and finally stomped her foot and snorted, turned her head to leave, and before leaving, said, "Lin Cheng, don't be complacent, next time, whether you hide. Matter how much strength you hide, I will defeat the three. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 177 Fighting Ling-Zuo is open black lens bracket 8th update close black lens bracket. The azure sky, the clear sky that shines for thousands of miles, on the Pyramid Duel Arena, because of Lin Cheng's previous battle, the whole world is strangely quiet. Everyone seemed to be still immersed in the moment Lin Cheng just made his move. Da, da. A slow and somewhat restrained footstep sounded, breaking the silence, and then there was a burst of cheers from the audience. Amazing. Really amazing. The opponent is that Phoenix Satin. What Pokemon did you send? What skills did you use? Was it the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus just now? It doesn't look like it. The power of this skill is too earth-shattering. The exclamations like this are endless. Between Yan Lin and Ling Zuowei stopped for a moment because of the strange shock before. What exactly is this? Ling Zuowei's eyes widened, and Lin Cheng slowly walked up to the rooftop of the peak, with cold sweat flowing down his forehead inadvertently. Ah, aren't you afraid? Yan's voice came from the opposite side, and it was not difficult to hear in the words, with a hint of joking. HMPH, I don't believe it, that kind of extraordinary power, he can use it infinitely. Ling Zuowei's handsome face showed obvious fear, but he quickly forcibly gave himself a reassurance needle, thinking that, Lin Cheng. This extraordinary move must have sequelae, or it is impossible to use it continuously. If Bai Yi admits Lin Cheng's kind of real 9, doesn't it mean that he and the champion are no longer destined? If he didn't expect to win the championship at first, Ling Zuowei might feel better, but now this feeling that he is only one step away, but completely untouchable, is the most tormenting feeling. He has already thought that if he wins the championship and returns to Hushi, the dean of the academy will definitely praise him, and at the same time, he will leave a strong mark on the trajectory of his life, and the Lord of Hushi will definitely be rewarded. At that time, with a lot of resources poured into him, his flaming roaring tiger strength will definitely be able to keep up with the next level and become a real 5-star Pokemon. To become a 5-star trainer at his age is naturally a sight to behold. Not necessarily the youngest 5-star trainer whose fame is comparable to the previous one. Oh, do you really think so? Yan continued to take care of himself. Alright, anyway, my job of procrastinating is almost done. Next, I'll leave it to him. What do you mean? Ling Zuo frowned. It means, I admit defeat. Yan took back the elf and walked down the steps. Don't you doubt our school's second place. This is an opportunity to put yourself in his shoes. The battle between Ling Zuowei and Yan had just begun, and he suddenly conceded defeat, making Ling Zuowei obviously a little uncomfortable, as if he had punched cotton with full strength. Yan faintly smiled, walked to the referee, folded his fists and bowed, "Referee, please announce the winner." The referee beside the ring sighed with a wry smile, and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to try?" Yan was also a relieved person, smiled and shook his head and said, "It's hard to fight this guy, and that guy Lin Cheng doesn't need me to consume his physical strength at all. If that's the case, why should I waste time? Of course, the most important reason. It's because I can't wait to see that guy deflated." The person Yan was referring to was naturally Ling Zuowei. The referee is from the Jiangnan provincial base. Originally, he wondered if Yan would be unwilling to ask because of the game, but he didn't expect that this guy was actually holding this kind of reason, and he couldn't help laughing. Result: Yanjun voluntarily conceded defeat, Ling Zuo was promoted, and the next battle at the peak of the Pyramid Duel Arena. Lin Cheng vs Ling Zuowei. The sudden sound caused the audience to be stunned for a moment, and then it was unclear why. Because of the gorgeous and outstanding performances of Lin Cheng and Feng Xuan in the semifinals, Everyone subconsciously believed that between Yan and Ling Zuowei, it would be a desperate duel, but they never thought that it would end like this. This guy Yan, lazy cancer has committed again. Ji Yuxing, who knew Yan well, Xiao Fanquan couldn't help pinching it. After all, on the bright side, Yan is also the signature of their Galaxy Academy. If this guy conceded defeat so simply, he would inevitably lose the name of his own academy. NT that right. Just now, the deans of the 3 major colleges and universities all looked at themselves with teasing eyes. Secretly decided to wait for the end of the game, must give Yan a good look. Ji Yuxingzu calmly arranged a series of rewards for Yan in his heart, and then turned to the other school principals, smiled and said, well, it's finally the last play. President Ji Yuxing, it seems that he is very confident in the second student of his college. I hope he will not surrender like the first student in your school. Dean Hushi squinted his small triangle cold eyes. 03. Said with a smile. Ji Yuxingzu didn't even bother to move her anger at the pointless provocation of the Dean of Ganhu City this time, because she knew very well that in the future, the face of the Dean of Hushi City would hurt very much. Go after they speak. The 2 finalists here finally met. When he saw Lin Cheng for the first time, Ling Zuo squinted his eyes slightly. It seemed that the other party's age was only just entering the high school, right? It's really rare. Years to achieve such an achievement. Boy, sensible, just like your number 1, simply admit defeat. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 178_start. The game has ended. First update. I have vaguely guessed that your kid's move just now should have been done with the help of props like ground gems, right? When Ling Zuowei said this, his face was indifferent, and he looked very confident. But in the next moment, Lin Cheng looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. You, don't be embarrassed to admit that, like the attack just now, you know that it is already infinitely close to the 5-star level. How could a student like you be able to use it without using any means? Quote. Ling Zuo was a little embarrassed to be denied by Lin Cheng, and he was blushing and excited. In the end, Lin Cheng couldn't help laughing and laughing. Finally, he looked at Ling Zuo with caring eyes for the mentally retarded and said, since I care so much about my strength, it's better not to do it directly. Simple sentence made Ling Zuo speechless. The latter shivered all over, and then said boldly, since you are determined to fight, I will naturally accompany you to the end. Speaking, Ling Zuo summoned all the elves in one breath. 26 dragons, blazing roaring tigers. The 3 elves are not ordinary people, and they summoned them at the same time in one breath. Ling Zuowei finally increased his courage. And at this time, Lin Cheng also started his call. A layer of strong wind blew through the dueling arena at the peak of the pyramid. I don't know when, everyone discovered that there was a double melon the size of a young man on the ring, with a metal helmet on his head, and his body was full of deep purple runes. Pokemon. Before, although everyone had a lot of guesses about Lin Cheng's Pokemon, they thought it was very domineering, or had a special appearance. And after seeing Paluchia's body, I couldn't help but wonder, is this little thing really the elf that just caused such a terrifying earthquake? Ling Zuowei also looked weird. He suddenly felt relieved, and felt that his previous worries seemed to be superfluous. Like this kind of seemingly unremarkable Pokemon, it can really release like the previous one. Such a powerful move. Hee, I said earlier, don't take humiliation on your own, obediently admit defeat earlier, wouldn't you still be able to save face? B is the first place in your school, and you're the second place, you don't have to admit defeat. What will someone say? Are you ready? Ignoring Ling Zuowei's cynicism, Lin Chengxi looked at him lightly and said, When Lin Cheng looked at Ling Zuowei, Paluchia also looked at the three elves of the flaming roaring tiger. The three elves didn't feel anything at first, but when Paluchia stared at them, she instantly felt an invisible pressure covering them. Body shaking like a sieve. Ling Zuowei hadn't noticed this scene yet, thinking that Lin Cheng was ignoring him, and snorted coldly, "Since you are really capable, let me learn." Flaming roaring tiger spoke. He ordered his natal pet to launch an attack. Flaming roaring tiger was very reluctant at first. As Paluchia's level continued to rise, the aura of its divine beast became stronger and stronger. Even if you don't use the single light feature, pressure sense, you can force the opponent to a dilemma. Fortunately, the flaming roaring tiger is also a quasi 5-star Pokemon that has come into contact with the 5-star barrier. Under the urging of the owner, he rose up and launched an attack. Hook the arm with DD Gold. Swish. The flaming roaring tiger exerted its speed to the limit, almost becoming a red light, and instantly came to Paluchia, and then bent his arms and slammed into Paluchia's neck. However, just as he was about to make contact, he found that in that room, Paluchia's body, like a mist, disappeared in place, waiting for the flaming roaring tiger to react, and found that Paluchia's back was facing away from the person just now. Attack. Completely lost. What's the matter? Ling Zuo saw the flaming roaring tiger attack Paluchia with his own eyes, but why? The other party still looked indifferent. Looking at Lin Cheng, he was also silent, and immediately, Ling Zuowei became angry. The blazing roaring tiger hull has a big nose to the north, and the sound wave dragon cooperates to attack that strange Pokemon together. So, there was this weird scene on the field. The three Pokemon kept attacking Paluchia, but Paluchia seemed to be fine, with a light face, all attacks wearing through it. Body, perfect escape. As a result, it was clear that Yinbolong wanted to attack Paluchia, but he hit Dakao Bibi. Dakao Bibi also wanted to attack Paluchia, but he attacked the flaming roaring tiger. The flaming roaring tiger attacked the sonic dragon. At first glance, the battle is very fierce, but in fact, it is completely three Pokemon fighting within themselves. The brawl ends. The three Pokemon were tired and panting, but Paluchia remained calm. At this time of 297, if Ling Zuowei couldn't see anything, he was really a fool. What trick are you playing? Why can't the attack fall on this strange elf? The roar resounded, but obviously, Lin Cheng would not be kind enough to answer him. This silence further increased Ling Zuowei's psychological burden. Gradually, in Ling Zuowei's eyes, the images of Cheng and Paluchia became more and more mysterious and unpredictable. I am afraid. Is it over? Let's end then. Lin Cheng said lightly. Paluchia's expression was exactly the same as Lin Cheng's, with little interest. After Lin Cheng's voice, he slowly turned around and walked towards the bottom of the ring with Lin Cheng. Surprised a group of people. Referee even asked thousands of questions. Lin Cheng contestant, the match is still in progress, you want to? Lin Cheng smiled at the referee and said, the game is over. As the voice fell, suddenly, in the ring, everyone heard a humming sound of breaking through the void. Immediately afterwards, I saw the blazing roaring roar on the stage, and the three elves had all fallen into a pool of blood and lost their ability to fight. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 179 Shengguan Luyu's Guarantee, Second Update. The sudden change caused Ping to change the color of the audience. Everyone present, whether it is the spectators or the trainers, can't imagine how this game ended silently under their noses. When did Paluchia attack again? Sacred is this Lin Cheng. Just the second place in the Galaxy Academy. It's okay to fool the public, but for the discerning person, Lin Cheng's identity is already ready to be revealed. The youngest unintentional trainer in the previous news report was Lin Cheng, right? It's a farce. As soon as the result of the game came out, the headmaster Hushi was the first to roar in anger and stood up abruptly. He said cautiously to Shengguan Luan, "Dear Governor of Jiangnan Base, I request that this game be directly dismissed." Shengguan Luan's brows trembled, but before he made a sound, the ancient star beside him snorted coldly, "What a big voice from the head of Hushi College. White Fang is going to dismiss the finals as soon as he doesn't say anything. Means directly underscore. Is it reasonable to make Ling Zuo of your academy the champion? HMPH, this is natural, Dean Gu, don't tell me you don't know. This Lin Cheng is obviously the youngest 5-star trainer in history reported in the previous 5-star Beast Horde catastrophe. Competition. What is the meaning in the middle? I don't need to say it clearly." The head of the city school did not say a word, and gave Ji Yuxing a big hat of uneasiness and kindness. HMPH, it must be a big hat. Dean of Hu City, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. This Lin Cheng is a student of our college. The time of admission and registration are clearly recorded in the campus records. Or is it what the dean of the city of Ito means? Even if the trainers above 5 stars can't participate in the 100 Academy Conference. Ji Yu Xingzu replied without flinching. Slightly and said solemnly, "Students' grades, etc. As the dean, will there be no way to modify them? Is there any difference between Dean Gu's words and stealing bells? Hey, old guy, you just don't see our academy winning, do you? Okay, I see, there is no need for students to go to the ring. You come down, the dean will try it with you personally." Ji Yuzing's temper also came up. Up sleeves. Mouth, revealing a snow-white wrist, ready to start. President Ji Yu, this academy is also seeking truth from facts, said the president of Hushi with a stern face. During the debate between the two, a hint of a Pokemon's breath naturally leaked out from behind him. The ancient star was Chishi Hakion, and the Hushi Academy was a phantom of a giant roaring whale. The auras of the two were in contact. Although there was no water splash here, people could still vaguely see a vast expanse of Wangyang. At the same time, an indescribable sense of oppression also enveloped the space, shaking this space. 2. A mimetic mist of water vapor permeates. On the high platform naturally made countless students stunned. Under the pressure of the two, they felt like they were drowning, and it was difficult to breathe. At the same time, even the deans of the schools at the same level looked a little dignified. Hu City Independent Base is indeed the crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Ji Yu Xingzu's strength is definitely second to none among the college presidents in Jiangnan province. But Hu Yuandong, the Hu City College dean, is still on par with Ji Yu Xingzu in terms of momentum. You two, in front of the students and the people of Jinling Base, it would be a bit of a loss to disregard etiquette and act like this. Just when the two were vying for each other and preparing to fight, Shengguan Luan, who was most qualified to express his opinion, finally. He frowned and said with a beautiful brow. Hearing this, the ghost shadow of the Pokemon behind Ji Yu Xingzu and the two was also a little dim. Come to think of it, they also know the proportions in their hearts. Maybe I can prove that Senior Lin stayed at Galaxy Academy. Just when the two couldn't argue, an unexpectedly beautiful voice rang out. Everyone looked at Shengguan Luyu behind Shengguan Luan. Girl had played 2 games on stage before, and her grades were not bad. However, these 4 colleges and other geniuses from other provinces were not ordinary people. After the girl stepped into the 3rd level of the peak, she was not strong enough and lost the game. However, the latter is still young, and with such achievements, he is already blind to the eyes. In addition, Shengguan Luyu is the younger sister of Shengguan Luan, and no one dares to be small. The girl's argument is very simple. First, she said that she had stayed at Galaxy Academy, and then she said that Lin Cheng was in the same dormitory with her. The way of explanation is simply staggering, and it is full of loopholes. Many people complain in their hearts that men and women are not slaves in the same dormitory. However, no matter how hard it was to accept in his heart, No one dared to refute Shengguan Luyu's intentions on the bright side. Just because Shengguan Luyu has a sister who is the governor of the governor. Let's put it this way, there are only 34 governors in the entire federation. The existence of 3 earthquakes. Although the head of whose city college belongs to other provincial bases, if he offends Shengguan Luan, I believe that the superintendent above him will never intercede with Shengguan Luan because of him. Therefore, Shengguan Luyu made a guarantee, saying that Lin Cheng is a member of Galaxy Academy, so Lin Cheng, even if he was not before, is now. Hearing her sister protect Lin Cheng so much, Shengguan Luan also sighed softly. Lan Hao, since it is proved that Lin Cheng is a student of Galaxy College, then this fight will be effective. Of course, if there are other options. It is also in line with the rules to stand up and challenge Lin Cheng. With that said, Shengguan Lu Wanfang glanced in the direction of the deans. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 180_awards. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. When the light touched the deans present, all of the deans who were usually unsmiling and serious, all smiled and said, "The current name of our college students is already the limit of their ability, and I don't expect that position." Furthermore, Lin Cheng of Galaxy Academy is the champion of this 100 Academy Conference, and we are also very supportive. The Academy chiefs present were all well-wishers, although Shengguan Luan did not say anything to explicitly protect Lin Cheng. So there was no suspense about this matter. Why not be a good friend and gain Ji Yu Xing's friendship along the way? Do not. Limited. Well, then, let's follow the procedure. Hearing that from many deans, Shengguan Luan said in a businesslike manner. After hearing this, Hu Yuandong, the head of Hushi College, couldn't help twitching his mouth. In the end, he could only swallow the sullen breath in his heart. He is also a person who understands that it is very difficult to regain face on the Zhongnan base site today. Everyone came to the conclusion that the final referee came to the stage and said loudly, "This 100 Academy Conference is over here." Approved by many deans of the 100 Academy in Zhongnan Province, the final champion of this 100 Academy Conference 297. Lin Cheng of Galaxy Academy. When the referee's calm voice spread, the world was quiet for a moment, followed by thunderous cheers. Although this game is not so intense, it makes people feel the suppression of absolute strength. Except for some students from other provinces who looked a little dejected, most of the students from other colleges responded with cheers and applause that resounded through the sky. Countless eyes are looking at the slender figure at the peak of the pyramid duel field in awe. Although this young man is only a student of Galaxy Academy, it does not prevent everyone from being amazed at the strength he has displayed. Mysterious, powerful. Countless people have attached these words to the young man in front of them. He is not only the most dazzling and eye-catching person in this session of the 100 Courts Conference, but even some people speculate that since the establishment of the 100 Courts Conference, I am afraid that no one can surpass it. Who can achieve more than 5-star Pokemon in their student days? Forest City. Lincheng. Among the cheers in the sky, the students who were most excited were naturally the students of Galaxy College. Most of them were blushing and excited. They cheered Lin Cheng's name neatly and loudly. He is perhaps the most powerful student since the founding of Galaxy Academy. In the crowd of Galaxy Academy, Lu Shui, Bai Xinyu Mingyu and others, who were familiar to Lin Cheng, looked at Lin Cheng's achievements at this time. Their beautiful eyes flashed a trance, and they met Lin Cheng, as if it was just yesterday. Turn around. He is already so dazzling. Lu Shui thought of when he first met Lin Cheng. He had not yet entered the Galaxy Academy. If she hadn't threw an olive branch to him, would he still be fighting for Galaxy Academy at this moment? Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a little fortunate. In Bai Xinyu's eyes, Lin Cheng has always been a low-key and easy-going look. Even if someone is looking for a place, he will still need his own help, but now that I think about it, I am completely superfluous. This little brother Lin Cheng is hiding it. I'm so miserable, I must ask him for some protection money. Mingyu's eyes are very complicated. To be honest, when she first came into contact with Lin Cheng, she knew that this person's strength was very unusual. Later, he fought against him repeatedly. In fact, he was trying to attract his attention and let him fight against him. But the reason is really just this. She herself doesn't quite understand it. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the boy who lived under the same roof with them at the beginning may not be able to be the same as the previous one in the future. Like a casual contact. In the end, one day, he may really move the whole world to reverse the situation of his former class and be forced by the beasts. For anyone, this is a whimsical picture, which can witness Lin Cheng changed. Mingyu, for this point, was arrogant and ridiculous. Lin Cheng stood at the top of the pyramid duel arena, looking down at the cheering crowd, although his expression was still calm, but his heart was a little dazed. By himself, he just won the championship by accident. I'm thinking of making some soy sauce. Champion has been decided, and the next step is the award ceremony. This time, because of the special visit of Shengguan Luan, she will complete the task of awarding the winner of the competition. Holding the golden crown and the golden cup in his hand, he walked to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng was not surprised when he faced this not-so-unfamiliar woman. Just like it was the first time he saw Shengguan Luan, he bowed his hands to the latter lightly. I have seen the governor. Long. Shengguan Luan smiled sweetly. Little guy, I didn't expect you to come this far. Lin Cheng remained expressionless and remained silent. Sister, let me come. Uaa. At this moment, Shengguan Luyu suddenly came out from behind Shengguan Luan. Made everyone present startled, Lin Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and it was this girl again. When he and Yan and others went to search the secret realm, when they met the 7 old stars Shen Kang, it was this woman, but now I know that it was Shengguan Luan's younger sister. Of course, if that was the case, Lin Cheng wouldn't have such an expression. The woman obviously had another meaning when she saw Lin Cheng's expression. Well, it's gone, brother Lin Tilda, Shengguan Luyu said deliberately, imitating the boy's voice when she shared a dormitory with Lin Cheng. An instant, Lin Cheng's expression became wonderful. It can be said that even the expression at the moment of becoming the champion was not exaggerated at this time. You, brother Shengguan. Puchi Tilda, the girl smiled like a flower, and the girl who did not shy away showed her brightest smile in front of Lin Cheng. Idiot, I just saw it now. Facing Shengguan Luyu's teasing, Lin Cheng's mouth twitched, and he could only return an embarrassed smile. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 181-moving, fourth more. Unexpectedly, he, a postmodern person who has crossed over, will encounter Lingshanbo Zhu Yingtai Bridge section. But I really can't blame Lin Cheng. At the beginning, Shengguan Luyu's appearance was obviously flat chest and no butt. This is definitely not something that can be perfunctory simply by wrapping the bandage. Lin Cheng subconsciously looked at Shengguan Luyu's current appearance, and suddenly the girl blushed. Don't look around, stupid. Cough. At the beginning, I entered the Galaxy Academy for a special mission. Naturally, I used special drugs to temporarily change the appearance. There are many materials for the beasts in this world, and even Pokémon have such strange things as the ever-changing monsters. A very ghostly creature, so if you want to change your appearance, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Okay, in short, congratulations, you won this championship, although the total area of the Zhongnan base is extremely small compared to the Federation, and even the entire continent. Cough cough, Shengguan Luan coughed twice from the back, so that she is also the governor of Zhongnan province. Okay, even if you are a younger sister, it's a bit too much to say that she has a small territory in front of her. Shengguan Luyu stuck out her tongue playfully, ignoring her elder sister's opinion, and continued. Anyway, what I mean is, Brother Lin, don't be at ease just because you have achieved some success here, if you lose Rui by that time. Angry and confident, I thought, I'd be disappointed. Shengguan Luyu Meiyui did not leave Lin Cheng, and he used a joking tone, but his expression was unexpectedly serious. Lin Cheng smiled lightly, he naturally agreed with this point. At the same time, he wasn't going to stop his pace, he even thought that this game was just a rest stop. Although the road ahead is unknown, he is still not afraid, this is just his starting point. The young man raised his head, looked at Shengguan Luyu's charming face, and said with a smile, the next time I see you, I hope you haven't turned back into a man. You look so pretty. Shengguan Luyu blushed, gave him an angry look, and then, as if tough, shoved the crown and trophy to Lin Cheng. It depends on whether you can still stand in front of me. When Lin Cheng held up the trophy, Ji Yu Xingqing and other people from Galaxy Academy also rushed over. The ancient star jumped excitedly, pretending to be a little adult, as if he wanted to silently Lin Cheng's head. Lin Cheng leaned over with a wry smile. Long time no see, headmaster. Why, you guy, I thought you would mix in the crowd and watch a good show, but I didn't expect that you would actually come out and show off. When did you come here? Ji Yu Xingzu stared at Lin Cheng with pretty eyes, his hands in the Xiaoman waist. There is the appearance of Princess Yiman without the demeanor of the academy at all. Yeah, Lin Cheng already knew that you were coming back, so what am I going to do? Lie win and wait for you to win glory for the academy. Yan also leaned forward and said with a hilarious smile, as the first place in Galaxy Academy. First, although Lin Cheng's reputation was all taken away, he wasn't annoyed at all, and he was even happy about it. However, Yan's smile didn't last long, and the two vice presidents used a kind smile to directly take him away and went to the corner to talk. Lin Cheng, you guy, duel with me. Yuan Haosheng knew that Shengguan Luyu was a daughter. When he was young, he saw Shengguan Luyu when he was a child because of family relations, and he always remembered it in his heart as a goddess of dreams. Can. Just before, the goddess in the dream was so close to Lin Cheng, Yuan Haosheng's violent temper came, but he had to go up, obviously it was me first. Of course, Lin Cheng ignored him directly. Little brother Lin Cheng. In the chaos, Bai Xinyu fell directly into Lin Cheng's arms like a missile. PFF'd. It is true that he has a physique like Lin Cheng, and he was smashed to death even if he was unprepared. He supported Bai Xinyu with a wry smile, and said, Sister Bai, what kind of hatred and what kind of hatred? Bai Xinyu opened her big bright eyes and looked at Lin Cheng. Although her pretty face was Wei Hong, there were not too many girls and she said bluntly, I haven't seen you for a long time, so let's say hello. Tilda of greeting really suits Bai Xinyu's character. Okay, see you, Lin Cheng. Hearing this, Lin Cheng was startled again, and then he looked at the crowd with some surprise and joy in his eyes. There was a slim girl. Lu Shui. Haven't seen each other for a while, and the girl has changed a lot. The original greenness gradually faded and she became more and more watery, just standing there quietly, like a beautiful picture. Is this time okay? Lin Cheng asked actively. General, I didn't see you during the beast tide some time ago, and I thought you were eaten by the beasts. Lu Shui said with a smile. At this time, a good friend and best friend beside her smiled and said, so during that time, Lu Shui was in a hurry day and night, and even disturbed her grandfather, the vice president. Lu Shui's face blushed when she heard the words, and she hurriedly denied it, while her friend ran away laughing. Lin Cheng picked up his head, and didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, I'll be fine. From now on, if you have anything, you can contact me at any time. Oh, By the way, do you want to exchange numbers? Oh, the girl blushed, got together with Lin Cheng, and recorded Lin Cheng's contact information on the contact device. This was the first boy number she recorded besides her family. Amid the cheers and cheers, this 100-court conference finally came to an end. The Academy, Lin Cheng felt that he had experienced a lot during this time, and with the end of this conference, he knew that his journey in this world had just begun. Return to the Shaoxiang base after the 100 Academy Conference. Although the outside world is good, since he has developed himself, he cannot forget his family. Of this forest city is to prepare to bring the parents to the city-level base to live for 3, Angle. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 182 Looking for a Room, 5th more. Huang Yunlong heard that Lin Cheng was going to take his parents to move to the place of residence. He thought that he had offended Lin Cheng in some way, and hurriedly went to accuse Lin Cheng of the crime. Lin Cheng couldn't explain a dark smile with a wry smile. After Huang Yunlong was sure that it was not his fault, he sent Lin Cheng's family of 3 away with great regret. The land of the moon belongs to the Jinling base as the Zhongnan base. Everyone knows that the general fortress of the Jinling base is completely superior to the other areas of the Zhongnan base in terms of defense and security. When Lin Cheng won the championship before, he naturally had a few words with Shengguan Luan. Among them, Lin Cheng naturally mentioned that he wanted to move. Shengguan Luan gave Lin Cheng the green light all the way, and directly obtained the immigration certificate, 300, for Lin Cheng's family. At present, the population of the major bases has to be strictly reviewed. Ordinary people have no power or strength. Naturally, they can only live in the bottom land of township and town level, unless there is a famous trainer at home. Only then are they eligible to move into higher level bases. And even if you want to relocate, various visas and procedures are quite cumbersome. Although these rules seem indifferent, it is precisely because of these apocalypses that the rights and interests of the upper-level trainers need to be guaranteed, so that they can pay more for the base with more peace of mind. So it can be maintained, but also because of this seemingly indifferent rule. Although Lin Cheng is a 5-star trainer, this time, without the help of Shengguan Luan, if he wants to come, the process of relocating the base will be very tedious. Lin Cheng also remembers this kindness. However, with the relocation certificate, the house still hasn't been settled, so Lin Cheng discussed with the 2 elders this time to choose a house. Houses have always been known for being expensive. This is true whether it is now or in the end of the world. Especially the houses in Jinling base, ordinary houses and local tyrants' houses, the use value is even more different. A man's house is no different from a modern building, even a little more broken. It is a block of buildings, and a local tyrant's house is not called a house, it is called a villa. Resisting various natural disasters such as earthquakes and acid rain, in this era, mankind faces the greatest danger. Naturally, it is a beast, but a series of natural disasters are also the great enemy of mankind. Moreover, compared to the beasts, such natural disasters are even more difficult to prevent, because in the face of natural disasters, unless the disaster is very large, the small-scale disaster-based city usually allows the people to solve it on their own, and will not pay too much attention to it. Without the help of the federal government, such small-scale disasters are often more troublesome. Where the local tyrants live, there are usually special preventive measures for these disasters, and even some high-end villas have the effect of bringing their own crystal nucleus shields. Not to mention a natural disaster, even if a beast strikes, it can last for a while. Lin Cheng has been running around during this period of time. If there are not many others, he will contribute points. He has made a lot of money. Not to mention the more than 4 million contribution points saved because of the broken gems given by the ancient star. Pingjiang City. Shimo's family, Pingjiang City Lord Wei Zhang, are as high as 5 million points. In addition, this time, Ji Yuxing and Shengguan Luan donated 500,000 donations to Lin Cheng in private names. Click on Lin Cheng at this time, he has nearly 11 million contribution points. With this kind of wealth, it is completely possible to buy a villa with its own defense system in a city-level base with the rest of the money. In the Jinling base, although this price can buy a good residence, it is far from satisfactory. It's some distance away. Lin Cheng sighed, the house is really a luxury, and the house in Jinling is a luxury house in the apocalypse. It has long since broken away from the essence of living, and is moving towards a complete set of defense systems for peace of mind. What is the fully automatic sterile swimming pool, the open-air negative ion sterilization rooftop, the anti-aircraft fortress wall, the 24-hour surveillance camera, the combat basement, the living room for refuge, etc. Lin Cheng chose the brain. The bag is about to explode. Although we also hired a real estate salesperson to help find a house, but still, no one was found. The real estate lady wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a wry smile, "Actually, according to your request, Mr. Lin, we still have a house here, and the amount is just within the range that you can accept as a down payment, Mr. Lin. The price is 25 million contribution points. Don't think this price is expensive. In fact, this price can only be regarded as a younger brother's level in Jinling villas. Even the cheap ones are jaw-dropping. How can there be such a cheap house? No, Lin Cheng immediately said in shock. In the introduction of Miss Real Estate, although the protective cover equipment of this house is old, it can be said that in other aspects, it is comprehensive in earthquake prevention and disaster prevention, and emergency rescue equipment is also leveraged, but why is it at this price? Grid. Miss Real Estate showed an embarrassed smile and said, actually. Rumbling. In the middle of the night, there was a thunderstorm in Jinling City tonight. All the pedestrians, and even the shops, closed early, even if there were, they were in 2s or 3s, and they hurried back home. Da da da. Oh 3 the raindrops fell on the deserted streets like bullets, echoing into a strange symphony. Lin Cheng was alone with a black old-fashioned umbrella, walking down a sparsely traveled path. Gradually, his destination emerged in front of him. It was a quaint, but aristocratic and luxurious villa. There is a separate garden outside, but at this moment, all the flowers are withered, and the line of defense that should have had an AI alarm has been lifted, leaving only a simple chain lock, which tightly locks the garden gate. Boom. Another strong thunder slashed down, accompanied by a deafening thunder. The long-abandoned villa has a strange color against the background of the thunder. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 183_Night Detective Haunted House, 6th more. Oh, looking at the appearance, it really looks like something will appear. Lin Cheng touched his chin and said something casually. According to Miss Real Estate, this house was originally built by a young researcher, Chu Fu, but due to an accident, the pair left Jinling City, and his family servant Kong also for various reasons. Gradually leaving the villa, when the last person left, he entrusted the house to the real estate company and let the real estate company take care of it and sell it. At first, the real estate company entrusted the large villa with such a complete defense system and was naturally overjoyed, but soon, this joy turned into bitterness and distress. Because, whenever a new customer is recommended to buy a house, after a while, these customers will hurriedly ask for a refund for checkout, and shout, "This is a haunted house." The people from the real estate company didn't believe it at first, so they sent someone to stay at the house for the night. That night, 2 salesmen ran back with their tails between their tails and their faces black. It was only after the statement that 26 that the villa was normal during the day, but every night, there would be the cries of children. At the same time, there was no one in the kitchen, and there would be the sound of plates breaking from time to time, and people passing by. I went to look, but there was nothing. When they thought it was all psychological reasons and found a clean place to sleep, they found that the dream was also very strange, and there was always a shrill voice echoing in their ears, telling them to get out of this villa. Under all kinds of fright, the sales staff naturally couldn't wait and fled in a hurry. After that, the real estate company contacted the person who entrusted them to sell the house, but the number dialed was empty. Even after checking the registrant's information on the real estate certificate, it was found that there was no such person. It was a strange act, and for a time, the real estate company did not dare to act rashly. The reason why the real estate salesman introduced this house to Lin Cheng this time is because Lin Cheng has a special status and is a 5-star trainer. This kind of strength is rare even in the whole country. Fear of 3 points, so the salesman had a try mentality and explained everything clearly in advance. The heavy rain continued to fall, and the night and the humidity of the rainy day made Lin Cheng quicken his speed. By the salesman and fiddled twice on the somewhat rusted chain. Click. After a crisp sound, the chain opened with a sound. Crunch. The bungalows inside the gates of the iron gates are still quite new, and there are signs of peeling off the walls, but some crawling tigers have been born. The age of the houses looks like 10 or 20 years. Say. This bit of history happens to be in the golden period of residence. Lin Cheng didn't rush into the house, first holding an umbrella, walking around the yard, looking at the general situation of the villa. There is a special garage underneath. The space is quite large, enough to fit into a RV level 2 or 3 cars. But at the moment, it was pitch black in the garage, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Lin Cheng took out a flashlight and found a button switch near the door. Click. Maybe it was because Shumo didn't turn it on. The contact of the electric light was not good. After flashing for a while, it did not return to normal. A look at the general condition of the garage while the lights kept flickering. The condition of the garage was still very good. Just when Lin Cheng was about to leave and close the garage door, suddenly, the lights in front of Ben Duanian stopped, and in a corner of the garage, there was a man wearing a red coat with long black hair. Face woman. Lin Cheng calmly pushed open the garage door that was about to close. Snapped his fingers, and from the shadow behind him, there was a ghost fire, sputtering in the direction of the woman in red just now. That it is normal for a woman to walk around in the garage of a house that has been uninhabited for a long time at night, but there is nothing abnormal. Lin Cheng naturally said nothing and let Ghost Stone attack. Swoosh. A deep purple fire flashed, but the red shadow in front of him disappeared as if it had evaporated. Lin Cheng frowned. If it wasn't for his extreme trust in his facial features, ordinary people would even regard the flashing figure as an illusion created by him. In the end, the exploration was fruitless, and Lin Cheng had to frown and leave. Then, Lin Cheng came to the gate of the bungalow. The gate of this bungalow was a swing door composed of left and right cool solid door panels. From the carving, the door handle to the solid wood material of the door, they are all selected from relatively high-end materials, which also highlights that the person who built this house is a very tasteful person. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Lin Cheng first used the key to turn the key twice in the lock cylinder, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. This key. It seems that the key is not worthy of opening the door at all. This is not scientific. In the daytime it sells 300 small children. Sister Mingming also used this key to open the door, although after that, the salesperson quickly ran away. Lin Cheng then grabbed the door handle by 2 sections and twisted it rattling, but the door was still locked. Oh, interesting, this is because I just hit you with a ghost fire in revenge. Lin Cheng touched his chin, smiled, and said to himself. Hey tilde, it's a pity, since I can't go in, then, of course, I can't buy this house. When Lin Cheng said this, he could clearly feel an emotion called excitement coming from Kong's house. But, the house can't be bought, but the feng shui location is good. I'll ask the demolition team tomorrow to demolish the house and build a new one. Soon as Lin Cheng finished speaking, he heard the sound of clicking, opening the doorknob lock. Ha ha, I'm still quite sensible. After speaking, Lin Cheng walked into this great treasure. Of this villa is more luxurious than the outside. European-style decoration style. Every corner of the house is full of compactness in the central lobby, and there is a crystal chandelier composed of 64 light bulbs, giving Lin Cheng the impression of 4 words, not knowing. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 184 Behind the Weird, 7th more. From the entrance to the stairway, there is a kitchen, dining room, living room and entertainment room on the first floor. The bathroom alone is bigger than the living room of Lincheng Shaoxiang Base. On the second floor, there is also a sauna in the central hall. What impressed Lin Cheng most was the nearly 20 square meter bronze carved bathtub. This size was similar to those of the shared bathrooms, even swimming. There are 4 rooms on the second floor, one of which can be used as a study or a guest room. The third floor was open air, and it was raining outside. Lin Cheng didn't go out to see it, but right at the entrance, he could see that there was a huge open-air swimming pool on the third floor, which belonged to the kind of infinity pool. Beside also, there are facilities such as sunshades, and there is enough space to put a stone table, mahjong table and a view of the garden. Well, the layout of this house is really amazing. Lin Cheng generally admired the equipment in the room and praised it. Hearing Lin Cheng's approval, the house could clearly feel a happy mood. After exploring a circle, Lin Cheng thought that, finally, let's take a look at the most important and central security system of this villa. The House of the World will naturally have a defense system. Although it is rare in civilian housing, high-end residential areas and private villas will definitely have this system. Naturally, this bungalow is no exception. However, just on the way to explore the central defense system, the bungalow, which was mild and did not attack, suddenly exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Walking in the corridor of the house, suddenly, the surrounding walls seemed to be on fire, and Lin Cheng suddenly felt a burning smell. What do you mean? Don't you want me to go to the central control room? Or is there some ulterior secret hidden there? Lin Cheng quickly analyzed for a moment, and finally, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's interesting, since you don't let me go, I'll go to see it. Speaking of kung fu, Lin Cheng's foot speed increased, and he didn't climb the floor. He directly paddled the escalator and went down 2 steps. When he reached the first floor, Lin Cheng suddenly heard what the rumors said, the sound of a broken plate. Crack, crack, crack. Since the sound of broken bowls and utensils appeared in this house, the people in the real estate center have cleaned up all the fragile meals. Now hearing this sound is obviously abnormal. Oh, are you saying you're angry? Lin Cheng thought about it this way, and suddenly realized that a discus disc was shot out from the room. This discus is bronze, surrounded by 6 copper beads, and the center is made of various circle patterns. What kind of tableware is this? Under the observation of Lin Cheng's information eye, it is found that this is a bronze mirror monster. That the bronze mirror monster, the bronze elf, was originally born and must have something to do with a certain era and a certain civilization, because scholars believe that the pattern on the bronze mirror monster must contain a mysterious power. At this moment, the bronze mirror monster was attacking Lin Cheng, and the move used was the Euro ball. Is it a superpower-type Pokemon? No wonder it can cause these troubles. Lin Cheng smiled lightly, patted the elf bag, and a fire burst out, and the burning insect appeared. This bronze mirror monster also has the steel attribute. In the face of the burning of the fire attribute, it is naturally instinctive fear. Originally, it was spinning rapidly and attacking Lin Cheng's body, but suddenly stopped in the middle of it. He wanted to return, but it was too late. Burning with hands, charging with flashes. The burning worm was immediately covered with a layer of flames and slammed into the burning body. The burning worm slammed back and smashed against the wall, and suddenly made a click, click, sound similar to the breaking of a plate. Seeing that the failure of the bronze mirror had just been hidden in the dark, the real murderer who silently created the scene of the fire appeared. Hula hula. This is a chandelier with a black hat shape, with two bright yellow eyes on its face, a blue flame burning inside the glass cover, and two long swinging arms. Open black lens bracket fire ghost. Level, 21, Samsung Pokemon. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, Ghost, Fire. Feature Wear Lure. It turned out to be another Pokemon. It seems that the strength is not weak, but it has the strength of Samsung. The ghost of the lamp saw that his companion was hanged and beaten, and suddenly a blue flame swayed in the lampshade, and a flame vortex swept out. Lin Cheng was in no hurry and continued to command the burning insect to fight. Both sides were 3-star Pokemon, and even the burning level was only a quasi 3-star at level 20, but because of his quasi-god qualification, leapfrog battles were still nothing. Difficult. Under the command of Lin Cheng, facing the vortex of flames without fear, a flaming charge rolled up on the opposite side to counterattack. The lantern ghost was caught off guard, and when they waited for the close combat, the burning insect made another move, insect bite, and knocked on the lampshade of the lantern garden. The V-Ka rub, lampshade faintly shattered some lights, and the ghost's combat power was greatly reduced. Lost 2 magic treasures in a single combo, good, and the villa became quiet for a while. Lin Cheng walked into the 2 ghosts with a kind expression and said, "Be honest, do you have any other accomplices?" These 2 little fellows are quite hard-mouthed. Rao refuses to say, but who is Lin Cheng? Naturally there is a way to make them open their mouths. After a while, the 2 little guys ate their mouths full of oil and couldn't stop. Lin Cheng himself raised ghost-type Pokemon, so he naturally knew what these little guys liked the most. After the first pass of feeding the 2 Xiaodong's mouths have obviously loosened a lot. You mean, you stayed here to protect your son for the master? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 185 _ Hide and Seek in the House. Open black lens bracket 8th more close black lens bracket. After getting to know Lin Cheng, I know that these little guys were once raised by the owner of this big treasure, but they didn't raise them through any formal purchase channels, but accidentally fed one of them with the same companion, and then, these little guys formed themselves and came to this house together. But one day the owner of the house and his wife and daughter left, and the little ones became frightened. The owner of the house told them that one day, their family might come back, and it would be troublesome to look at the house during this time. Originally, the housekeeper's housekeeping was nothing more than a casual remark and did not take it seriously, but for these naive little guys, these words became their motivation to guard their home. After that, things are simple. Although the prevention of beasts in the base is very tight, it is relatively less strict with Pokemon, because most Pokemon are harmless to humans even if they are evil. Attribute Pokemon are first class, as long as they have more contacts, they are also loyal partners. For the real estate company, it's not that they didn't suspect that Pokemon was causing trouble, but unfortunately, the world doesn't know so much about Pokemon. These ghosts are summoned by superpower-type Pokemon. There are very few trainers with 300, so people subconsciously think that there are ghosts at work here. Okay, then tell me, how many of your companions are there? When it comes to this question, the mouths of these two little guys are also a meal. Seems that Ping is estimating and saying the consequences of this matter. Lin Cheng anticipated what they were thinking earlier, and said with a smile, if you're honest, I'll let you all stay in this place. If you can work in the house, I'll give you feed regularly. Quote. The two little guys immediately have stars in their eyes. From the mouth of the bronze mirror monster and the ghost of lights, it turns out that there are 5 Pokemon in this room, including them. Next, Lin Cheng came to a study room. According to what these two little guys said, there should be one of them hidden here. As Lin Cheng entered, he could obviously feel a sense of panic, CGAD, from it. Clang clang clang. Was a violent metallic sound, and then Lin Cheng saw that in the place of a mirror in this room, the image of the woman in red that he had seen in the warehouse flashed again. If he didn't understand the body of this prank before, Lin Cheng might still be confused, but now. Lin Cheng directly ignored these signs, opened the eyes of information, glanced at the room, and said with a smile, I found you. Then, he walked leisurely to the bookshelf, where there were also books left by the owner of the house before, and Lin Cheng, who was mostly locked up Pokemon, slowly moved these books away. Soon. I found the shivering little guy hiding behind the corner of the book. Let me find you, Lin Cheng said with a smile. This is a magical treasure similar to a key ring. It is not the first time that Lin Cheng has seen it. At first, he saw it in the Hidden Skill Pavilion of Galaxy Academy. However, compared to the key ring in the school skills, this house has of. The circle is obviously smaller in size, and there are not many keys on its body, only 2 or 3, but it is firmly guarded at the moment, and it is glaring at Lin Cheng like a piece. Whole body released a pink, so dark that the poo could not be seen. When it came out, Lin Cheng immediately realized that the ghost in red, who was still lurking in the mirror just now, slowly emerged from the mirror. Tooth danced towards him. Pounce. However, Lin Cheng didn't panic at all. So far, he didn't even summon the Pokemon. He laughed and said, it's really interesting. I didn't expect Shanguang to use the superpower, magic space, and the steel attribute skill, bright shot. Be able to draw such a picture, you little guy is truly a genius. Keychain really didn't expect that the person in front of him, not only was not frightened, but instead boasted about it in person. The originally silver-white little face suddenly revealed a blushing meaning. Lin Cheng laughed. Hey, little guy, why don't you live with me and my family next? Keychain was stunned for Zheng, and when it remembered that someone else seemed to have said the same thing. At this moment, the face of Lin Cheng in Keychain's eyes coincided with the face of the original owner of the house. This 4th Pokemon is a relatively special little guy. If you don't fall asleep in this house, it will not even dare to appear in front of you with its timid personality. According to what the other little guys said, Lin Cheng lay directly on a sofa, and gradually closed his eyes and entered a state of dormancy. When Lin Cheng's consciousness was just blurred, suddenly, there was a dark green shadow that struck Lin Cheng's dreamland. Under Lin Cheng suddenly felt something, and likewise, it turned into a black shadow, and followed the dark green shadow in front of him and entered Lin Cheng's dreamland. Lin Cheng's feet touched the ground, although the scene in front of him was very real, but Lin Cheng still reacted immediately. This was a dream. Of this dreamland is this villa. However, the villa in the dreamland is more brand new than the current villa. The difference is that there are no traces of crawler on the dry villa, and the yard is still in full bloom, with all kinds of colorful flowers. Lin Cheng was still in the garden, but when he strolled near the villa and put his hand on the door handle, a vision appeared. Get out! Get out! Get out of here! From behind the door came a neat eviction order. There are males and females, and even the voices of children. Lin Cheng was not frightened by the sound, but pushed the door open decisively. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click Refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 186_Dreamland Dream Demon First Update. In the house made Lin Cheng feel a little bit. The European-style decoration, which was still elegant and luxurious, was now in tatters. There was a strong musty smell everywhere in the house. Soon as you walk in, you feel uncomfortable. A few steps into the house, Lin Cheng saw the family who had just made a sound. His appearance was a little blurry, and he could only make out the outline, but at this moment, everyone's face was covered with a shadow. When they saw Lin Cheng coming in, they immediately stretched out their hands, staggered their steps, and wrapped their arms around him. Come together. From here, leave. This was the hoarse voice of the male host. Hurry up, leave. This is the hostess's sharp voice. If you don't go, bro, you can stay with us forever. Finally, the little girl was holding a dilapidated little bear doll in her hand with eyes falling out. I don't know how long this little bear doll has been used. The surface is covered with dirt, and some places are also moldy. The little girl stuck the seeds like hooks into the inside of the doll and grabbed a lot of fluff, but the little girl didn't know it at all, and she still looked at Lin Cheng with a strange smile on her face. Come. When Lin Cheng put his eyes on the little girl's face again, his expression was also stunned, not because he was frightened by the little girl's strange expression, but felt. This child, it seems that he has seen it somewhere. And when they approached again, Lin Cheng's whole body suddenly flashed purple-black light. The family of three was shrouded in purple light, and all of them suddenly screamed and flew out. At the same time, a dark green figure also popped up from the little girl's little bear play county. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed with light, obviously in his sleep, but his eyes were still able to clearly see the other party's entity. Open black lens bracket Dream Demon. Level 20 Quasi Samsung Pokemon. Qualification: Elite. Attribute: Ghost. Feature: Floating. The shape is like a cute doll, with a pair of lovely big eyes and red irises, and a string of bright red beads around the neck. The most important thing about this string of red beads is that this dream demon and normal dream is different. It is a different colored dream. Its whole body is dark green, like the tip of the hair, which is light orange, which makes the dream demon look even more bizarre. After finding the target, then the next thing is simple. Ghost Stone, don't let the other party run away. Gauss. Ghost Stone turned into a ferocious devil shadow and roared towards the dream demon. Meng Yuankang fled, although she was called the monster in her dreams, but in the face of the Ghost Stone who completely crushed her, Meng Yao had no resistance at all, and was soon beaten up in various ways. What illusion, the dream all disappeared. The main body was also taken out by the Ghost Stone Jungle City dream. Lin Cheng's eyelids trembled, and he returned to reality from dreamland again. Meng looked aggrieved, and knelt down and curled up on the ground. The three little guys around looked at Meng Yao's miserable appearance, and couldn't help but feel fortunate. In the direction of Meng Yao thought that this human was going to do something too much to herself, and she curled up and trembled even more. However, Meng unexpectedly discovered the next moment that this human didn't do anything, and hugged him gently. Asked it with a smile, "Little guy, what's the name of that family in your memory?" Meng Sheng was afraid that he would not be able to answer, and Lin Cheng would continue to do it, so he tried his best to think hard, but he still couldn't come up with anything. After all, for Pokemon, remembering someone's name is more important than remembering someone's name. The sound and taste will come easier. Because he couldn't answer the question, Meng Yao couldn't help trembling with fear. Lin Cheng also smiled bitterly when he saw this. "Okay, I won't do anything to you, The next treatment for you, and the group behind you. Like partners. Let them talk to you." Meng was too frightened just now and didn't even notice it. At this time, he realized that his group of friends were all here. Lin Cheng touched his chin. Now, 9 out of 10 troublesome little guys in this room have been searched, and the last one is in the central control room. Ellipsis. The underground control room of this villa is also a refuge fortress. This place is very hidden. Even the people from the real estate company do not know, but they simply know how to activate the protective cover system of this villa. The depression can be directly put into the crystal nucleus. If it wasn't for Lin Cheng to inquire about the news from the mouths of those little guys, if he wanted to find it, he would have to use the Eye of Information to find it. To the underground fortress of refuge was hidden in the fireplace of the living room, and there was a rumbling sound when the horns of the sheep moved on the fireplace. On the floor in front of you, a staircase leading to the basement extends. Lin Cheng moved forward slowly and vigilantly. If it was an ordinary Pokemon, he naturally didn't need to be so nervous, but Lin Cheng had to be so cautious after finding out the name of this last elf from the mouths of those children. The dark and opaque staircase, the only light that shines is the light slanting down from the stairs overhead. But soon the light will gradually disappear. Wow! Several lights suddenly appeared on the surrounding rock walls. Without warning, the faint blue light flickered. Although the lights were weird, Lin Cheng had a big heart and continued to move forward without caring at all. When he reached the bottom, he discovered that there was a one-person high gate made of superalloy steel. This is the gate of the underground central control room, right? Boom boom boom. Lin Cheng lightly knocked on the metal door, and then felt it with his hand, and found that the material of this door is absolutely extraordinary. Its hardness is more than that of the strongest beast material he has ever been in contact with. Hard on a few points. 3. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 187_Rotom open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. If the problem of the alloy steel gate in front of him is not solved, Lin Cheng will naturally not be able to see this last little guy. The design of this alloy gate is very ingenious. It can prevent most attribute attacks. Even if it is a ghost stone, it cannot penetrate into it. If it is someone else, there is really no way to do it, but obviously Lin Cheng is not included in this list. Lin Cheng summoned Paluchia directly, and he slipped in easily after a wave of space fluctuations. Gia. The little thing who was hiding behind the defensive wall was still complacent, thinking that he had finally succeeded in blocking the intruder. But when it turned back, it was instantly frightened. Lotto. I don't know when a human came out from behind. 300, oh. You are the last troublemaker in this room, right? Lin Cheng said with a smile. The whole body of the Pokemon in front of it is nearly translucent, surrounded by blue electric ions, and there is an orange nuclear energy in the center. Rotom, also known as Electric Ghost. Open black lens bracket Rotom. Level, 25. Qualification: Journey to the West. Attributes: Ghost, Electric. Feature: Floating. In the animation game setting, this is a very convenient Pokemon, which can walk freely in the wires and cables made by humans, and can also be attached to various furniture. Of furniture it can possess is still unknown so far, and it is no exaggeration to say that this Rotom is in Eudemons. However, such a Pokemon actually appeared in this abandoned bungalow in the forest city, and I can't help but sigh that it is really lucky. There is no doubt about Rotom's special ability. In this era, houses with defense systems will be equipped with high-tech electronic equipment, and electronic equipment may sometimes fail, but if there is a Rotom, then control the electronic equipment. The equipment is definitely as convenient as using hands and feet. If you can tame your heart and let it keep your home, it will definitely be a very reliable existence. It is more than a firewall, and it is also a fully intelligent artificial service. It is definitely a competent and all-round housekeeper. However, Lin Cheng's idea just came to his mind, and before he could express it, this Loto fled in panic with a frightened expression on his face. Its body is like a plasma, and when it moves, it is as fast as lightning, and it drills into a certain electrical furniture in an instant. This underground shelter is well equipped, and there will be no shortage of various home appliances. After a while, Lin Cheng only heard the sound of a rushing hurricane. I saw that all the fans and air machines in this underground refuge were actually covered with a layer of strange yellow light spots, and then, there were air slashes that enveloped the forest city. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, please. Gah! The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus dashed out of the elf bag, and its rock-like body instantly enveloped Lin Cheng, preventing it from being damaged in the slightest. At the same time, he twitched his tail quickly, using the down skill, and smashed the nearest rotating rotom to the nearest rotating rotom. Rotating rotom flight plus electrical system is a new type of rotom after being attached to household appliances such as electric fans. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that rotom could only be possessed by a single object, but he did not expect that rotom could instantly possess all the fans and ventilators in this room. The most important thing in the underground shelter is the ventilator system, and at the same time, this type of ventilator is naturally the most indispensable. When the number is superimposed, the attack power caused is also amazing. Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes. In this case, if he wanted to break the game quickly, he naturally had to find Rotom's body quickly. The eye of swiftness glanced over, and soon, Lin Cheng locked his target on the smallest electric fan near the door. At this moment, the spinning rotom seemed to be planning to escape. Seeing that Lin Cheng had discovered it, foot speed. A little faster. Did you run away? Lin Cheng replied. The space in front of rotom distorted when he got into it, but he found that he had returned to the original place. Obviously he is also a ghost spirit, but this strange scene still makes rotom 5 points of horror. Protect the car. Rotom resolutely gave up the current type of electric fan, and turned to the circuit again to continue escaping. The lines connecting the underground central control rooms are covered in every corner of the house, and it is really difficult for Tom to explore the forest city for a while. Fortunately, he also has a good hand in the electricity department. Electric shock beast's palm touched the cable line, although its electrical induction was much weaker than that of rotom, but luckily, its level was much higher than that of rotom, and it could barely detect the general movement of rotom. Beep beep. After a long while, the electric shock beast pointed somewhere, motioned to lead the way, and asked Lin Cheng to follow it. Lin Cheng kept the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus on standby in the basement, and followed the electric beast to continue chasing rotom. I just walked to the ground on the first floor, and suddenly there was a layer of blizzard blowing towards Lin Cheng. I saw that rotom was attached to the refrigerator this time, and when he opened the doors on both sides of the refrigerator, a layer of frost hurricane instantly filled the entire living room floor and quickly froze, and the ice and snow spread to Lin Cheng's ankles. Burning bug, flare charge. Bang. The next moment, I saw a dazzling fire burst out from Lin Cheng's elf bag, and immediately after hearing the sound of, the fire turned into a missile and smashed directly into the freezer opened by O3 rotom. Quote. A sound of ice and snow receding froze the surface of rotom's body, and finally rotom couldn't take it anymore. Shish, flew out of the box and continued to flee to other rooms. Lin Cheng continued to walk in the courtyard to keep up. Boom. This time, rotom was attached to a washing machine, and the tail like a water outlet spewed out a water jet with the power of a water cannon. Water cannon, blizzard. The power of such skills can be regarded as the secret meaning of all attributes, and rotom, as long as it is transformed into this type, can easily use it, the name of its electric ghost beast. Absolutely worthy of its name. Reality. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 188_Electric Ghosts Perseverance 3rd. Still not willing to die, little electric shock beast. The electric shock beast stepped forward with a thunderbolt fist and smashed it down. Boom. Water splashed, the huge force, and the directly oscillating, cleaning Rotom shot back. At the moment of the back shot, Rotom resolutely abandoned the washing machine body. Attached to the oven. Open black lens bracket heating Rotom close black lens bracket. Rotom, who has become this form, can also easily use the flame-type mystery skill Overheating. Overheating. Use the temperature energy that exceeds the physical strength to supply the opponent. After use, due to the strong recoil force, it will lead to a shortage of energy, and the special attack ability will be greatly reduced. Close black lens bracket. The fire light condensed and turned directly into a long scarlet dragon. The long dragon's melon teeth were clear, and it seemed to contain life and rushed towards the electric shock beast. Ow! Matter how tight the fire dragon is, the electric shock beast is still not afraid. Open black lens bracket blast punch close black lens bracket 26. The electric shock beast's palm is tight, and a domineering light emerges from the fist. Bang! People didn't talk much, and they just punched the fire dragon with a fist. For a time, the impact of the two forces shook the glass around the villa, and all of them shattered. Boom! Thunder and rain slap inside the house. Rotom took the opportunity to get out of the house and ran towards the villa garden. I see how long you ran. Lin Cheng and the electric shock beast also crossed the window and chased after them. Woohoo! On the garden lawn, Rotom transforms into the last fighting form, the Weeder Cut Rotom. It seemed that he knew that he had no choice but to retreat, and Rotom began to fight hard, not only using grass attribute skills, but also electric and ghost skills. When he saw Rotom's aggressive offensive, instead, he sneered that it had an absolute advantage in level, and naturally would not lose to Rotom in terms of stamina, and now Rotom's attack seems to be ferocious. In fact, it's just a dying struggle. At the same time, in the course of the battle, the electric shock beast intentionally engages in hand-to-hand combat. Most of its attack skills are close range, and second, it is convenient for Rotom to go forward and capture it as soon as possible after losing to Rotom. Shish. Rotom quickly unleashed his grass-type ultimate, Flying Leaf Storm. Chug. Cutting Rotom instantly accelerated and swept across the lawn. Soon, a large swath of weeds were collected. Then, in its long cry, these pointed blades quickly rolled into a storm, mixed with raining. A grass tornado mixed with strong winds. Boom. On which Lin Cheng was standing trembled violently. At this time, Lin Cheng clearly found that Rotom seemed to be desperate, a little too much. Overheating, Flying Leaf Storm, two big moves in succession. If a normal Pokemon is over level 20, it should not even have the strength to stand at this time, but Rotom is still standing despite his posture. 10. Divide the wolf and fox, although the rain has soaked its whole body, although the wound and fatigue have made it crumbling. This child, what is he fighting with? Although Lin Cheng felt the same love for this villa on several other Pokemon, Rotom's feelings were even purer than that. Many. Rotom, I can guarantee that you can continue to live here with your friends. Lotto. Rotom shook his head and refused plainly. This was not Lin Cheng's first persuasion, but the answer Tom gave was always refusal. The raindrops wet Rotom's body, and in a flash of light, Rotom's lawnmower couldn't maintain its shape. It slowly transforms into the original ion shape. On the ionized Rotom, making a short-circuit sound. The other four little guys who were watching the battle by the window all looked uneasy and terrified. Although they wanted to stay in the house, Rotom was a good friend they had made over the years. In this battle, one side is the future owner, and the other side is a friend for many years. If possible, neither of them wants to offend. Wow! The heavy rain continued to fall, and Rotom gradually lost his physical strength, and finally fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Vaguely, Rotom's consciousness returned to the villa where it first came. It is not a Pokemon summoned by humans, but a pure wild elf. As for how it was born, and who are its parents, Rotom is not very clear about these. Survived on the cables and wires of the human base since it became conscious. As the existence of the electric ghost, the mischief is Rotom's instinct-like action. And every time it plays a prank, it will naturally be expelled by the local resident 303. That day, just like today, it was raining heavily. As an electrical-type Pokemon, although it is not afraid of water-type attacks, touching the water for a long time will also cause a burden on the body. The electric ghost was recruited without knowing it, and got a bad cold. The phenomenon of short circuit is very serious. In a trance, it came to a villa. "Dad, I saw that there seems to be something there," the little girl said innocently to her father. The father heard the words and quickly came to check the situation. Rotom has been in a state of being driven out by humans because of his previous actions. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that this time he was seriously ill and fell into the hands of human beings, and there would be no good fruit to eat. However, Rotom was surprised. The family who picked it up were very friendly to it. Under the care of this family, Rotom soon recovered to health. Living in this family is really happy. It can be said to be the happiest time in Rotom's life. No matter what it does, the owner of the house will not blame it, and the child is also very close to it. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 189 I'm buying a house, fourth more. At the same time, it originally thought that it was a very human ability to attach itself to various furniture. The family did not feel disgusted when they saw it. Instead, it is praised for its outstanding ability and let it try more. The host and hostess of this house are both Pokemon researchers, and naturally they know how precious Rotom's rare ability is. When both parties are willing to contact each other, it is natural for them to get along. And Rotom unknowingly stayed in this house for more than 5 years. During this period, he brought a lot of his good friends to live with him. The original owner also upholds the attitude of not refusing to come and welcoming everyone. In this way, the number of small partners has increased to 4 one after another. There is a lovely little master, a mature and stable male master, and a gentle and virtuous mistress in the family. Rotom feels that everyday life is so colorful. But happy times are always short. One day, when the owner of the house and Rotom said they were going to leave, Rotom felt that the sky was falling. Originally, if you never got it, you might not be so sad, but once you have it, it will be really heartbreaking. Rotom began to be suspicious, because of what he did wrong. Did he bring his friends back to make the master unhappy? Or because he went to the basement shelter to play indiscriminately last night? In confusion, there is no one at home. The directors have left. Rotom, also because of this incident, began to have an estrangement with his group of friends. Begin alone in an underground shelter, alone unless there is a buyer in the way, they will cooperate to fight back, the rest of the time, they will be separated. Rotom is waiting for that family, waiting for the family who is willing to accept him wholeheartedly to come back. He does not accept and is unwilling to accept other people. Rotom opened his eyes, with determination in his eyes, and Lin Cheng saw that the light around him greatly increased. The entire body is magnified several times between the lightning and thunder. Lotto. Rotom has carried out the last possession. And the object of the possession is the body of the house. The earth shook violently, and then the bungalow stood up abruptly, as if it had long legs. It looks like a mountain giant, mysterious and majestic. Lotto. In this dark night and heavy rain, Rotom's roar resounded through half of Jinling City, it felt like a child who went home had nowhere to cry. What's going on? Shangguan Luan soon realized that the Jinling base was abnormal. As the director of the base in Jiangnan province, the base city she directly controlled was the Jinling base. Subordinates were trembling and shocked, and they were also stunned. The defense line of the base did not move at all, and the news about the invasion of the beasts was impossible to say, but this change was not caused by the beasts. Helpless, he could only plead guilty and said that he would send someone to check it as soon as possible. No need, I'll go there in person. After a long day of fatigue, Shangguan Luan rubbed the sun and forced herself to cheer up and said lightly. The incident happened in Jinling City, where the residents are densely populated. If there is a slight movement, there will definitely be casualties. Shangguan Luan naturally knows that this matter cannot be delayed. At once. Can be the governor of a provincial base. But, if something goes wrong with the governor, the official below said a little uneasy. No, but, who do you think I am? Shangguan Luan used a shawl, opened the window of the office building and jumped down. At the same time, Bai Diao flew out of her elf bag and rushed towards the scene of the incident. Not long after, Shangguan Luan arrived at the scene of the crime. She had already prepared for a battle, but after seeing the scene, she was surprised to find that the stone that was in a runaway state just now has now been killed. All in control. What's going on? Shangguan Luan was puzzled, and soon found a familiar young man. Lin Cheng. Hearing that he was called, Lin Cheng also looked up. Lin Cheng, what's going on? Shangguan Luan jumped down from Bai Diao's back in a valiant manner. Shangguan Luan was drenched in the rain all the way, and hurried over. Her cheeks were reddish, her hair was wet, and even her clothes were stuck to her body because of the rain to outline some beautiful shapes. Seeing this, Lin Cheng also anticipated the situation, and greeted a little embarrassedly. Second, I have seen the governor of Shangguan. Shangguan Luan waved her hand, indicating that she would not be polite. She wanted to hear the situation at the scene. As the governor sees, I'm buying a house. Lin Cheng said honestly. Shangguan Luan, do you think that the long-chested adults are stupid and foolish? What can be related to buying a house at the scene? Therefore, Shangguan Luan's expression became more serious. Director Lin Cheng is very optimistic about your talent, but you can't lie and explain the situation honestly about your pregnancy. Lin Cheng smiled bitterly. This is the truth, but no one believes it yet. Director, I'm really buying a house. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. The stone is good. The man is actually the house I want to buy. Stop talking. Shangguan Luan wanted to swear, but when Yu Gongzai looked at the stone man, she opened her lips in surprise for a while. Look closely, this stone man seems to be the structure of a house. The head is composed of windows, balconies, and fences with facial features, and the body is composed of rooms. But, how did the house look like this? Shangguan Luan asked dumbfounded. How should I put it? It should be considered that my future housekeeper is not satisfied with the new water, Lin Cheng said casually. At this time, several explosion-proof chariots, carrying elite squads of city guards, also rushed over. Lin Cheng took the opportunity to say, well, in short, Governor Shangguan, I will take care of the matter here. You should let everyone close the team first. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 190_New Home, 5th Update. Shangguan Luan glanced at the house giant held by some kind of spatial force, and then looked at Lin Cheng with a little interest, and finally turned around helplessly, turning his back to Lin Cheng's legacy. Look at Lu Yu's face. I'll let you go. Ma, resolve the situation as soon as possible, and don't have any more troubles. Lin Cheng nodded embarrassedly. After explaining to Paluchia that the power of the space was strengthened, Rotem, who was at the end of the shot, was crushed, and the main body was forced to be pulled out of the house and the villa was instantly restored to its original appearance. Pat. When the villa was restored, Lin Cheng saw that something similar to a house number had fallen. Taking a closer look, it seems that there are several people's names written on it. They should have lived here before. When Lin Cheng saw the last name, his pupils shrank a bit. It turned out that this was the home she used to live in. Rotem, are you awake? Vaguely, Rotem heard Lin Cheng's voice. Hey, I said, is the child of the previous master's name Luo Qingya? Lin Cheng's voice was gentle, listening, as if he was chatting with Rotem, without the slightest hostility. When Rotem heard the name, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Cheng with a serious face. 303 lol. No need to translate Lin Cheng to know that Rotem at this time must want Lin Cheng to honestly explain where he got the name. Lin Cheng smiled slightly and said, let's call it Qing Ya's friend. Regardless of whether Rotem understood or not, Lin Cheng told the story between himself and Luo Qingya and said that when Luo Qingya was still looking for her parents, Rotem was restless. He seemed to want to get up a pair. To find Luo Qingya's expression. Lin Cheng stopped Rotem and shook his head. Calm down, I'm not telling you about this. It's not for you to be impulsive. The opponent Luo Qingya is going to face, with your current strength, I want to help, is far from bad. Quote. Lin Cheng communicated with Tan Xiaolingtian after the last time at the 100 Courts conference and learned about Luo Qingya. To be honest, when Lin Cheng didn't see Luo Qingya at the end of the hunting festival, he was already suspicious. If it weren't for this, Tan Xiaoling and the others learned that Luo Qingya was safe. He really didn't know where the girl went. According to Tan Xiaoling's original words, Luo Qingya should be safe at this time. If it weren't for the amazing strength shown by Lin Cheng's 100 Courtyard conference, they didn't plan to tell Lin Cheng about Luo Qingya. Without a certain. If Li Qian was involved in the game of such a big man's wrench, it would be fatal. If you want to find out Luo Qingya's whereabouts, you should come to the Yanjing base within the next 2 months. At the same time, they also said that this is still under the premise of Lin Cheng's 5-star strength and no water. I can assure you that I will help you bring your little master back safely, but during this period, you should do your best to be my housekeeper. After Rotem knew that the reason the Roche family left was not because of it, the big stone hanging in his heart was finally put down. At the same time, it gradually began to have a little anticipation for the new life that was about to face. Lin Cheng successfully bought this villa from the real estate company. The process was unexpectedly simple. This house felt like a hot potato in the hands of the real estate company. They heard someone buying it. They immediately gave the green light all the way, and with the efficiency that can be called the speed of light, they have completed a series of real estate special accounts. On this day, Lin Cheng brought his parents to this new home. Before coming, Lin Cheng naturally mentioned to his mother and father about these 5 little guys. CGAD, Lin Cheng's parents not only did not object, but also showed a sense of excitement. Bai Yi, for the commoners who have lived in the Shaoxiang base for most of their lives, Pokemon is a rare species. To be able to live with these little guys, it was something that could not be asked for before. And these little guys also tried their best to outdo Lin's parents and Lin's mother. Bronze Mirror used the power of thought to set out the prepared meals one by one. The ghost of the lamp lights up the father and mother Lin at night. The huge villa, as long as the 2 of them are there, will always be bright. As the housekeeper who keeps the keys, the key ring does not need Lin's parents to think about the key, such as going out. Even if you don't have the key, you can unlock the lock intelligently just by calling the key ring. The role of dreams is also excellent. After working hard for most of his life, the second old man is a little unstable in sleep, but the hypnotism of the dream demon, coupled with the control of the dream, makes the second old man dream or sleep. All very comfortable. Finally, there is Rotem. After the battle with Lin Cheng, the whole elf seems to have matured a lot. I used to be naughty and mischievous now. It sticks to the basement control room of the villa from beginning to end, and helps Lin Cheng manage a series of operations in the villa. Everything from turning on and off lights in the house, to surveillance video, and opening the villa's protective cover. At this moment, it is like the soul of this villa, making people enjoy the warmth. Respect my former master. You used to be my son, the harbor watching over me. And now that you are not here, I will try to be a harbor for others. Lin's father and Lin's mother moved to a new house during this time, and are busy tinkering with various counties. Lin Cheng didn't mix his opinions too much, but held the mentality of letting them toss at will. After all, it is good for people to do something when they are old. As for Lin Cheng, Shengguan Luan called him to the office at this moment. Euphemistically, it is an invitation. In fact, it is a teacher who asks for guilt. It happened last time. This woman has always kept in mind. No, just now Lin Cheng was called to go. At this moment, the pretty Governor-General stood by the window without saying a word, leaving only a beautiful back for Lin Cheng. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 191_Advanced Team, 6th Update. The governor asked me for something. Lin Cheng also had an attitude of not being able to control Shengguan Luan, so he asked aloud first. Lin Cheng is very strong, and his future is limitless, but this person always acts a bit evil and has a sense of uncontrollability. At the same time, the most headache for Shengguan Luan is his sister's attitude towards Lin Cheng. Just a relationship between friends. Based on the above opinions, this time Shengguan Luan called Lin Cheng over, and asking for guilt was just superficial words, mainly to beat Lin Cheng. At least Shengguan Luan wanted to know what kind of person Lin Cheng wanted to be. Last time there was such a big mess in Jinling City near the city center. What can I do to you? Shengguan Luan casually stroked her long wavy hair, and her delicate face was arrogant like a queen. Didn't you say it was revealed last time? Lin Cheng was not afraid of Shengguan Luan's attitude, but he didn't want to offend him. After all, his parents had just moved to Jinling. This woman was unselfish on the surface, but in fact, secretly helped a lot. Last time I said it was because of Lu Yu's face. Can you explain now, what is your relationship with Lu Yu? Shengguan Luan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her long and narrow eyelashes reflected clear and bright eyes. Lin Cheng was at a loss for words again. Can't tell. Shengguan Luan glanced at Lin Cheng, who was embarrassed, with some pride in his small eyes. Since we can't tell, let's act according to the rules and don't make it difficult for you. I just have a task. It may be difficult for others, but I am very confident in you and me. Shengguan Luan's lines are very skilled, and every leader can play the trick of sticking with candied dates. There will be no shortage of rewards for doing a good job in the task, including the last time there was a commotion. All of them will be written off. After going around in such a big circle, it turned out to be for this. Lin Cheng shook his head. This time, in the final analysis, he owed her a favor. If the task of simply dispatching one can be offset, it is not unacceptable. Don't feel dissatisfied either. Maybe it was because he was afraid that Lin Cheng would resist again. Proud of someone who has achieved such success at this age. Shengguan Luan himself also belongs to that type, so he persuaded. This mission is a mission that may be in contact with Tianzhou in other provincial bases. With your achievements, you will definitely not be limited to Jiangnan province in the future. Take it earlier. It is also a good thing for you to touch other provincial talents. At the same time, if you find something in the mission this time, you can accept part of it without reporting it. Finally, you only need to write a report on the progress of this mission. According to the completion of the task, you will arrive at the base, and there will also be a certain contribution point reward. Today, Lin Cheng lacks everything, just this money and contribution points are extremely lacking. Reason for repayment of mortgage. The task this time is similar to the task of exploring and expanding the terrain. All know, because of the invasion of beasts, humans can only squat in the base and live in a daze. At present, the energy within the range of human detection, there are various low-star trainers mining A. Although it is strong and able to supply, it will be exhausted one day sooner or later. In order to sustain resources, it is natural to send high-star training from time to time home, to explore new energy resources. This kind of high-star trainer will also have a resounding title of pioneer. The next day, Lin Cheng got up early and prepared the corresponding supplies. First, put on a house hat, light feather boots, a vine shield on your wrist, and 2 vine leaves on your chest. In terms of weapons, bone spurs, cow drums, and celestial scissors. Flying machine county giant winged bat wing. The next thing is the contactor, lighter, multi-function tool knife, lighting equipment, etc. Lin Cheng originally wanted Rotom to be attached to his contactor. Tom, the function of the liaison device will definitely go up a notch, but thinking that if he is not at home, if there is any accident, he will be able to help him take care of his parents by going to Rotom, so he gave up the idea. After making sure that there was nothing missing, Lin Cheng checked the elf bag and the empty strange stone ring to go. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to do a mission here. I don't think I'll be going home for the past few days. You two should pay attention to safety at home. If you want to go out, you can bring the 5 little guys at home. Lin Cheng explained that he kept both the bronze strange lantern Ghost Dream and the key ring Rotom at home, just to protect the two. Okay, son, pay attention to safety on the road. I also made an appointment with the old man next door to play cards. 0. Your mother is chasing 500 episodes of bitterness drama, and the temptation to go back to the village. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Lin Cheng's mouth twitched when he heard this, and the second old man's ability to respond made him speechless. However, it is finally reassuring. Lin Cheng went out relaxed and comfortable and came to the gate of Jinling City. Unlike him, who was lazy and went out for an outing, a group of teammates or subordinates on his trip had a heavy face and arrived early. The city gate. Saw Lin Cheng coming over. They greeted in unison, cautious and puzzled. I have seen Lord Lin Cheng. There are 2 men and 2 women in the team, both of them are not young, around the age of 20. In fact, this age is the best age for trainers to take risks, just like esports players. And hand. Foot speed, but can't keep up. However, someone of Lin Cheng's age still looks too young. Therefore, it is inevitable that some people will put on an expression of disbelief or even doubt. For example, in the middle of the 2 girls, a girl who looks more mature is tall in a dark green camouflage uniform. Her hair is tied into a ponytail, and her clothes are smart, but she still can't cover its majestic peaks. The 3 women who coexisted with anger. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 192_Team. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. The woman's name was Sue, and after greeting Lin Cheng, she bluntly said, I'm sorry, please, does Lord Lin Cheng really have any experience in going out to explore? Although this question is a bit contemptuous, it is a very real problem. In fact, the number of 5-star trainers is not small, but most of them are descendants of aristocratic families, or young masters from super rich families. When he was born, he stood at the end of most people. Even if they don't do anything, they can easily become 5-star trainers with massive accumulation of resources. However, if you think about it with your knees, you will know how much water this trainer has. Maybe there will be a 5-star Pokemon on the bright side, but once it starts to fight, it may not be as good as 307 inches compared to the 4-star high-level Pokemon. If it is put into the wild, it will be a proper burden. Although Su Lan and the others only have 4-star strength, they also do not want to put their lives in the hands of such people. Lin Cheng touched his smooth chin. He really didn't have a better explanation for this time. He would never pretend to be a real person and insisted that he was a powerful person. Unconvincing, but also very worthless. So he simply smiled calmly. Time will tell. Several team members looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. 2 days had passed, and the 5-man team had also survived in the wild for 2 days. Jonko, that flaming-toothed porcupine is heading towards you. Be careful not to be overwhelmed by it. Su Lan reminded her with the contact device while daring to go in the direction of her teammate Jonko. Jonko was sweating profusely. He was arranging traps on his side. At the same time, his Pokemon was a flower and dance bird, with a popping style, that is, electric attribute plus flying attribute. The shape is wrapped in buff feathers, and the body wing feathers and ankles have fluffy electrics. This Pokemon cannot evolve, but as long as it grows up, it can have good combat power, and it can be regarded as a civilian god of war type elf. However, in the face of the 4-star fire-toothed porcupine, it is not enough to watch. At the moment of contact, it was burned by the flame and flew out. That hold elemental energy. Traps with technology such as electric shock and anesthesia are ineffective, and the simplest traps, such as trapping, can cause unexpected damage. However, these traps are also time-consuming to arrange. Damn, Jonko's pupils were splitting, and although the trap had already been set up a few seconds ago, it was clear that there was no time for him to escape at this time. Seeing the flaming-toothed porcupine sprinting over, he had already foreseen the pained expression of his own being pierced by the tooth in the next moment. Immediately, Jonko suddenly realized that the scenery around him suddenly changed, and the flaming porcupine passed him by a tiny distance. Immediately afterwards, the flaming-toothed porcupine fell into the 6 traps they arranged with a bang. Ow! The fire-toothed porcupine let out a terrifying howl. The tangled and sharp bamboo thorns placed below it deeply penetrated into its flesh and blood, making it difficult to break free for a while, and at the same time, the thorns that break free from the bamboo thorns will penetrate deeper. Jonko, are you alright? At this time, Su Lan and the others also arrived, and they were relieved to see that Jonko was not injured. It really makes me sweat. I didn't expect you to be able to react under such circumstances and escape the disaster. It's amazing. After this incident, another young man named Li Lang also expressed concern to Jonko. Greatly improved. That, if there is an injury, you can say, I'll come, I'll help you heal. The last person to speak was the logistics medical staff in the team, named Song Qingqing, a cute girl with a cute apple face who used magic. The baby is open black lens bracket Mofei close black lens bracket as an elf that fits the character of a little girl. Although the cute horsefly did not reach the 4-star strength, she learned convenient healing skills such as aromatherapy in advance, which made the little girl exceptionally join the advance team. No, I didn't care about me in advance. I have to get rid of the flaming-toothed porcupine that fell into the crypt trap as soon as possible. Zhang Qiao came back to his senses and immediately reminded everyone. Jonko, Li Lang, Su Lan and others shot at the same time. Doom threw all kinds of skills into the cave, and soon, the flaming-toothed porcupine died. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although most of them were 4-star trainers, there were not many chances to kill 4-star beasts unless they had the aptitude for Pokemon. On, or high level, otherwise, it is difficult to kill head-on. And this flaming porcupine is also one of the strongest among the 4-star beasts. Now they have killed one with their hands, and it is definitely enough to talk about it at the wine table in the first half of the year. Everyone, are you all right? Lin Cheng walked towards the group with a calm expression on his face. Li Lang and the others frowned immediately, and the excitement of killing the flaming-toothed porcupine just now subsided a bit. Including this time, it has been several times. Whenever they encounter a beast, the leader of the team will not know where to go, and rely on them to kill the beast alone. But when he was killed, he was cheeky and walked out with a sympathetic look to his subordinates. Li Lang is a straight person. Even if he wanted to roar, Su Lan stopped him. Although Su Lan is a female, her strength is the strongest among them these days, and she has contributed the most. Li Lang still gave her O3 face. The second is to suppress her anger and say nothing. As for Su Lan, she cupped her hands and said, Lord Talancheng, I'll wait for everything to be okay. Although Su Lan's tone was calm, her eyes were full of contempt for Lin Cheng. She had already expected that Lin Cheng was that kind of trust. The kind of useless wood that came to join the contribution point immediately did not report any expectations to Lin Cheng. Now, he can save his life and not cause them any trouble. When the next task is completed, go back and assign contribution points. If he knows the situation, he will only take the basic contribution points. If he also needs to take the contribution points of the beast materials they exchanged for their lives, then Su Lan will also let him know. Sun 4. What would be read? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 193_Ogadir, second update. Su Lan's natal Pokemon is a rain-winged moth, born in a commoner family, but with her own efforts, she has also become a pioneer. Her hard work was quickly noticed by the people above, and the person who reused her was Shengguan Luan, the governor of the Zhongnan base. As a confidant, this time Shengguan Luan dispatched Su Lan and Lin Cheng to act together, which also means observation. Frankly speaking, Su Lan's current impression of Lin Cheng has reached a new height. If he didn't know that Su Lan would definitely consider making a small report. Facing the careful thoughts of Su Lan and the others, Lin Cheng nodded as if he hadn't seen it. Along the way to Namline City, I have witnessed a lot, which has been hailed as a historical ruin in this era. For example, the ruins of high-rise highways in the past. These buildings, in the current base city, are just things that exist in legends. The road under my feet has been devastated by the wind and rain of time, and I can only see a general appearance. And walking along this road, you can also see rusted cars, only the frame of the frame remains. Ferocious beasts eat a wide range of food. Some hungry beasts can even swallow glass, plastic and other things made by humans. That was left was some iron lumps. However, iron ore is also a very precious thing for the current human civilization. Therefore, Su Lan and the four also showed happy and unexpected expressions after seeing these things. However, after seeing Lin Cheng, this joy was quickly diluted, because according to the rules, the advance troop found resources, and the first to remember the merits was naturally Lin Cheng. In the eyes of everyone during this time, Lin Cheng had nothing to do, so, at this moment, joy and bitterness were mixed together, and they didn't know whether to cry or laugh. When everyone was collecting the abandoned vehicles, Lin Cheng Yugong looked towards the tall buildings in the distance, and then frowned. There, he felt the aura of a 4-star beast or more. If they continued to move forward, it was inevitable that they would encounter that beast, and he would naturally have no problem, but Su Lan and the others behind him would be suffocating. So Lin Cheng sighed and slowly walked towards Su Lan and the others, and said, I can feel the aura of a 5-star beast in front of me. It would be more dangerous to carry you on like this, so I'll go take a look alone first. You continue to collect iron ore here. If there are special circumstances, please contact me with the contactor. After finishing speaking, Lin Cheng didn't linger and waved his hand, summoned the burning, and used the electromagnetic float skill, and the whole person suddenly floated in the air, flying straight towards the high-rise building, leaving a few people staring. What's the matter? There are 5-star beasts in front of you. Go see it alone. How can you deceive children? This guy probably found some special treasure in front of him, so go ahead and grab credit. Li Lang waited for Lin Cheng go away. Yelled Wen. Su Lan also had a look of disbelief and contempt on her face. After getting along during this period of time, she had a very bad sense of this, Captain, and she was an inactive waste. At this time, she also said that she wanted to go to the 5-star one-on-one alone. Even if the beast. He is an old-fashioned 5-star trainer and doesn't dare to boast so much. Heart. However, Song Qingqing and Zhang Ko, who were silent and did not speak during this period of adventure. They always felt that someone was protecting them invisibly. Whenever they encountered danger, they would always turn it away, but doubts turned into doubts. They also did not think that the person who guarded them would be Lin Cheng. That Captain may have also discovered important resources, and wants to collect our work as soon as possible, so let's find him quickly. Song Qingqing said timidly. She didn't mean to blame Lin Cheng, just discuss the matter. Because the logistics personnel are usually weak in combat, she also had no chance to make a move during this time. In a sense, she could understand Lin Cheng's helplessness. She thought that Lin Cheng's strength was almost equal to her own. Although Su Lan disliked Lin Cheng's style, she nodded in agreement at this time, and then increased her speed. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind them. When he came to the former city, Lin Cheng looked at this silent, dilapidated street, and couldn't help but feel a bit desolate in his heart. But soon, this emotion was replaced by vigilance. Ow! Roar! Looked like alien dinosaurs sprang out from the streets, alleys, and floors. Their sharp-toothed melons had pale yellow pupils, and their bodies were covered in white lacquer armor like skeletons. They had no emotion, and immediately followed their instinct to surround Lin Cheng after smelling the approach of human beings. Open black lens bracket Ogadir. Level 5 to 20 _ 1-star beast, quasi 307-star beast 1. Oh, it's really a relatively rare beast. Among the beasts, the shape of most beasts will be simulated and developed according to the animals in the original world, such as the Huo Yahao encountered before, and once it exceeds this type, such beasts will definitely be much more difficult to deal with than ordinary beasts. However, this is still not enough. If you understand it, please call your boss. Lin Cheng said with a smile. Of this negotiation was exchanged for the roar of the Ogaders. Instead of watching, they were biting in the direction of Lin Cheng. Even if it's a 3-star beast without a brain, it's just a beast. Lin Cheng said lightly. There is no need to order the burning bugs around you to move. The whistling room was like a flame ball, burning all the beasts close to Lin Cheng. Burning bug kills quasi Samsung Ogadir and gets 980 experience points. Burning bug kills LV 18 Ogadir and gets 8,801 experience points. Burning bug upgrade to level 24. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 194 _ 5-star beast, the original species, cannibal. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. The burning insects killed many Ogaders, but some still remained. They continued to rush towards Lin Cheng without fear of death, but no matter how many they were, they could not touch Lin Cheng in the slightest. The shadow behind Lin Cheng would turn into a barrier to exclude all things and shatter all the Ogaders that approached. Ghost Stone kills LV 16 Ogadir and gets 680 experience points. Ghost Stone killed level 18 Ogadir and gained 870 experience points. Ellipsis. Of the remaining Ogadir gradually learned to behave, instead of using a simple mental attack, they raised the shingba with bone spurs high, and violently threw the sharp needles with the sound of breaking the wind, heading towards him. Forest city shrouded. The large number has a bit of the meaning of rainstorm pear blossom needles. Oh, Lin Cheng's eyes lit up, but he didn't panic at all. What an interesting attack. The inconspicuous vine, brace, on the right arm instantly covered Lin Cheng's whole body. All the acupuncture attacks could not touch Lin Cheng in the slightest. Give it back to you. Lin Cheng's Gutang shield is a treasure made from Gutang Lao's natal torso. Shifan County has spirituality. If it is a simple attack, it can be completely resisted, and even counterattack to a certain extent. Whoosh whoosh. That the Ogaders shot at Lin Cheng were all returned by Lin Cheng. Is a bit stronger than their own launch. The counterattack, Lin Cheng also left a few needles in his hand to play with. Later, Lin Cheng learned that this thing seemed to be only penetrating, but in fact, it was also corrosive to a certain extent. So, these Ogadir are all beasts with control attributes. That is to say, it is a matter of course for them to evolve into 4 stars. Boom. Just thought so. The top of the building in front of him suddenly jumped down, and a crawling race with a shape very similar to Ogadir but more perfect, like a tail. Its exterior is covered with silver-white armor, its 2 front melons have 5 fingers, and there is a bright yellow shield on the left arm. Its head armor is like a ghost, with 2 towering wild horns. Magma. The energy body, its tail is as flexible as that of a snake. After it appeared, all the Ogaders ran away with self-awareness, which probably meant that their set was over. Except for the moment when this strange beast appeared, there was some movement, but then it was quiet and strange. The ghost face silently watched Lin Cheng as if he wanted to see through Lin Cheng. Original Hannibal. Level 48, 5-star advanced. Pupils also shrank a bit after the message was reported back by the Eye of Message. It was a real surprise for him. Is not recorded anywhere in the ominous beast picture book in the textbooks. It is obviously an ominous beast that has not been discovered. The 5-star beasts have the power to easily change the terrain, and at the same time, they also possess 2 or more special abilities. Lin Cheng didn't dare to underestimate him, and with a wave of his hand, he took the burning worm back. But just as he waved his hand, Hannibal understood. The speed can no longer be described in words. It can be said that Lin Cheng has seen the fastest teleportation speed except for space teleportation. Lin Cheng himself was unable to react. But fortunately, Paluchia is always online. Click. Hannibal punched in the face, and was blocked by an invisible space barrier a few feet away from Lin Cheng. In Hannibal's black-red pupils, there was a glimmer of fineness. Then he ran away without making any sound. Bang 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 bang. The fist slammed on the space barrier in front of him like a storm. Even Paluchia's defense, at this moment, cracked several cracks like glass. At this moment, Lin Cheng has put on his strongest defensive posture, and the ancient vines on his body have already been covered. At the same time, he has also summoned the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus with the strongest defense by his side, and then he rides the iron Tyrannosaurus to run desperately. Nonsense. This level of battle, the trainer is involved in it. I don't know how to write the word, dead. Moreover, only after he ran to the safe area, Paluchia could let go of the battle. Boom. After a sprint to the melon, Hannibal flicked his tail quickly and smoothly. Crack. The space barrier that has never been broken, at this moment, actually shattered a piece. This made Paluchia, who was hiding in the warp, really angry. At this moment, Lin Cheng has gone far and Paluchia no longer has to hold back. Versus roar. And dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and the entire sky and clouds were instantly blown away, and the ground trembled violently. Only at this moment did Hannibal realize that he seemed to have hit the iron plate with a flat kick, roar. Otherwise, why don't you just run away? Of a beast that has evolved to the level of Hannibal is not much worse than that of ordinary humans. Even though Paluchia's body looks harmless to humans and animals, the energy waves in his body cannot be faked. Of course, ready to run away. However, there are very few people in this world who can still run after pretending to be forced in front of the god of space. Boom. Soon as Paluchia appeared, he stepped on the ground with one foot, and suddenly, the whole earth turned up like a wave on the sea, Gujao, and rolled towards Hannibal with rage. Of the power of the earth, as fully reflected in Paluchia's hands. Hannibal had only escaped halfway when he was captured by the raging waves of the earth. At this time, Hannibal also realized that it was impossible to escape this time. And the persecution of the other party is powerful. It also provoked Hannibal to really go berserk. As a 5-star beast and the most hardcore original beast among the 5-star beasts, Hannibal's strength is beyond doubt. His all-out fighting stance is even more impressive. Roar. After a roar, Hannibal's back actually derived, like the textured wings. Hannibal's attack power increased sharply while the fleshy wings were burning. He held a fiery firebomb in his mouth and in his hands. Open black lens bracket Gia fireball. Close black lens bracket. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 195_Waveguide Power. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. Bang bang bang. The 3 fireballs, carrying scorching high temperature, exploded from the ground and turned into earth astral flames, causing secondary damage. The power pushes all the buildings around it, turning them into ashes in an instant. This Hannibal really has some skills. He can actually force Paluchia out of the warp, but he can only get here. Lin Cheng is very aware of Paluchia's strength. Since this guy has been promoted to 4 stars and obtained. After obtaining the broken treasure jade, its strength has increased to a terrifying level. Lin Cheng couldn't accurately describe how strong he was, but Hannibal alone was first class, and it was definitely not enough in front of Paluchia. I saw Paluchia's eyes glow with a gleam of light, and she moved her tail, mimicking a towering dragon's tail. On its tail, there are countless ancient lines that appear, and the flames are instantly extinguished with a single stroke. Then he continued to cover Hannibal's head like a broken bamboo. Hannibal raised his arms to the sky, and his flame-patterned wings released a terrifying high temperature behind him, trying to balance the blue water tail. Chi-chi. As a large area of water vapor filled the air, Hannibal 307 was powerless to pull out and shouted, and this piece of land burst open in an instant, only to see a huge deep hole in the center. Climb up from the pothole. Before he could relax, there was an invisible subspace chi-slash that passed by. Hannibal didn't have time to react at this time, he just felt a flower in front of him and then the next moment it felt like it flew out. Huh, isn't this my own body? How could it be there? Aware of this, interrupted. Hannibal's head flew up, and at the neck, he donated blood like a fountain of wine. Paluchia kills the level 48 beast Hannibal and gets 800 experience points. Paluchia upgrade, level 38. Paluchia comprehends the skill wave missile. Uptack. After observing this message from the eyes of the message, Lin Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the power of the wave missile fighting attribute skill in the game is only 80, which is the power of the touch strong high level skill, it is the most special skill in the CGAD fighting skill. Learning this skill will allow the elves to understand the power of the waveguide, and that 9 of the waveguide will be more useful. It can be used to perceive the surrounding environment and see through objects. When projecting the waveguide, it can create a barrier or special attack. Can transfer the waveguide to other life forms, which is similar to the transfer of vitality, which will cause certain damage to the messenger, but it has the effect of prolonging the life of the beneficiary. At the same time, the power of the waveguide is used to the extreme, and it can also have the ability of telepathy and telepathy. To sum up, the magic of the power of the waveguide, there are still many unexplored, not one by one. Paluchia's ability to learn this skill is definitely more powerful for it. Get Hannibal Reverse Scale 1 Hannibal Ghostface 1, Hannibal Scale 1. Hannibal had a lot of high-quality materials on his body, and the Paluchia array searched happily. Suddenly, he discovered that the reaction crystal nucleus in Hannibal's chest released a burst of extraordinary dazzling nuclear energy reaction. Paluchia's heart was stunned, and she rushed into the subspace immediately, and then appeared beside Lin Cheng, pulling Lin Cheng closer to the subspace, and teleported out of the ruined city without saying a word. Boom! The next moment, as soon as Lin Cheng came out of the subspace, he felt that behind him, all within a radius of 100 miles was enveloped in a huge mushroom cloud within the range of the nuclear explosion, slowly floating in the air. Words are divided into two parts. On Su Lan's side, after Lin Cheng left, he was searching for iron ore in earnest, but he met a group of colleagues in the middle. Other words, advance teams from other provincial bases. Under normal circumstances, it is relatively peaceful to meet with the advance team in the field. Sometimes, they even exchange useful materials with each other. No, the enemy's road is narrow. This time, Su Lan and the others encountered the advance team of the city. Moreover, in the team, there is an acquaintance of Lin Cheng, Ling Zuowei. Ling Zuo lost face at the 100 Courts General Assembly before, thinking that it was a regional exclusion, so he suddenly hated everyone in the Zhongnan base, and became a proper regional black. This time, seeing the advance team of Zhongnan base, and seeing that there is not a 5-star powerhouse in this advance team, a crooked thought naturally arises in the heart. Captain of the advance team in Hu City was a man in his 30s who was a bit of a traitor. His name was Ling Wei. By blood, he was still Ling Zuowei's distant cousin. Although Ling Wei is a 5-star trainer, his achievements in this lifetime are based on the resources of the Ling family. That's all. Ling Zuo is different. He is the most talented one in the Ling family in the past 100 years. Again, the direct descendants of the Ling family have a promising future. Although Ling Wei is Ling Zuo's cousin, he is not even inferior to the latter in terms of family status. Therefore, at this time, Ling Zuo wants to beg each other, so Ling Wei is naturally very happy. Help. Moreover, from Ling Wei's point of view, the Zhongnan base sent out these cold 4-star trainers this time. Obviously, the base regarded them as consumables or unimportant little fish. Not much. Big things. Captain Ling Wei indicated that the members of the Hushi advance team would naturally cooperate fully. So, there is the next scene. Be smart, hand over all the resources you have harvested along the way, otherwise, hee. In this wilderness, an accident occurs and 1 or 2 people die, but it is a normal thing. A son of a bitch, and Ling Wei is very skilled in saying a set of standard villain lines. Wen Yan, Su Lan and the others all frowned, but they didn't panic. Lan, as a representative, stepped forward and said, "Which base's advance team are you from?" "We belong to Zhongnan province, which is a formally registered advance team. If you have a need, you can explain it, and we can pretend that we didn't hear it just now." The dog-legged man who spoke out before laughed sarcastically. "What you robbed is from your Zhongnan base. Don't talk nonsense to Lao Su. I'll just grab it if you don't give us a count 3 times. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 196_Oppression, 5th more. Hearing this, Su Lan's face also sank, but she didn't expect that the other party would still be so reckless after knowing that he was from the Zhongnan base. Seeing Su Lan and the others looking embarrassed, the dog leg was even more proud, and when he opened his throat, he said something. 3. Brothers, let's go. Counting to the last, the dog legs shouted loudly, and the two Hushy Advance team members immediately stood up behind him. The powerful aura surged, and 3 summoning rings appeared in front of them, followed by 3 appearances. Different magic. Baby. Big Stinger Bee. Rice Spoon Snake. Night Thief Salamander. Due to the rapid growth and evolution of the middle-type Pokémon, the Hornet will complete the final transformation before the 4 stars, and evolve from the Iron Shell to the Hornbee. Rice Spoon Snake, a Pokémon that has not yet been found to be degraded or evolved, looks like a dark striped python, with large scarlet fangs and a sharp-edged tail, which is extremely poisonous. The Night Thief Salamander Pokémon looks like an ordinary lizard, but its bipedal combat power looks a little evil. Although its power is not very strong, its nature is clever and cunning. Male and female nocturnal salamanders are very different. Male nocturnal salamanders have not yet discovered an evolutionary mentality, while female nocturnal salamanders not only have the potential to evolve into the next stage, but also have the ability to release hidden dangers. The pheromone gas of male Pokémon and even human males will be inhaled in one day, and will be controlled by the Night Thief Salamander. And the Night Thief Salamander of this city team member is impressively female. Although it has not evolved, it is not satisfied with 4 stars, but its role is still not to be underestimated. You dare. Su Lan raised her eyebrows and said intimidatingly. At the same time, she also summoned her own elf, Rain-Wing Moth. As soon as the Rain-Winged Moth appeared, it stretched out a pair of big fish-like Facebooks, and the strength of the Rain-Winged Moth was also revealed at the moment of looking at the surrounding elves. 4-star high-end. Its strength is much higher than the 3 Hushy Advance team members who shot. Who do you look down on? Zhang, let's go too. When Li Lang waved his hand, he also summoned his elf. It was a big wolf dog with a level of 4-star intermediate level 36. Zhang Ko nodded earnestly and summoned the flower and dance birds. Although the 3 people from the Hushy Advance team surrounded Su Lan and others, they did not dare to act rashly when they saw Su Lan's actions. The 2 sides became angry for a while and waited with swords drawn. Seeing this, Ling Wei snorted coldly. He knew that Ling Zuo wanted to give back to the people at Zhongnan base. If he retreated here, he would lose face. Immediately, without holding back, he stepped forward in person, snorted and said, "A little 4-star trainer, you dare to use an axe." As he spoke, a summoning halo of Shuotai appeared all over his body. Then, a Pokémon that looks like a bulldog, has sharp canine teeth on its lower jaw, wears black needle ring chains on its wrists and neck, and has a fierce face, standing and walking, appeared on the stage. The Captain's King Blue appeared. Wong. As soon as Emperor Blue came out, the 5-star aura around him instantly suppressed Su Lan and the others. Sure enough, a 5-star trainer led the team. Su Lan's beautiful eyes were full of icy aura, but she didn't give in at all. Thanks for being a 5-star trainer, you are not afraid of Zhang after such a robbery. South Base looking for trouble. When Ling Wei heard the words, he was not ashamed, but proud, and like a poisonous snake, he swept across Su Lan's crowd and said with a grim smile, "So I'm not going to let you go. For the other party to die." Only now, Su Lan and others understand the seriousness of this incident, and they are preparing to kill. Su Lan, what should I do now? Although Li Lang had a ruthless energy, it was the first time Bai Yi had encountered such a thing. At the same time, the oppression of the 5-star trainer on the other side was really not a joke. In the end, or if we don't have a 5-star trainer here, if Captain Lin Cheng is there. Song Qingqing bit her pink lips, her pretty face full of indescribable pitiful expressions. Che, Qingqing, do you still count on that piece of wood from Lin Cheng? Not to mention that he is not here now. Even if he is here, it is of no use. There is a gap between 5-star trainers, as far as he estimates. Even hit me. However, do you still want him to fight against each other? Li Lang said that after the early morning, there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Obviously, in his heart, the latter is the kind of rich family who enjoys great achievements and does not have the ability to occasionally talk big. Waste. Song Qingqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but at this moment, the young man opposite Kong who had not said a word suddenly shouted, "What did you say?" Lin Chang L. When Ling Zuowei heard the name, his face instantly turned hideous. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed, "It's really good luck. I didn't expect that God gave me such an excellent opportunity for revenge, and you are actually led by Lin Chang." Question mark. What do you mean? This person has a grudge against Lin Chang. Su Lan and the others frowned and guessed at the same time. Don't kill all the clan uncles first. I will use them to attract that bastard out of Lin Chang. Ling Wei smiled and nodded, "It's a small matter." Then he turned his head and looked at Su Lan and the others. "Did you hear? Thanks to your team's Lin Chang kid, you can live a little longer, but before he comes, I'll be welcome to your Pokemon slaughtered." When he said the last word, Ling Wei's expression instantly turned hideous. Huang understood the meaning of the master, and rushed towards Su Lan and everyone in a whistling. But at this moment, in the ruined city area 100 miles away, there was a loud boom. Boom. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently, as if it were torn apart in an instant. At the same time, a surging and terrifying explosion sounded in the distance, echoing in my ears. What's the matter? Whether it's Su Lan's side or Ling Wei and the others, their faces are stern. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 197_Lin Chengxian, first update. A huge mushroom cloud slowly floated out in front of them. Now as long as it is a person, he knows that in that ruined city, something very big must have happened. I said, the ruined city should be the direction Lin Cheng just went to. Zhang Ko was stunned, and then said in shock. That big explosion filled the place in smoke and dust, and the first-class King Blue on the opposite side even forgot to shoot. Could it be? What did Lin Cheng do? Zhang Ko continued. Oh, what's the point? The point is, he's taking his own life. Although Li Lang said that he hated Lin Cheng, he didn't want Lin Cheng to die. Although only one line. Hope, I can only count on Lin Cheng to come back to save them, but now, with such a big explosion, even if this guy doesn't want to die, it's hard. What the hell is this guy doing? Sinyi Fog. This explosion. Is that the movement made by the person named Lin Cheng? Everyone's expressions are now full of surprise. In the city, Ling Wei, the highest-ranked trainer in the city, has his eyes flickering constantly. As the only 5-star trainer present, Ling Wei is very sensitive to the explosion that he just vented. Breaking energy is at least above the 5-star intermediate level, and even high, level ones are possible. Although it has long been heard that Ling Zuowei was defeated by a highly talented 5-star juvenile trainer in the Zhongnan base, Ling Wei always believed that the young man would not be much better than Ling Zuowei. At best, he could barely reach 5 stars. The level is not bad. When I meet a veteran 5-star trainer like him, isn't it only the case of being hanged? After sensing the energy fluctuations, Ling Wei instinctively felt something was wrong. And even had a hint of fear. Can create, or in other words, guide such destructive power, be just a simple beginner 5-star trainer. Late to delay the change. Ling Wei had a decision in his heart and discussed it with Ling Zuowei. Zuowei's situation seems to be a little bad, otherwise, this time we should forget it. Ah, Uncle Clan, are you kidding me? How could Ling Zuo be persuaded by a few words because he finally got the chance to get revenge on Lin Cheng? What's more, even though he had just seen an epic explosion, Ling Zuo. For Ling Zuowei, who is still a teenager, it is obviously unreasonable to give up without any reason that Wei and the others have not been seriously injured. It was also impossible for Ling Wei to talk to Ling Zuo about something that his intuition felt bad, so he had to sigh and bite the bullet, accompanying Ling Zuowei to carry out the robbery to the end. At this time, Ling Zuowei stepped forward in person and said to Su Lan and the others, "Ha ha ha, it looks like your last hope has also been dashed. That guy Lin Cheng must have turned into powder in the explosion range just now. And you?" Ling Zuo gave a sinister smile, and Wang rushed towards Su Lan and his party, especially on Su Lan and Song Qingqing. He stayed for a while longer, and the fiery intention in his eyes was really obvious. "Men, I don't need it, I'll kill them all. Female, if I can let this young master go down easily, it's not that I can't let you two survive." "You, shameless." Su Lan had never heard such insulting words, when her pretty face was full of ferocity, and Song Qingqing was so frightened that she hid behind Su Lan and her delicate body trembled. "Su Lan, don't worry, even if I die, I won't let them touch a single hair on you." Li Lang and Zhang Ko took a step forward with blue faces. The great wolf dog and Huawu bird sensed their master's anger, and they also gave out a stern roar of flavor from their mouths. "Just you, hee hee." Ling Zuo cast a playful glance at Li Lang and the two of them waved, and a blazing fire was summoned in front of him. The flame gradually turned into a flaming roaring tiger. Quack! As soon as the flaming roaring tiger appeared, its quasi-5-star strength was radiated from its body. On the originally pale faces of Su Lan and others, there was even more despair. A blue emperor already has what they have suffered, and a 5-star flaming roaring tiger. This is simply impossible to fight. Anxiety spreads in everyone's heart. 59. At this moment, the flaming roaring tiger and the double melons opened, and they moved towards Su Lan and their elves step by step. Immediately after approaching a certain distance. Swish! The flaming melon, which is as powerful as a storm, roars and swept out. There were gusts of wind and vibrations resounding between the heavens and the earth. Tear! Puff! Rainwing Moth and other 4-star Pokemon turned out to be without the slightest resistance in front of the quasi-5-star blazing roaring tiger. After 2 or 3 rounds, they were all smashed. The flaming roaring tiger held the neck of the flower dance bird in one hand, and stepped on the head of the great wolf dog under his feet. There was also a rain-winged moth with broken wings in its mouth. Her eyes, Song Qingqing kept ordering Meng Fei to apply healing skills to elves such as the rain-winged moth. This recovery skill was of no use to the 3 elves who had been seriously injured. Watching the natal elf rain-winged moth's wings shattered, blood overflowed from the corner of Su Lan's mouth. This is the phenomenon that the natal contract is about to be broken. Ha ha ha. Seeing Su Lan and the others being driven into a corner by himself, Ling Zuo's perverted pleasure after laughing out the abuse continued to spread in his heart. Several other Hushi Advance team members were not free either, and they were currently fighting against Su Lan and the others' sub-favorites. Su Lan and the others are obviously not as powerful as their own Pokemon, and they are also in a one-sided situation with the members of the Shenggu City Advance team. Li Lang and Zhang Ko had already raised their fists and stepped forward to fight, but the opponent had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and the power of the elves. How could they be opponents when they stepped forward? After a while, they were bruised and stomped on the ground. Jia Jia. Seeing a few unclean hands and feet approaching Su Lan and others, Li Lang and the others were powerless to fight back, not to mention the pain in their hearts. Su Lan, Qingqing. The faces of the two were pale, covered with blood and scars, and their voices were hoarse. And Su Lan was protecting Song Qingqing and kept retreating. The two women knew that in the end of the world 03, the end of a woman sinking in one day, so, in this case, they had already sprouted death wishes and fell to these beasts. Is an extravagant thing to want to die with the skills of Pokemon or special drugs in hand. Two beauties, what are you hiding from? Don't worry, you'll be obsessed with that feeling later, ha ha ha. The 3 doglegs laughed, and stretched out a pair of disgusting hands like chickens to face the two women. Grab the direction. The two girls were naturally afraid, but after a low sigh, their expressions became very determined. Knowing that today I am afraid that I have to die here. Click. But at this moment, a wave of ripples suddenly flashed across the void in front of them. A slender palm holds a strangely shaped pair of scissors. Shoo! Slashed towards the sinful seeds that stretched out to the girls. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 198_Captain, Savest Second Update. Puff puff. A crisp sound. Ling Wei's subordinates were surprised to find that their arms suddenly lightened. Immediately after that, his face changed dramatically and he cried out. Ah up tack. It hurts. Everyone who stretched out their hands had their palms removed from the roots, leaving only the blood-spitting elbows. Su Lan and Song Qingqing looked at the white palm that suddenly appeared in front of them in a trance. Then, the owner of the white palm slowly strode out of the void. Then, I saw a young figure appearing in front of him. In despair, this young face seemed to be enveloped by a layer of holy light. Make them both familiar and unfamiliar. This person is Lin Cheng. Faced with this situation, whether it was Su Lan's side or Ling Zuo's side, his head was a little dazed. 26 Only Lin Cheng, as if nothing happened, glanced around, and soon found Li Lang and Zonko who were trampled under his feet, as well as the Pokemon that all of them died, and his brows could not help frowning. I just left, it seems that a lot of things have happened. Lin Cheng. Are you Lin Cheng? Song Qingqing asked in disbelief. Lin Cheng turned his head and smiled at the silly girl. Next, leave it to me. This, Song Qingqing's originally weak character seemed to have found the mountain in an instant, and Doda's tears dripped down tickly, and she cried out in a coquettish voice, Captain Lin Cheng, please save us. The sudden appearance of Lin Cheng in the chaos caused the people on both sides to stagnate for a moment. One after another astonished eyes, all of them condensed on Lin Cheng for a while. Especially Su Lan, Li Lang and others who knew Lin Cheng's whereabouts, they saw Lin Cheng rush in that direction with their own eyes. On the other hand, Ling Wei looked like a ghost. He couldn't believe that someone could survive the explosion of the level just now. And when he looked at Li Lang Zonko and the two at his feet, he suddenly said with a stern expression, take your feet off them. Fluttering sentence, but in the ears of Ling Zuowei, who was still in shock, it was like thunder and subconscious, so he moved his feet away from Li Lang. He quickly reacted, he felt a burst of shame, and he was frightened by him just because of his love. This is unacceptable to Ling Zuowei, who is the arrogant of the sky. He roared, Lin Cheng, it's really a shame that you were able to escape from that big explosion. Well, since it came out, let me return the arrow. Vengeance. Uncle Clan. As Ling Zuo shouted loudly, Ling Wei stepped forward from the side with a gloomy expression, and said, you are Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng looked at the two of them silently without saying a word. Ling Wei went on to Lin Cheng and said, you have a conflict with my nephew, and now, you have cut off the palms of my 3 team members, but thinking that you have 5-star strength at your age, it is not easy if you are willing. Apologize to us. Sorry to dispel the grievances of my nephew and 3 subordinates, I can make the decision to let you go. Uncle Clan, Ling Zuo was still a little dissatisfied after hearing Ling Wei say this. He didn't understand why Ling Wei had to go down the steps to Lin Cheng in this situation. Ling Wei raised his hand to stop Ling Zuowei from continuing to speak. The moment Lin Cheng was present, Ling Wei felt a very unpleasant aura in Lin Cheng, but he couldn't say what it was. Now that he gave Lin Cheng this step, he actually wanted to leave a way out for himself. If the other party knew each other, he should be able to understand what he meant. However, many thoughts in his heart, after Lin Cheng's words, all came to nothing. He only heard Lin Cheng grinning and said, want to reconcile. Okay, when you both die, you will naturally be resolved. After speaking, the shadow behind Lin Cheng had already moved. Swish! Before the trio of dogs could react, their main pet and several sub-pets were all twisted into flesh and blood by shadows. 310 puff. 3 of them spewed several mouthfuls of blood, and then they fainted. Everyone's bodies were shocked. What happened? How could those Pokémon be twisted into flesh and blood with a blink of an eye? This is what Lin Cheng did, Zhang Ko murmured in disbelief. At this time, Li Lang opened his mouth wide with a look of astonishment, as if it was the first time he knew Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, you are too deceiving. When Ling Wei saw this scene, he immediately ignored the 3 or 2 soils. He lost 3 4-star trainers in a row. Even if he returned this time, it would be difficult for him to deal with each other. He immediately drove Emperor Blue to attack Lin Cheng. Wave of Lin Cheng's hand, he summoned the Electric Shock Beast. The Electric Shock Beast is now level 31, a 4-star level. With the addition of the Quasi-God qualification, it is possible to fight against the 5-star Elite qualified King. Coupled with the sneak attack of Ghost Stone, it can still suppress the Emperor's head. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 199-kill 3rd. Ling Zuowei watched the battle from the sidelines. The more Ling Wei and Lin Cheng fought, the more frightened he felt. This guy is simply a sin. When I saw him before, even though it was outrageously strong, except for his weird natal elf, Ling Zuowei, the other elf Lin Cheng could completely suppress. But what about now? Whether it's the Electric Shock Beast or the Ghost Stone, its diverse attack skills and sturdy combat power make Ling Zuo tremble. What would happen if Lin Cheng was using his weird main pet? This idea just came to mind for a moment, but Ling Zuowei didn't dare to think about it. Guang Wang looked at Lin Cheng, who was having sex with Ling Wei at this time, and his face was full of evil spirits, thinking from his heart. At this time, the battle between Lin Cheng and Ling Wei had reached a fever pitch. Ling Wei is only one Blue Emperor, and he is not the opponent of Ghost Stone and Electric Shock Beast at all, so he summoned the second battle power main pet, the Mountain King. This Mountain King is also strong and has a quasi 5-star battle 9, but compared to the Blue Emperor, it is more than a star and a half weaker, and the combat experience is even lacking. Lin Cheng didn't need to add more elves at all. Ghost Stone easily used Hypnosis to control the Mountain King, followed by a wave of Dream Eater. The Dream Eating skill can devour the target's life and turn it into its own vitality. Therefore, Xuanshan Wang not only did not help, but also sent a wave of blood recovery medicine to Lin Cheng for free. Seeing this, Ling Wei did not dare to summon other elves, and he was suppressed by Lin Cheng as he saw the battle. Su Lan's eyes were fixed on the duel on the field. She was the strongest in the team except for Lin Cheng, and her knowledge was naturally unmatched by others. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Just as Ling Wei had estimated at first, Su Lan thought that Lin Cheng's 5-star primary strength would be good at most, but only now did he realize that he was very wrong. Which 5-star beginner trainer can beat a veteran 5-star trainer? And looking at its ease and ease, it is obvious that it has not yet shown its full strength. No wonder he is so highly regarded by Lord Shangguan. Su Lan murmured, and she only realized now that for such an important task as the advance team, no provincial base governor would be sloppy in jipping, and the team members would not lead the team. Captain is even less likely. To follow may be meant to explore the bottom line, but more, it is estimated that it is to get yourself closer to understanding Lin Cheng. After all, gaining the trust of a powerhouse with unlimited potential is invaluable in some respects. It was also an opportunity that Shengguan Luan gave Su Lan. Pity that although Su Lan didn't offend Lin Cheng in the whole process, she also didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Lan's expression became a little gloomy. Just when everyone focused on watching the two 5-star trainers fight, they didn't pay attention to Ling Zuowei's small movements. Suddenly, at a critical moment in the battle, the blazing roaring tiger suddenly attacked Lin Cheng secretly. Hell stab! Wind roared. Su Lan and the others, who originally thought the turn of the road, suddenly turned pale. They didn't have time to shout a reminder, and the attack had already arrived in front of Lin Cheng. And Ling Zuowei also showed a hideous smile on his face. Lin Cheng, call me to die. Violent voice with endless killing intent. However, facing the aggressive Ling Zuowei, Lin Cheng grinned lightly, turned his head and roared in front of the flaming tiger face and said, "Are you in such a hurry to want to reincarnate?" Ling Zuo shook his face for no reason. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind roared in his ears. Puff! Hell thrusts are easily resolved. And Ling Zuowei and his Pokemon, the flaming roaring tiger, were all frozen in place at this time, and then countless space cracks spread from the two of them. Ling Zuowei's pupils also suddenly tightened at this moment, revealing the color of infinite horror. Uncle Clan. Save me. Lin Cheng. You. Ling Wei didn't have time to speak. I saw Ling Zuo disappear in front of him a little bit. Breeze blew, and Ling Zuo left no trace for the whole person, as if it had never appeared before. What the hell is this monster? This is Ling Wei's only thought at the moment. On Ling Wei's cheeks was in a frozen state. After a long while, he rolled his neck and swallowed. You actually killed Ling Zuowei. Li Lang and others are also shocked. Not because of killing Ling Zuowei, but because of the way Ling Zuowei died. It was really shocking. At that moment, Ling Zuowei seemed to be crushed into particles by space. He didn't know whether it was pain or not when he died. Originally, Lin Cheng was so strong, and according to Li Lang's original personality, he should have been very excited, but at this time, he was ashamed. Thinking that he had completely treated Lin Cheng as a bastard who was eating and waiting to die, and even felt contempt in his heart. But seeing this scene in front of him made Li Lang's expression extremely embarrassing and shy. Ashamed. Obviously, Lin Cheng is not a jerk. People have real, good, things. Maybe they don't make a move along the way, maybe they are disdainful to make a move, maybe it's to test them. Zhang Ko and Song Qingqing, on the other hand, thought more than Li Lang. They encountered several dangers on the road because of their poor strength. However, in the end, they all turned the danger into a blessing. Among them, mysterious spatial fluctuations would appear from time to time. First they thought it was an illusion, but now in retrospect, isn't it that Lin Cheng was secretly helping them? What a super strong and super reliable Captain Tilda. Facing the terrified Ling Wei, Lin Cheng said lightly, "Kill, then kill, what's so exciting? You will soon follow in Ling Zuowei's footsteps." After Lin Cheng came to this era, his thinking became very simple. He naturally wanted to protect his own people, but he would cut the grass and root out the enemy as soon as he stood up. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 200 _ The Fleeing Ling Wei, 4th more. Ling Wei raised his head and stared at Lin Cheng. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Lin Cheng, I recognize that your strength is indeed very personable. This time I am feuding with you. I don't know anyone, but you have to understand. Strength, for the Hushi Ling family, is still nothing. Now Ling Zuowei is killing you. Don't make mistakes again and again. Now, as long as you can let us go, I will still be able to intercede for you after I go back to the Ling family. It is very rare for you to become a 5-star training at such a young age. You can let it go. You can also go to the Ling family with me. The background of the Ling family in Hushi is far beyond your imagination. Once you have the support of our Ling family, you may even become a national powerhouse and a 6-star trainer in the future. Level. As soon as these words came out, Sulan and the others suddenly changed their faces. What is the old Zhonghu? Even if they fell into such a situation, they still wanted to win Lin Cheng, saying that they were actually from the Ling family in Hushi. Speaking of the Ling family, it was a few 310-level national-level trainers in the Federation countries that had produced 6-star national-level trainers a month ago. They turned out to be targeted by such a big family. But what's the reason? Although I didn't go to the 100 Academy conference last time, I heard that this time, there was a 5-star genius student from Galaxy Academy, who crushed the Tianzhao of Hushi. You said, that Tianzhao of Hushi, will just be the one who was killed by Lin Cheng. Zhang Ko said uncertainly. That's right. I've also heard that the person from that city, I remember, was called Ling Zuowei. Li Lang also remembered. So that's Ling Zuowei's opponent. The 5-star trainer of Galaxy College should be Lin Cheng. Su Lan looked at Lin Cheng quietly, and only then did she realize how much aura shrouded him, and this. A person would be persuaded by Ling Wei's seemingly illusory promise. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile and said, you probably don't even believe what you said. If I really go to Ling's house with you, I'll probably end up worse than Ling Zuowei. After Lin Cheng came to this world, he had experienced a lot of things, and coupled with his cautious personality, how could he easily believe Ling Wei's words? Ling Wei's face trembled, and although his heart kept shaking, his eyes remained as calm as a movie king. Everything I said is from the bottom of my heart. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing I can do. I'll admit it this time, but Lin Cheng, stay as a person and see you in the future. Don't be too hard on yourself. Ling Wei finished last words. He had already made up his mind to run, and at the same time his footsteps had already slowly retreated. Do you really think that you can run away with these cruel words? Lin Cheng said jokingly. As if his thoughts were guessed, Ling Wei's footsteps were also abrupt, but he was not weak. HMPH Lin Cheng. I'm a 5-star trainer anyway. You really want to solve me? It's not that simple, and at this moment, I have sent a distress signal to the Hushi base headquarters, and they will come soon. At that time, I don't think you will be willing to be hunted down by the 5-star absolute powerhouses in the city. Lin Cheng looked at Ling Wei indifferently, and said, then try it out, if they come quickly, or I will start fast. Then, as his voice fell, Ling Wei only felt a wave of vacuum waves surrounding Emperor Blue. The gigantic figure of Emperor Blue is now trembling with fright. The King Blue Pokemon was originally a character of bullying and fearing hardship, CGAD. If it encounters the unknown, it is strange, and its strength is stronger than it is unknown. Paluchia, who had been told many times, was scared out of her wits before she froze. Tisk, what a useless guy. How could Ling Wei not know the character of his elf? But now my little life is in this moment. Immediately gave Emperor Bruce a death order and let it hold on. As for himself, he summoned a Doodooly who was on his way with a wave of his hand. Doodooly has 3 heads and is the evolutionary form of Doodoo. Although the 4-star Pokemon has no wings, it is very good at running. Ling Wei resolutely abandoned his Pokemon and had 2 subordinates, while he quickly straddled Doodooly and ran to the distance. Although King Blue was hurt because of his master's back, as a Pokemon, he still wanted to faithfully fulfill his master's last order. Bark. Grinning his teeth, he tried to make his last stubbornness. Most of the creatures of elves, once they are subdued, are loyal and easy to satisfy. As long as you don't leave, they won't abandon them, even if they don't have enough clothes and food, they won't betray them. In the same way, the fierce and timid king blew on the face. Even if he was abandoned by his master, he was ready to do his final duty. Lin Cheng saw this scene in his eyes and muttered to himself, "Killed. It's a pity." Paluchia instantly understood Lin Cheng's meaning in an instant, swept past Emperor Blue directly, and attacked and killed Ling Wei, who was madly fleeing behind him. Ling Wei was so frightened when he saw this scene, he didn't have the demeanor of a 5-star trainer at all and said, "Wait, Lin Cheng, Mr. Lin, you will leave me alone. I won't reveal the slightest thing about you later. I can also be your servant and be your lackey." Ling Wei made all kinds of promises, but Lin Cheng did not waver at all. In the end, Ling Wei was finally desperate. He knew that the young man in front of him seemed to have to kill him. Yelled, "Boy, do you really think that if you kill me, no one will know about it? Let me tell you that Ling Zuowei, as a direct descendant of the Ling family, has a light in the family. We'll put. The picture you saw before you died was projected, that is to say, your existence has been known to the Ling family. Going forward, no matter where you run to, you will not be able to escape from the Ling family's pursuit. Lin Cheng, I will be waiting for you in hell. Go up, ha 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 ha." After Ling Wei said the last word, he was completely crushed by Paluchia with the power of space. The method of death was exactly the same as Ling Zuowei, leaving no residue behind. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better.